to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I appreciate you for tuning on in here today as we're going to be on the defensive side of the ball. Not the sexiest side of the ball to talk about, but a very important side of the ball to talk about nonetheless, because this is where we, of course, this year are looking for our Hawks to take some steps forward on defensive side with how bad they were last year and kind of start of the year with the Rams game. You go, okay, let's start to see the improvements come. And the run defense has been there throughout this season, so we started to feel pretty good about that. Now we could kind of turn our eye to, as this team is taking care of various things that have been issues with the team over recent years, kind of getting this fixed, getting that fixed. And now we start to turn towards a little bit of the issues that we've had with quarterbacks having some ease and throwing through this defense, and at times in recent years, lack of pass rush, and at lack of times, a willingness to blitz. The Seattle Seahawks are fundamentally built as a defense to do two things at the forefront. It isn't just simply only these two things. It's that they put these as a big priority at the front of the stack. And that is to stop the run and limit the big play, limit the big, deep chunk plays down the football field. And so in doing that, you're oftentimes going to naturally want to, at least on the second part of that within the coverage angle of it, keep more guys deep into coverage, have more guys available for coverage just in general terms. And so what that led Seattle to do throughout most of their time here with Coach Carroll is not really blitz, but at all. And he has been throughout this time in a 10-year period, one of the coaches, and you look across the league, that this team has been resolutely in the same place where, absent maybe the first 6 or 7 games in 2020, it was nothing but we're not going to blitz. You're going to see our front four. That's all we're going to show. We'll get creative with our front floor. We might align Michael Bennett of a quarter of a yard away from Cliff Averill wide like they're two defensive ends. We might mix in a NASCAR package with that front four, but we're going to bring the front four, and that's pretty much solely what we are going to do. And so what this has done over time is that this has made Seahawks predictable in that teams can count on the fact that you're not going to try to blitz them and that you're going to try to play to a deeper set of coverages. And so this is one of the methods and means that have gotten Coach Carroll's old cover 3 defense with just the front four kind of found out a little bit. Not that it doesn't have any place here, but that it started to have some holes and cracks develop within the defense from just how coaches could start to kind of counter it a little bit. And so we're going to go pretty deep into this today. I've got some cut-ups I'm going to show you from a couple of these different games. What's really nice about what we're seeing in the evolution of this defense right now is a willingness to blitz more so than ever before. It's not that they're going mad crazy with it. This ain't the Vikings with Brian Flores and how he's running his blitz packages over there. But they're doing it so much further from where it was, because the problem becomes if you're a team that's blitzing 30, 31, 32 in the league, think about naturally how that now allows the quarterback to know that I come up to the snap, I look out over a defense. I'm trying to determine what's going on, who's going where pre-snap, right? But I can ultimately determine with almost 100% certainty that you are not going to blitz me. I can remove that as one of the things that I need to worry about. I got to get around the front four pressure and all that, right? But that part off the table for me completely. It makes it easier for offenses to play you. So it's not a matter of needing to go up there and be some blitz-heavy team that's top 5 and it's all what a cliche fan might call for, like just blitz more. Just go, just send everybody. This ain't working, send everybody. It isn't that. It is just simply taking yourself from that back end point where you're very predictable into at least more of a middle of the road area in order to make this work. And let me show you what I mean by that. Let's go back to simply 2022, and I can show you 21, 20, 19, 18, but I think for the sake of cutting this in from a time standpoint, take my word for it when I say that the statistic I'm going to show you here is representatory of what you've seen from Coach Carroll teams, and this isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just, again, that this is a place for them to adjust. So we've got this from 2022, and on the right-hand column, you'll see the blitz percentage with a yellow right down the line highlighting it. And you'll notice you got Wink Martindale there with his Giants last year, blitzing at the highest rate in football at 39.7%. And so let's go down the list. I don't see our Seahawks here. Nope, not yet there. We got Rams, Raiders, Cowboys. Well, Quinn's in the middle of the road. Isn't that interesting with him running somewhat of an offshoot of Coach Carroll's defense? Okay, we'll just keep going. Where could it be? Where are the Hawks at? Where did they go? Where could they possibly be? It's got to be down here somewhere, right? It's got to be. Oh, there we go. There we go. 30th, that'd be 31, I guess. 31st last year in the amount that you blitzed in the entire NFL, 15.2%. The New York Jets, Robert Saleh, another Coach Carroll acolyte, also not blitzing very heavy there with the New York Jets, despite the fact that they had a couple of corners there on the outside. I thought that was a little bit of an interesting statistic. So 15% last year, very low, 31st. This is where you've been for 10 years. Let's go now to where we are right now this year. And here's your same situation we've got. Kind of get this a little bit more built up so you guys can see this a little clearer. Maybe like we had a second ago there. Okay, so we've got the Vikings. Brian Flores going crazy up there in Minnesota. We've got New York Giants with Wink Martindale, 39%, right where he was last year. No real surprise there. Buccaneers, another blitz-heavy team, of course. Bill Belichick likes his blitzes. Not the greatest effect this year, though. But then we find Seattle's here pretty quickly on the list, don't we? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you got Seahawks 13th at 23.8%. Just behind the Cowboys, Quinn at 12. Kind of interesting. Now that's a 7-8% jump, but that takes you to that middle of the road place that I was talking about, which brings you into really beyond just the blitzing and the effect that has, which we're going to show you some clips about the effect blitzing does have, the effect that just the threat of it has. But just bringing yourself up to that mark takes you out of that predictable place just on that one little point of basis to begin things. That's the first place I want to lead with. We remove some of the predictable nature of our defense by embracing more of this. And you haven't had the means to do this in the past. You got the personnel to do this now here that you haven't had before. But this is going to, I think, bode very well for this defense as we move into the future because it was the proper adjustment that needed to be made. You couldn't continue to just sit there and be that predictable. You've got to remove advantages off the table for the opposition, not give them advantages onto the table, not go, okay, here's another one. Here, let me give you that. We don't need that. You can have that. You're going to give it to me? Yeah, just take it. It's all good. So let's look at a couple of snippets here, and then I got a couple clips. But I want to first, let's set the stage here a little bit. In looking at the Rams game in their initial week, not a lot of blitzing. We go to the Lions game, and I'm going to show you a couple of sequence of plays here from the Lions game where there was a little bit more blitzing, just a bit more. Then you kind of went back on the Carolina Panther, and absent a couple of 5-man blitzes, you really didn't do much blitzing against Andy Dalton. Perhaps thinking that he would be able to read it or understand it more than some of these other quarterbacks that they've gone after. And then this last week with the Giants, you really put an uptick to it. You really decided, let's let it loose. Let's let it go. Certainly Jamal Adams' return might have been a big part of that game plan being unveiled in that way. But you went in at the most, and I don't think that it's any coincidence that you had your best defensive performance of the year when you did that this year, and also one of the best defensive performances that we've seen in years from the Seahawks defense, in my humble opinion. Let's look at a 3-play sequence here with the Lions, and I'm going to take you back. We're going to go back to the Detroit Lions game. Let's go back to a key sequence in that game. Let's go perhaps and call it just maybe one of the most key sequences in that entire football game. And what we've got Jared Goff dropping back on one play, gets sacked, comes back the other play, throws an interception to Trey Brown, pick 6 city. Basically kind of the game-changing spot at that point. Now, Geno Smith had to go and get the business done in OT, no doubt about that. Props to the offense for doing what they did. But yeah, the defense got it done on that couple of play sequence. And how did they do it? Well, let's go through the 3-play sequence. And we're not going to lock on anybody in particular. What I really want to highlight here, more than anything else, is we're going to highlight what they did with this 3-play sequence, how they got to the point of disturbing Jared Goff. Because remember this point, Jared Goff is en route in this moment to setting an NFL record with having so many attempts without throwing an interception. That's where we're at with this. So he's been very smart with his decision-making. He's been very calm in his decision-making. We get to this first play. So number 1 play here, you're bringing a blitz on this one. See all those bodies up near the line of scrimmage? We've got and Goff's looking at this and he's like, wow, everybody's coming, huh? The whole line, huh? So right off the gate, we're starting to throw a little bit more at him. Now you sort of drop your defensive end, which is what you're going to see as kind of a commonality of their blitz style here, which is a lot of zone drops by the outside linebackers. But this isn't the worst thing. So Derek Hall picks up the back out of the backfield. The pass rush then starts to kind of curl in over like a wave from the right on Jared Goff. He feels the pressure. You can see it with his feet. Right off the snap, he's a little bit jumpy by the blitz look alone, but then he starts to get even more. So like, let me roll out a little bit to your left. Not a big roll out, but just a little bit of movement. He senses it's there. Now it's a completed pass. It is. But what you do like about this is it would appear, watch his head look to the left here, and Derek Hall taking away that hot route. Because Jared Goff reads blitz here, but what you're doing with that zone drop outside linebacker defender at that point is you're hopefully removing him as the hot route read. And now you got the quarterback trying to go to read 2 and 3 in his progression as he's got a blitz breathing down his neck. And it's not that easy to do so. So that's play 1 here, this sequence. Now we go to play 2. Seahawks brought the blitz from the right. Now they bring it from the left. And we get Trey Brown coming back here. Okay? So, sorry, I slowed these down so we can kind of run this different stage. So you've got, again, the different look altogether from what they showed last time. They're mixing looks up a little bit here, right? You got Bobby Jordan now off the line of scrimmage. Where just a second ago, they were right on the line of scrimmage. Trey Brown now coming on a corner blitz. And so Jared had read this at the snap of, okay, there's not a blitz here. I'm free and clear here off this play action. I'll be okay on this. But Trey Brown is arriving, and by the time Jared Goff's turning his back around to Trey Brown, holy hell, Trey Brown's here. This is why Jared Goff didn't get out of this sack, is that he didn't have a lot of time to kind of, he's got a little bit of time here to kind of recognize it, but I don't think he was counting on him being that quickly in the backfield and arriving on the back at that time. And then at this point, of course, the coverage holds up. You see Bobby Wagner over the top, clearing where Jared wants to go with this ball. For those of you hating on Bobby in coverage here, picking up well the receiver over the top, running an over route, and keeping Goff from going to that read. And now Goff gets confused, and now you got a sack. So let me run it to normal speed again for you here. Goff just sees him there and up, and then you got a little bit of pressure also. Shout out to the defensive line doing their part, because it's obviously a little bit of pressure comes in here from the right side of the line. I don't know if that's Reed or Mario Edwards Jr. Is that Edwards? 97 there. I think that's Mario Edwards Jr. over there doing work. Fighting hard there. Penny Sewell coming over to help him. Oh, no, there you go. It's kind of a twisting sort of thing there. Nonetheless, good sack. Brought on the back of pressure. Back-to-back plays. We brought first a stacked front and brought a little bit of that blitz with a zone drop. Now we come with a corner blitz with the linebackers off ball. So he thought he was seeing a kind of a soft front and then got surprised by it. This is what we're doing. You're mixing it up. Unpredictability. I don't know what I'm going to get post-snap. And then we got the third play, which is the pick six. And what did they do on the pick six play? Did they sit back with a soft 4-man front? Did they just go, okay, keep the linebackers at depth? They'll spot drop here. No, off the line, you had both Jordan Brooks and Bobby Wagner right up there on the line of scrimmage here. And then you brought Bobby. So it is only, technically speaking here still not a heavy amount of guys you're bringing, but you are creating confusion. And you are making, when he looks at this, when you're Jared Goff and you're looking at this front and you got Kobe Bryant up at the right and he could be coming, you're making that quarterback now think about that. He isn't just going up to the line of scrimmage. I can't undersell this enough. The quarterback coming up the line of scrimmage and being able to look over this whole thing of what he's trying to discern and being able to eliminate your line of scrimmage past, if the rusher gets around my guy on the front four, I got to make sure I climb the ladder or take a step to my left, right? Versus I come up the line of scrimmage and my eyes start getting real big like this and I'm like, oh, holy hell. What are they doing? Okay, who's my hot? Okay, you got the protection on okay, who's the line getting that guy? Okay, this is gonna, and then you drop or you bring it, but you create the confusion there. So we had 3 plays in a row. You're bringing the blitz there. You're doing it with different ways each time, but we can see Goff getting increasingly nervous over those subset of 3 plays, right? It starts to have an adding effect over each play to the point he's throwing a pick 6 for a guy that was right on the edge of setting an NFL record for the most passing attempts in a row without an interception. You manufactured it as a coaching staff. You didn't sit there and say, well, players go out there and make a play. Yeah, they need to make plays, but you got to help them too. Got to give them times where you put them in those positions to have success. And I love about some of these points in these games early on, especially in this 3-win winning streak, is the coaches are doing that and taking advantage of that. And if that's, Hurt at the forefront of this, that's driving that, props to Clint Hurt. Fantastic to embrace this. I do love the games and what they're running up front here on the line. We're going to see that on the Giants film here in a second. There's a lot of creative things that they're employing here. Splits, twists, delayed blitzes, but it's all working together. That's the thing you're seeing. Guys aren't just running out on their own, pinning their ears back and trying to go make it happen. You're seeing the whole defensive line and their pass rush working together like it was a plan. One other play I want to show you here is a Witherspoon play that was one of the big breakups in this game. This was a 3rd down play where Witherspoon, of course, got his legs tangled up with the receiver on a crossing route, and it was an incomplete pass. Got the ball back after this, but Jordan Brooks on the pressure. You've got this play action under center. This is why quarterbacks, for those that wonder sometimes why quarterbacks like their shotguns and don't like being under center, this is why, because you can't see that blitzer coming until the last second. Goff does a really good job of getting around it. But this was another play on 3rd down in this game where you decided to dial up the pressure rather than sitting back in soft zone, and you got a 3rd down stop on the back of it. Here's a reverse angle of it. You can see Brooks just right back there so fast. But as I was saying before, it's a pass rush that's working together, because then you have Derek Hall on the other end of this. Derek right there. See, Derek's eyes are up here. For a young defender, this is good. Rather than just getting locked in on his guy, he's got his eyes up. He's aware of the fact that Jordan Brooks is blitzing. And that's what allows him to come in here with this pressure. Now, Goff is moving into his space, but it's also him being active and aware as a young kid there, watching what he needs to be watching and paying attention to what he needs to be paying attention to, helping out that play, forcing Goff to maintain keeping him rushed there on that particular play. All right, so strap in, folks. Got a good number of other plays here. Not a crazy amount, but at least I think I got about like 12 or 13 plays, something like that here. But I did want to go through these and just show you these guys, because I'm very encouraged. This is what I've been asking for many years from this team to do a little bit more of, and they're doing it. And I think that they're going to get the returns from it if they do. They don't have to go 24/7 with it. They don't have to go top 10. Hell, you don't have to go top 15. Just be right in that area of the middle of the road point. And I think that it'll really bring about those returns. So I'm going to set the stage with this via this method of these Giants games, because the Giants game, like I said, was the one where you really did dial up the number of blitzes, where you went not hog wild, but you certainly went more than I've seen in recent memory. And it brought a lot of returns, and you were very creative with it and varied with it. And so we're going to start out with showing you a little bit of the coverage for what Jones is looking at on this pre-snap versus what we're going to have at the snap. I think that'll help out here and kind of showing you a bit of why it kind of created some confusion. So first off, we've got a cover 2 look by Seattle. Julian Love's in strong safety. Jamal Adams is down there as your slot cornerback. The Seahawks have their 4-man front, 2-man front, whatever you want to call it thing. Bobby and Jordan in off coverage. Now, Jamal is going to be blitzing on this play. And there's a couple things I want to show about this play. Number one, it's going to be a bit of an appreciation to Jamal Adams. But Daniel Jones has no real indicators here pre-snap as to what they're going to do as far as a blitz goes. He is completely caught off guard by Adams' willingness to get in this backfield and be right back there that quickly. Adams does a really good job here, really good job here of only timing it. And it's hard to see on this a little bit, I know, but I'll try to maybe slow it down a bunch here just so you can get a real good feel for this. Watch how Adams, as he's coming down, doesn't take that final step, that aggressive final step to the line of scrimmage until Daniel Jones' head turns from left to front. And the second that Daniel Jones stops looking over at his side, he's got that one final step and he times the snap perfectly. Some of this is just a little bit of an appreciation for Jamal Adams as a rusher, because this whole play, the whole way, you can see the blocker can't get over there to him. See how the receiver's like, I got to let him go. I was supposed to block that guy, but he's too quick through there. And this is really Jamal just with his timing. That final step, when he knows he's got when he knows he's got Daniel Jones' eyes off of him, so that Daniel Jones is going to be expecting him to do what he does there, he takes that aggressive step. Jones is able to complete this as a little 3-4 yard pass here. Jamal will make this tackle down the line, but love how they put this together. There's not a lot of showing this pre-snap about what you're doing. Jamal's a master of this. That's part of what makes him a good blitzer, is not just the quickness, and he's got some unusual bend and dip for a guy that's a safety, but also his timing of knowing how to blitz. That's the thing that you have to have in blitzers. This is part of why we haven't blitzed in years past, is that we haven't had the personnel that has that in their skill set to do it. And part of the skill set is, I don't show my hand. The quarterback doesn't know I'm coming until I'm coming. And that's a part where we've struggled with that at times in the past. For when we have called the blitz, our guys always end up showing it too quickly to the quarterback. And then the quarterback makes his head check groove and, moves this guy here, moves this guy there, and they're able to counter it. Next play here, we've got a spoon blitz and another one of those zone drop kind of looks. So again, at the snap here, we'll go to the end zone angle of this, but this is the overhead here. Seattle's out of a little bit of not as much the pure cover 2 look there. The safety's up nearer towards the line of scrimmage. I'm guessing they're playing this that way because there is this blitz on this play, and they're trying, like I said before, to take away the hot route looks for Daniel Jones on this. Another big point of props I'd like to give to the coaching staff in this game is there was a lot more of a willingness to squeeze down on the shorter routes here. So you're blitzing and squeezing the short routes, because if you blitz and leave the hots open, you're neutralizing your blitz a lot of times because the quarterback just knows he can go to the hots. You eliminate the hots and you blitz. Now he's got to be very smart in his decision-making or very elusive. So we've got that safety down there, I think, partly for that reason. You're going to get Derek Hall bottom of your screen when I switch back to the end zone shot, falling back in a zone drop. I know we had a lot of problems a couple of years ago with the zone drops we were seeing from the Hawks defense with Ken Norton. The issue with that was that you were running a 4-3 defense and trying to do zone drops out of that. That doesn't work. And you were doing it with defensive linemen like defensive tackles like Brian Monet. That doesn't work. What we're doing with the zone drop is a little more traditionally of what you would do with 3-4 defenses and outside linebackers in 3-4 defenses. Because though we still have a 4-man front for the most part in how we run it, those guys are outside linebackers in their alignment. And when they're in that wide 9 stretched a little bit further out on that line, that does put them in a better position to get out into the flats or spot drop in space if they got to just hit to a zone, and especially if it's in the name of taking away a hot route, like a running back leaking out of the backfield into the flat, and you just have him run to that really quick because the quarterback, the second that he sees that, instead of in his first mind's view thinking I got the blitz, my hot's going to be open because they're going to leave a man uncovered because they're trying to overwhelm our pass protection. And then he looks over and sees Derek Hall over there, protecting the guy. Now he's got to go to his other reads or his other options on the play. So let's see how this one played out. Here comes Devin Witherspoon, an absolute blur off the edge. And then we have Derek Hall dropping to that side. Now, Witherspoon, much like Adams, times this up just beautifully. You can see this, like he couldn't have timed it up better. He's running full speed at the snap. And not only that, he catches Daniel Jones completely off guard. Notice here too, what I just talked about with rather than showing a cover 2 look alignment. So lock in it if you can to the more of the bottom of the screen there. We got Mike Jackson at the far bottom, and then above him you have Love. If Love's back 5 or 6 yards here, he's not going to be able to get down to the route you're going to see here, which is going to be Waller right there. That's where Daniel Jones' eyes go to. So let me roll a little slower. Watch Daniel Jones's eyes go to Love here. So you've got first Derek Hall is going to take the running back. Bang, there goes hot 1. Now you've got Darren Hall or Waller. Sir, Waller down is hot 2. He's done. There's not enough time to go to number 3. There's 1, 2, and then you have got to get the ball out of your hands or you're going to get sacked because they've got a free rusher. Part of it's the timing of Witherspoon here, but a big part of it is how the coaching staff has made sure that, because, and I know it might be seeming like, well, of course they're going to squeeze down in the shorter routes. But remember, what happens when you go and blitz is you leave less guys in the back end. And remember the mantra of Coach Carroll at the beginning of his defense that I started out with, which is prevent the big play and limit the run. So he's got to, if you can't do everything defensively on a particular play. You can't blitz somebody and get a free rusher, squeeze down on the hot routes, and protect against the deep ball. And so what I'm trying to say with this is that there's a ton of props that's got to be given to the coaching staff for the willingness to take these risks in these situations, given that it's against their general nature to do so. They don't want to do this stuff, but they understand that this is going to help them out. It's going to make it's the best use of their personnel. So a fantastic marrying up of the blitz there and with sensational timing by Devin Witherspoon. Here we've got a Brooks blitz on this particular play. So you have him aligned up there in, what about the B gap, I guess, is what we'll technically call that. We've got our 4-man front of the Seahawks, outside linebackers and wide 9, sort of showing a cover 3 to Daniel Jones here. So you see you got the single high safety. Love is not in an in-between territory. He's down there in actually the box here. So you've got a lot of defenders down the box. Cover 3 look. If I'm Daniel Jones, I'm guessing that I'm going to get Quandre Diggs bailing into single high safety and those outside corners dropping into their cover 3 bail technique as well. Let's see how it plays out though. Oh wait, whoops. let me get the right play. Live show, folks. It's live show. Here we go. All right. So Witherspoon stays where he's at. Play action pass. Brooks does come on this play. And of course, Uchenna Nwosu's there. And then you got Mario Edwards behind who cleans it up. Strip sack, fumble. Seahawks recover. Brooks right there to recover it. Why is he right there to recover it? Because that man was blitzing on this play. So Witherspoon coming along there. We saw them do this to the Lions. And I don't know if the coaching staff just kind of has this thing built in where they know they're not running the ball here. Or that maybe because they have so many bodies down by the line of scrimmage, Uchenna can just play the quarterback hard here, you know? He can just go right out because he's not playing the run at any point in this play, right? Uchenna's all about going after Jones on this play. But you've got Bobby and Witherspoon down there playing kind of like de facto 2 linebackers there after the man goes in motion. And so maybe you feel like you can just have it. I always like that when defenses do that, where they just decide if it's a play like this and the quarterback's going to end up rolling out, to leave a guy just to hit the quarterback if he's going to try to, fool you, especially when the Hawks have done as well as they have at stopping the run so far this year. Not as much a need maybe to dedicate those bodies to that ground game, and so you can bring those guys. But part of what makes this play work is Brooks in helping to overwhelm this front. Because notice what the right tackle's doing here? I mean, maybe they probably leave Uchenna unblocked here anyway, but Brooks's presence makes Uchenna being unblocked a certainty. And Uchenna being unblocked is what allows Mario Edwards to make the sack. Probably he's left unblocked, probably, but maybe not if he's not there. Because as you can see, they're going to try to make this look like a run game all the way through. So it's hard to say, but I think it helps. Certainly helps to make sure you're going to have Uchenna then freed up there by having Brooks up in that gap. And this is again different than what they've done in years past and their willingness there. How they roll it. Let's go here now to another play. We've got Brooks blitzing again. This is going to be Uchenna with a zone drop. So Uchenna is going to be on the bottom of the line of scrimmage there. He's going to be a guy dropping out. And then you're going to have Brooks, who's like he was a second ago there, lingering around up in that sort of B gap point. The Giants got kind of a 4-man receiver look here, 3 wide, 1 tight end. And then we got him kind of bunched to both sides a little bit. So Seattle's in a cover 2 look on the back end with Love and Quandre Diggs. Bobby sitting heads up middle. Hard to see. You're looking at Brooks now. You're going, okay, Brooks is probably going to come. Oh, man, sorry. I had these all set up, and I was a little blurry-eyed the other night when I was putting these together, so bear with me on some of these. So we're going to get Uchenna drops. And he goes right to his hot. Daniel started to feel this pressure pretty quickly in this game where he was going to get that ball out of his hands because he just wasn't liking what he was feeling. Just a 5-man blitz here. Similar to what you just ran a second ago, but effective in getting Daniel to throw this ball super quick. Where this ain't getting this. Daniel's not throwing this because the flat's going to have an easy 8 or 9 yards here if I can throw this ball. Daniel's throwing this because Bobby's coming. And he's feeling the pressure right up that right side there. And he's like, just get the ball out of my hands here, please. Thank you. I'll make sure I got this right. Okay. Here we got Bobby blitzing. It's not just Jordan going, but this time we're going to get a little bit of Bobby action going on. So they're going to reverse roles here. Another cover 2 look. You've got Mike Jackson in off coverage. Woolen's going to run a little bit of man to the bottom side here. As you can see, I'm a little bit tightened up. I love when Seattle does this. You got Mike on the field. He can run that zone, run zone half field, run man the other half. And then when you get Witherspoon, or I guess, they're running literal half because Witherspoon's on the other side here too with Woolen. But love that they've got that kind of setup between those two corners, taking advantage of what they do well. And then let's see this. We got Witherspoon up near the line of scrimmage here. Let me play this a little slower. Make sure you guys can get a view of this. Sorry if it goes a little too fast. I'm trying to give you guys a couple views of these as we do this so it's not too quick. But we got a lot of guys up near the line of scrimmage. Love, Witherspoon up near there. Brooks showing blitz as well. I had this as I guess this is a Brooks blitz. I had this limp. Sorry, I had this, I guess, a little bit. This was a Brooks blitz rather than the Bobby blitz. But Uchenna causing the pressure here. Again, the willingness to throw the fifth man up on the line of scrimmage, though, allows those edge to cause havoc. One nice thing the five-man fronts do, I grabbed the, sorry guys, I must have mislabeled this one. So we're just going to have to put this one to bed. My bad. I got a lot of these, so. All right, here we got a spoon blitz here, and then Love's going to pick up his end of the bargain here as well. So cover two look. Little overhead shot. You'll see Love screaming off the edge here. Or I'm sorry, it's Quandre Diggs picking up the hot route. And play this a couple times quick here, just at normal speed. The aggressiveness of the corners, especially Quandre on this side. Quandre is, by the alignment of this, basically still your free safety here. And you can see from the start of this how far he is off the line of scrimmage to where he arrives to pick this guy up. Because you're going to have Witherspoon blitzing. So Diggs has got to come up there and pick up this hot man read and be able to make the tackle in time. The marrying of these things two together. And that's what he does. He knows he's blitzing. He knows he's going to have it. He's going to be his guys where Daniel Jones is likely to go. Don't play it soft. Play it aggressive, right? Don't think about limiting the big play over the top there. Don't have Quandre Diggs going to a cover two drop there, right? And then just hoping your linebacker is going to rally up. Bring the safety up there to pick your guy up then, and do it aggressively. Have him get downhill quickly and limit the play to a stop. So do you get home on this on a sack? No. But this is about a 3.5-yard play on a pass play. That's a win for a defense. Just like that little throw to the flat I showed a couple of plays ago. That's a W on the defensive side of the ball at that point. And so it's not just bringing in blitz. It's not just about getting there and arriving and causing a bunch of sacks like they did last week. It is also just about causing chaos, creating havoc. That's what you're trying to dial up here. That's the mode of the day, so to speak. All right, we got a five-man front here again with Bobby up in that gap, B gap, a little bit like we've seen them use Jordan Brooks. Jordan Brooks also dancing around here. Is he coming? Is he not coming? A little bit of confusion here for Daniel Jones on this play. You can see Brooks creeping up like he's going to come. Look at Love coming up at the top of the end of the screen. Who's coming? Who isn't coming? Love, I'm just coming down here to take care of Waller. Jones looks over to Waller. Not there. Got to come back to a different read. We got Boye Mafe screaming off the edge. Bobby Wagner cleans up the sack as Daniel Jones steps up into the pocket. That thing I talked about at the top of the show. Creating situations where Daniel Jones isn't sure about what he's seeing prior to the snap. He's not sure about who's coming and who isn't. It's not merely just about bringing all these people, but also making him think. He's not sure about what he's seeing. And then he's got no time to react, and everything feels like it's happening 100 miles an hour in front of him, which is just what happens here on this play. But it's also that Love. It's Love coming up at the top left hand of your screen. Take that hot away. Take it away. Don't just blitz and leave the hot open because you're trying to protect against deep balls. Sacrifice a little bit of that willingness to protect everything deep to bring guys up a little bit more aggressively to then, cut it down. But you can see here too that this defensive line's all working together. See how Bobby bounces around there at the snap with purpose? Like he's not just reading and reacting here. There's things that they've drawn up here to do this. See, it's a little twist stunt that he runs there with Uchenna. I love this. You're not running this with two defensive linemen. You're doing your linebacker and your edge running it. And Bobby gets free off of it. Such a great way to use Bobby. And the thing to just, I love that we're using Bobby the proper way. Sending him on these blitzes. You can see he's still a very, very good blitzer. Maybe one of the best blitzers in the league from the middle linebacker position. And then you got some creativity on top of it. So you're blitzing here, but you're not just doing the caveman approach to blitz style, right? The dummy guide to blitzing. You're also blitzing with some creativity in how you work the front. And then Boye Mafe just licks his man off the edge, right? Boye Mafe just, and I did the video a couple days ago with him. He just completely, cements the play by what he does. But here's the thing. Take Boye Mafe out of this play. Bobby Wagner is still coming as a free twister. Daniel Jones is still dead to rights at that play. All right, here we got another spoon blitz on this play. A little bit of we got a kind of a 5-man front here from the Seahawks. Well, I guess we go traditional 3-4 here from them. And then you've got Bobby as your solo middle linebacker here on the play. So 3 down linemen. Hawks showing a little bit of a different front look here to Daniel Jones. Witherspoon's going to end up blitzing on this play. You got your safeties far off in coverage here. Quandre is a good 20 yards off the line of scrimmage. And let's see how this plays out. Witherspoon moves in off the edge, forces the play to the side. But the guy to watch in tandem with this is going to be Mr. Julian Love. Julian Love and Bobby Wagner work well together in coverage on this zone. Because Julian Love, I know that your eyes are going to want to be drawn to the bottom of the screen, but also look how it's about taking away where they know Daniel Jones's first read's going to go, which is right to the middle of the field. Love's right down there. And this previous shot I showed you here, you got on this play, the Love's nowhere near the middle of the field before the snap. He hauls ass to get to that spot of the field post-snap on this play. Knowing again that like we saw with Quandre, knowing your guy's going to be blitzing off that corner spot. So he's got to run there. But then there's a handoff to Bobby, which is just wonderfully done on their part. Where watch Bobby getting out there. He's got his zone. Bang. Handoff goes. Julian says, get him, Bobby. Bobby's got him. Force it as an incomplete pass. And up front, can you guys feel, rather than locking on one guy, feel how the line seems to just kind of be slanting a little bit to the left to force them right into that Witherspoon blitz, right? Almost to kind of give Jones a feeling like you're going to have an escape out the front door of the pocket here. But that's right where you're bringing the cornerback from. A little bit of the pressure kind of loops in that direction a bit. I think it's purposeful. I don't know for sure, but it looks purposeful when I see it. Bring him right into that blitz there. And the running back does a good job of picking it up, but Witherspoon shows how physical and on it he is. All right, here we're going to get a Bobby Wagner blitz and a Derek Hall pickup in zone. And this is going to be a spot drop zone here, drop for Derek Hall. Seahawks at the line of scrimmage here with another 3-4 look. So another different front here, mixing things up. Daniel's not just seeing the same thing play after play. Every time he's come up there, he's got to look at a kind of a slightly different front to what he saw before, and makes a little bit of a harder part of the process to process. Bobby is going to just kind of hide in there behind Miles Adams, and that's a big boy to hide in behind. That's a lot of man that you can hide in behind, and then just gets right through the running back's cut block there. Cameron Young ends up dragging Daniel Jones down to the ground. A lot of guys do some really good things here on the front. But then watch Derek Hall here, top left of your screen. Or isn't Derek Hall? I thought we had a Derek Hall there. Yeah, there he goes. He's staying on the tight end there. It looks a little bit off the snap like he's going to be coming as a pass rusher, but then watch how he late. Make sure he stays on him. Because you're bringing a blitz and you want to remove hot routes and where you think Daniel will go to a hot. And you can determine by a team where they go to hots and what they tend to do that's what good film study does, right? As a coaching staff, as you monitor and say, okay, he likes to, you bring a blitz, he's going to this guy. You bring this kind of blitz, he's going over here to that guy. So you build that a little bit into your strategy and your approach a little bit here. But love how Bobby just sort of Shows you off that pass rush acumen that he's got. Kind of slightly hides back behind there. Keeps his feet after the cut block. I know Cameron Young makes this play. It's a nice cut block by the running back, but another good thing happening on the back of it's just a 5-man pressure front on this one, but it does work. And something good happens. Here we're going to get a Brooks and a spoon blitz. So you're going to send both the linebacker and the slot corner here, and you've got them up real close in their alignment there to be able to send Witherspoon. You can see he's already kind of up around that line of scrimmage. He's going to get his man motioning back across the formation, which is going to leave him as a theoretical unblocked defender there coming off the edge. And then you're going to get Jordan Brooks on this play, but let me just play it here for you. So Jordan Brooks coming, spoon coming, Jordan gets blocked, spoon right there on top of him. He's so quick, and his acceleration is pretty crazy with how fast, and a couple times in this game, like the one where he had Daniel Jones rolling out and Jones tried to throw it away, but Witherspoon was right there into him and caused him to kind of bobble the ball away a little bit. He just gets there so fast. But you're sending Bobby, you're not just sending an extra 2 guys here, you're also stunting along Darrell Taylor. So watch Darrell Taylor to the left-hand side of your screen, 52. He cuts inside, boom, and look at what that does to that tackle. That leaves Witherspoon wide open to come through. The running back just wants to get into his route. He makes a catch, another very marginal, tiny little gain, little baby gain that this is a win again for the defense in doing this. But brought up by that pressure, brought up by the marrying of the whole defensive line together here. Because Darrell slanting inside on that, good teammate. That clears that tackle. See how the tackle sucked to him like a magnet there? Then that pulls and allows Witherspoon to just get back there unfettered. If he does it a little bit different, if he might go wide, for instance, if Taylor goes out wide to the right shoulder here of the tackle, maybe that tackle tries to get a right out or arm out on Witherspoon to just slow him up a little bit. But that's what I like about these blitzes, that they're all working together up front. Nobody's just doing their own thing or just, being a marvelous blitzer in their own right. It's all married together. 4-man front here, single high safety with your free safety and Diggs. Julian Love down more, not fully into the box, somewhere halfway between the box and a typical strong safety look, I guess. You've got we've got a 4 wide receiver look here for the Giants, or what they tend to go to, that 3 wide, 1 tight end. This Waller's kind of that hybrid guy that they meet out. So you got the pre-snap here, with Brooks playing around with some games. You can see him moving around the line of scrimmage. Bobby is standing kind of still, so he's not doing a lot. You have Witherspoon down at the bottom of your screen. Already sent him a couple times in this game. Daniel Jones has got to be thinking about that. Who's coming, who isn't? And instead of Jordan, it's Bobby coming. Perfectly timed. Watch the games Jordan's setting up here. He's dancing around that line of scrimmage prior to that snap. He's showing Daniel Jones, I'm coming. I'm just trying to find the right little gap. Where's the hole going to be at? Where's the hole going to be at? Nope, I'm not coming. I'm going to go take away your hot route read. And Uchenna, I'm dropping out on a zone drop to take away your other hot route read. And Draymond gets some great pressure. Boye Mafe gets some great pressure here. But Bobby Wagner's there because the offensive line, not just Daniel Jones, but the offensive line here, at no point in time does anybody on that line think Bobby's the one who's coming. He ends up, it's only until he's right there on that lineman, the guy goes, oh, Bobby's coming. And then Bobby's showing you that ability with that swim move that he's got to bounce wide and get around a guy. Bobby's always had that as a blitzer. But running games. And watch Daniel Jones. His head's going to go to the running back, to his right or his left, our right. He's looking at that running back. Uchenna's there. And then Draymond Jones has just created too much pressure. All right, so we got Bobby blitzing here on this play again. Another cover 2 look from Seattle. Corners off coverage. Notice again that line I talked about a second ago where what I like to see is you open that door more for Woolen to play that man-based concept because you don't have him in off coverage, dropping to depth necessarily in cover 3. Whereas because you have Mike Jackson out there, you do have him a little bit more in that off coverage and more in the position to drop to the cover 3, technique at that point. I wanted on this one to show this one a little bit more over the top, I think. That's why I wanted to do this shot. So we got Bobby coming. Not really a delayed blitz, but definitely waits to show his hand. Pressure just starts to eat up underneath there. You can see Daniel Jones. See, Daniel's looking here, I believe, on this play to Woolen. And since Woolen's in that, he's going to, I'm going to hit my outside receiver, I think, here, but Woolen's staying man. He's not bailing out. He's staying right tight there to the hip. And then you'll notice that Uchenna there off the line of scrimmage has picked up the other. So he goes 1-2 to Daniel Jones. Think of it like that, right? Outside to the slot. So outside, he recognizes that Woolen's in man, but then he's surprised to find out that the outside linebacker has picked up the tight end. Then we get to the now you don't have any more time left thing. You get a blitz, you're going to get probably a 2-read amount of time to go through, and he determines I'm going to go to the left side of the field here and go to the read over there. But neither are open. Uchenna's right on top of his guy there. Safety's closing over the top to bracket it up. Woolen's sitting on the coverage on the other side. And Daniel never gets an opportunity here to go to the bottom side of the screen where there actually might have been a spot opened up for him to hit. As we can see the bottom side receiver there sitting down on Michael Jackson's. See, if I was Daniel Jones and a smart quarterback here, I would have made this read where as soon as I read the blitz, I would have attacked Michael Jackson's side with the stop route. Because I'm going to know, like I said a second ago, if I'm going to look at this tape beforehand with Daniel Jones and just take note of the tight differential of alignment between Jackson, bottom of your screen, and Woolen, top of your screen. Woolen, top of your screen, that's a lot easier position to go play man. Jackson, bottom of your screen, that looks like cover 3 all day. So I got a blitz. I'm going to look for some route that I can hit that's quick here. If I'm Daniel Jones, I'm going to go to my other side of the read. I don't know why he drew to the left side there with that off coverage look by Mike Jackson. But this is maybe some of the problems that we have, Giants fans have with Daniel Jones. Another shot here of it with just the end zone look of things. You can see Uchenna picking up his he didn't think Uchenna was. The hard part about this unpredictability is that outside linebacker's coming all game long. Uchenna's coming all game long. Uchenna all game, I know where he's coming off the edge. He's coming off the edge every time. Nope, I'm taking your hot route. Damn it. And then he's trying to, he kind of panics and tries to just flip it to the running back. But that's where he wanted to go. His pre-snap read, his post-snap read. He's going, oh, hell, the pressure's coming once again. But you can watch, I'll run it slow. Watch his head looking right to the man that Uchenna picks up here. So snap back. Uchenna picks him up. Look at his first read goes to Woolen's side. Oh, now what? Nep, see how he turned then to the inside receiver? And now Uchenna's on it. And he knows I don't have read 3. And now he's into like, where's my running back? How do I get rid of this thing before I get clobbered? But you can see the literal moment there when you watch this that he goes from that outside read of Woolen. So it's first set up. It's first set up by the fact that the Seahawks coaching staff's willing to play Woolen and man, which is what he's best in. Because if you have him in off coverage like you do Michael Jackson here, they have a stop route and they complete this. That's not in it. But then it's the second part of also being unpredictable in your fronts because Uchenna then picks up the hot route read. How does Daniel Jones predict that when he's looking at this prior to the snap? How does he predict that that's what that's going to be post-snap? You can't. Outside of the Seahawks doing a ton of it and making that something that's a forefront of what they do, which even then when you're only middle of the road and your blitzes and all that, you don't do it enough to make it that much of to where they're going to be as aware of it. It's confusing. It's hard to read. It's hard to know. And it overwhelmed their line on Monday night. And I think it's going to do to other defenses the same as we go into the future here. It's not a lot of the Hawks bringing 7-8 man blitzes. It's a lot of 5-man blitzes, really. It'll be 5-man blitzes that look like 6-man blitzes that go to 5-man because you do the zone drops with the outside linebackers. But like they showed in this Giants game, that can be really effective when you take that trek, because you have the outside linebackers in their alignment now to naturally pick those guys up. When I've got a defensive end with his hand in the dirt and he's got to go pick up a flat route or again carry a wheel route into space, it's really tough to do because naturally the defensive end is going to be probably about 10 to 15 pounds heavier than an outside linebacker is going to be, but also because he's more tighter to the line of scrimmage. He doesn't have the kind of head start an outside linebacker does to stay on top of those running backs or those tight ends in space. They're just in a better situated spot to be able to go out there then and cover because, again, they're not asked to take on a wide receiver or a slot receiver. They're just taking on usually a running back into the flat or a tight end that's just trying to sit down really quickly because the offense sees the blitz and they want to dial up a couple of hot routes at that point if they happen to see it to make sure, or even if they don't even dial it up, they just have it built into their offense, a couple of short checks to go to. You're looking to take those away defensively in conjunction with how you blitz. But it's being really well married together by the Seattle Seahawks. And they're not necessarily going to have to do this at the top 10 rate of things. They're not going to have to go wild and crazy and let it rip. They just got to dial it from that real super hyper conservative nature of things as it was a couple of years ago, more into a place now that, can just be functional, league average. And league average will take you miles further ahead, because it'll be harder to predict your other defenses. It'll be harder to predict those times when you are then just bringing the front 4 guys and dropping into your typical cover 3 looks or your quarter half. And so love what I saw from them in this Giants game. A lot of this kind of creativity being employed, a lot of different things in the creativity and how you applied it. The line is as well going through a couple of these games through this bye week and looking again back at the defensive line. The line is running a lot of real fun games and tricks up there. And it's not always just quite simply purely stunts, because you might usually in years past with especially our front 4, you'd see 2 scissor stunts on the defensive line, and that'd be your stunt. Whereas now you'll have at times where you're bringing the blitzer like we saw on the tape there, and then you're stunting to the weak side, or you're running a little bit of a twist where it's not actually a stunt. I was looking at some of the Boye Mafe tape on plays where he was looping inside, and sometimes you have it to where the defensive tackle, who might be normally a stunter, will look to first take on the guard and then sort of end up forcing that guard into the tackle as the edge is then looping back inside. And that was freeing Boye up quite a bit. And it's not technically then that guy being Mario Edwards Jr. or Jaron Reed is actually technically stunting or twisting. They're just kind of doing it, going into that eat up blockers thing, take up space thing, but working absolutely tandemly with Boye Mafe, with those edge rushers. And this is why your Seattle Seahawks going into this last week before the bye were leading the league in pressures, and that they're seeing this uptick happen is that guys are winning on the outside, sure, but the blitz is also factoring in, and it's being maximally effective. I talked to you guys about that Detroit game. Those were the game-changing plays in this game. In that game against Detroit defensively, the plays that stood out, the pick six, the blitz of Trey Brown where he got to you, the pass breakup with Witherspoon where the legs tangled up. All of those on the back of a game in which you didn't blitz a lot, but the few times you did, it was really effective. I hope the team continues to lean into this direction throughout the course of the season, because I think it's going to bring returns in helping this defense round into shape, especially when it comes to limiting yards on the back end, not allowing guys like Andy Dalton to be able to throw for 330, 340 on you without even blinking. Now we start to make it a little bit tougher out there, like we've made it tougher in the run game, as that part has been working beautifully so far to start this year. Can't have any issues with that as it stands. So we'll see if the Seahawks continue to go with this method approach, but there's no doubt about it at this percentage point. This is so much higher than Coach Carroll has ever blitzed or has ever decided to dial up this amount of pressures. It takes him outside of his comfort zone. But one of the things we always say with this is that when the team makes a transition to a place that's smart and intelligent and needs to happen, you got to give them the props for doing so, because it's especially when it goes against their given nature, understanding that you got to evolve things. You can't just remain stagnant defensively and expect to win as you won 10 years ago in the same way. You got to add those little wrinkles in there. The Seattle Seahawks defense is doing it, and I think it will. If we're looking for reasons why this defensive performance can continue to take the steps forward. I'm not saying they're going to become dominant. I'm not saying top 5, but to take the steps forward to where we thought they needed to be this offseason, which is get yourself into a middle of the road state, not just as far as blitz rate, but as far as your overall performance goes, points, yards allowed, all that. Because if you could do that, your offense should be top 5, your special team should be top 3, and you should be in sort of a contender state at that point if you put all of those together. And I think that they're going to get there if they're willing to embrace this blitz like they never have before. And not just embrace it, but run it well, creatively, imaginatively, exotically, unpredictably. You can apply that to all of what they've done when they've used it. And it's been such a breath of fresh air for me to watch from where we've seen that in the past, where at times you'd run the blitz before and your guy would, if you were bringing a corner blitz, he'd be coming down the line of scrimmage and right next to the defensive end before the snap, and the quarterback would see him and go into his signals, and you, oh man, like, oh, they saw it. And sure enough, they'd have it pass protected up post snap. None of that so far also on this stuff, where you're getting home and surprising them because everything is so very well timed. Beautifully done. Beautifully done by this team. Appreciate everybody watching here today on the stream. Do me a favor and hit that like button if you could. I want to, if I can here, thank Seahawks Brendan Nelson. I'm going to get out of the way here really quickly so you guys can kind of see it. I had it posted up. I thought it looked better in the spot, but I'm kind of like covering it up now. But Seahawks Brendan Nelson sent me a great little birthday gift. If you guys look over my left-hand shoulder here. Right there. There, we got a little Hawks Nest thing back there. So I didn't realize my microphone was going to cover it up when I was setting it up. So there we go. We'll do it like that. Then you guys can kind of see it. But shout out to Brendan Nelson for an awesome birthday present on his part. A little Hawks Nest custom. It's like a little, it's got a metal piece, customized metal piece deal there. But I appreciate you for that, Brendan. I might have to adjust it to put it better into frame. I think I might have to move it over and move Richard down to get it. I'm blocking it up too much when I get the mic moved in. But thank you, Brendan Nelson, for that. Appreciate that. That's the best birthday present ever, man. To you. Somebody put some good hard work into that sucker. I'm trying to get in the shot here. It's not working. Please do hit that like button, folks, if you like what you're listening to today. As well, just want to thank the sponsor of this show today, which is going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this season. You can click the link at the top of the description below, and right now get $100 matched on your first deposit, up to $100 when you use that code NEST. There are some limitations that apply, though. In the state of Washington, if you do go into a casino, you can use the app within the casino. So $100 on me to you from Underdog Fantasy. They've got some great contests ongoing throughout this course of this year, giving away $200,000 every single week, multiple millions on the year. You can get into any kind of game that you want to get into over there. It's not restricted, and really the least in the different types of things and whatnot that you can get into. So thank you to Underdogs Fantasy for sponsoring the show throughout the course of this year. And appreciate you guys for hitting all those like buttons and all that. And I hope everyone's having a great day. Holy Hand Grenade, how you doing? 3 Hour, what's up? If Adams goes down again this year, I genuinely might cry. I feel bad for that dude. You can tell he loves football. He just can't catch a break. Yeah, no, you do feel bad. You do feel bad for Jamal Adams with where stuff's gone so far. It's just, you talk about a guy being due a break, a guy that's just wants to get out there and play. I mean, absolutely, you feel that way for him right now. So I hope he can find the right kind of trick, the right kind of luck to make it go. But yeah, that's well said. It's been tough for him. It sounds like he's getting through protocol okay, and it sounds like he's going to be back for this next upcoming game. Chad Hart, how you doing, man? I ever had that kind of capital, I would have go to every single. Even our luck, right? He can still have a game against us, though. He's did. Mark Harbercorn, how you doing, man? Nitro Hawk, what's up? Addicted Hawks, hello. Megan Gock Rogers, heading out to watch some hockey. Sounds good, Megan. Have a good one. Daniel, what's up? Trenton Bucket, it's always a good day when Brandon releases a video. Thank you, Trenton. Appreciate you, man. It's fun watching this team running defensively in that Giants game with how creatively they were employing what they were doing. Snail says Abe Lucas is not able to come off of IR this week. That's surprising. I thought he was with 4 weeks, but I guess they waited to put it in or something. Save the Geese says Bengal fans are acting cocky for this upcoming matchup. They haven't looked good all season, minus last Sunday against a terrible Cardinals team where they gave up 20 points. Seattle has momentum. Seattle D has momentum, and that Cardinal fan base definitely probably feels pretty solidly about their team. I mean, I think that they should. I think that that's a team that's one of the few teams out there in the AFC that can go toe-to-toe with the Kansas City Chiefs. And they've been good for a couple years now, especially if now it is. I mean, to me, it's Burrow makes that team sink or swim. And if he's not at full health or near full health, they're not swimming. But it's relying on that, and he looked pretty close to full health last week against the Cardinals. But like you say, it is the Cardinals, so a lot of, a two-legged dog would look good against the Cardinals at quarterback. Just saying. Dogzilla, I hope Jamal will help a lot. The Hawks D is last or almost last in too many defensive stats, including third downs and red zone. Indeed, that's the case. Indeed, that is the case. They've got some things that are encouraging too, I think, here at Dogzilla, where there's been years where we've had bad defensive stats where you go all the way down the line going bad, 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 bad. I think that they've stopped the run in every single game. So there's one consistent point that they can hang their hat on. They are up around the top of the league mark in pressures created. There's something else that you can hang another hat on. They're starting to kind of build it and put it together a bit. Is there room for improvement? There is, yeah, for sure. But they are starting to kind of take some steps. The Hawks, Common, Cupid, and Donner and Blitzen. Well, it is that season. Colombo says we had 5 sacks in 3 games before the Giants games versus the worst O-line. We had 11. Our defense had 1 good game in 4 games. This optimism is too early. It may very well be. It's as much as just pointing out the fact the team's blitzing as much as it's optimism and that they're being successful in their approach with it, at least off the back of last week where they really dialed it up, and overall for the season where they've really dialed it up. Yeah, we are early on in the year, so I think good or bad, it's you have some time. You are 3-1. You're not just simply 3-1 because your offense, has carried every single game. They've had 2 games they've done really good on. Last week was okay, but the offense kind of did enough. It was the defense doing its part. Defense does have a couple touchdowns that scored 2. But yeah, it's not this ain't much optimism thing. It's just much about a stream about showing off the blitz and the fact that this is so different than anything Coach Carroll has ever done in his time here. And I think, I don't think it'll be too early, Colombo, to say that in predicting that it will bring in the returns with it. It will be very successful if they continue to embrace it, as it's been so far in the times that they've embraced it this year, which hasn't been in every single game. I don't think they embraced it as much in the Rams game. I don't think they embraced it as much in the Panthers game. Even the Lions, you use a little bit to a sample size. And the only thing I'll say about that, the Giants game and the worst offensive line with the 11 sacks. The Giants haven't given up that amount of sacks in any of their other games, and they played against some very good fronts. So be it the Dolphins, be it the 49ers, none of those teams did the kind of damage we did with going up against basically that same offensive line. I do think that that's notable. Brian says the D will keep improving as they play together each week. Hell yeah. Dig Doc says most polls are putting the Lions in the top 5. So that was a good win to get. Amen. That's what they call a quality win. Greg says now we need to run some man coverage principles. I think we are doing that with Woolen. I do. Woolen has that near interception later on in the game that was, really close. That's on him playing, I think, man right there instead of dropping it deep. So they're at least doing it to his side. And I think when Witherspoon's in there, he's running a lot more man, especially when he was on the outside too. I think when Jackson's in there and maybe even Trey Brown, you want those guys maybe running a little more zone. But even to do it on a split field look kind of situation where you're just running cover 3 with one guy, it's not the worst way to go at that point. Brian's is still looking forward to the addition of a trade deadline defensive tackle or nose tackle to put it over the top. Could be. We were doing that show last week, Brian, and I mean, looking through the options, I wouldn't mind if they can find one of these options and grab them, but there wasn't a lot of clear options that jumped out to you that were sure would like a better picking, I guess, it was kind of a thin. The basket didn't have a lot of eggs in it. ALG Investments says Gino's more talented than Michael Penix. I think they're pretty similar in their talent level. But that could be right. I hadn't thought about it a lot. Big Boy Jess says trade for Kenny Clark of the Green Bay Packers. I have kind of, the one thing I will say, we were doing that show a week ago and I hadn't considered the Packers being in maybe a sell mode as much. But if they are going to determine that Jordan Love is not going to be the quarterback for them going forward, do they start to get a little bit more into embracing doing that? Kenny Clark would be very interesting. I certainly would. I certainly would be answering the phone if Green Bay called with him as an offer. I don't know what I'm giving exactly for him, and I'm not sure if even Green Bay is going to put anybody on the. They don't tend to be trade deadline deal organization. Oh, you're talking to DVN? Sorry. And Digox, yeah, Mario Edwards Jr. had a great game against the Giants. Brian, you like Devin Leary from Kentucky? Haven't given him as much a close look this year so far, Brian. I got to start to go back checking in. I've been more locked in on some of the other guys here so far this year. But he's a guy that does get a little bit of hype. Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez. What's up, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Got some good Michael Penix debate going on in the chat right now. Grug says Reek allows a few small completions in cover 3 and his grade goes down. Sauce allows more completions in the same style of defense and his grade goes up. PFF totally doesn't play favorites. Yeah, it definitely likes Sauce. It's not dinging him at all for those handsiness spots that can happen from time to time with him. Shin KMT says, do you think the Seattle Mariners are going to commit a penalty again this season? Yeah, I would love to be able to be more optimistic in regards to the Mariners right now, but I think that that's just about the worst press conference that a general manager possibly could have for the timing and where the fan base is in their general tone and tenure of things. And the Dipoto, we're going to win 54% of the time. And, it's discouraging and it seems to be pretty tone deaf. And that leads me to believe that the team's not going to make the changes it needs to make in order to turn itself into a true contender. They're happy to be a little bit better than middle of the road. And good for them with that. It's not, I'll tell you this, Shin, like I'm right now looking at the real possibility if it goes through this offseason with the Mariners just sitting on their hands going, you just can't spend money to win. That's not the way to do it. You just can't do that. Well, and I just don't have to watch their games or stream their games. I'll just do the football content and pay attention to an organization that's actually committed to trying to win. And not win 54% of the game. Could you imagine if Coach Carroll and Schneider came out and said, we're just trying for this last 10-year period to get to a 54% winning percentage goal. That's our ultimate goal, because the statistics technically tell us that you're going to get a Super Bowl victory if you win 54% of your games in a 10-year period. Like, shove that up your butt. How about no? So I'm worried right now at this point, Shin, that they're going to do a whole lot of nothing. It's going to be another Colton Wong, AJ Pollock kind of off season. Yeah. Give me those splits, baby. Give me those splits. Brian Myers says the Rams trade Van Jefferson to Falcons. I guess they're feeling like they're bursting at their seams with their, with their wide receiver depth, I guess, huh, Brian? But the Rams are definitely not tanking, right? Like, that's what their fans are telling me. Definitely not tanking. They're just going to give away a second round receiver. And I think that they end up moving Donald too by the deadline myself. We'll see, but I bet they do. I dig the Hawk says, I'm telling you, listening to Jailbreak on a different tab while watching Brandon's video, so good. Hell yeah. Dude, the Hawk says, Brandon, love this video. Hope Hurt dials up blitzes for Burrows. Not sure about blitzing Purdy or on Turkey Day, though. Well, indeed, Purdy's been one of the better ones at dealing with the blitz recently in the league, and he's definitely had his way with it. Now, most of what I have seen in the teams that blitz the Niners do blitz them with that 5-man front. And there seems to be a bit of this is the du jour of the moment in the NFL is the 5-man pressure looks. So I would say that if you're going to go against the Niners and you're going to blitz. But if you're going to try to do this 5-man front thing against them, I don't know if it'll be as successful. Because that's what especially you watch that Giants game. You know, remember that was a whole thing they said at the other side of the Giants game. Addicted, where they said, oh, the Giants blitz Purdy at a league high rate. But if you watch that game, it was just 5-man blitzes. They were never sending more than that. And then they were dropping into cover 2 looks on the back end. And it was easy to see how Purdy was going to have success against that because he's not going to try to hit you deep. So if you drop 2 safeties deep, like good for you, drop your safeties deep. We'll just hit everything then underneath at this point. I don't know if Burrows is the best guy to blitz either. I don't. He's a very smart player. He's very instinctive and aware. He throws with great anticipation, so he doesn't need to see it wide open. And if you bring the blitz and he's got to throw an anticipatory throw before the guy's even broken out of his route, especially a Jamar Chase, he's a guy that can really be one of the forefront guys to, I think, kind of beat you that way as much as anybody else. So I love the blitzes. I do. I think some quarterbacks you can do it more than others. I think Burrow's one that you're not going to necessarily be at one of your high levels this year of blitz rates going through this game. You'll use it a little bit to sprinkle it in, but you're, I think at times going to, try to squeeze zones and drop more guys in back. You'll see a lot more, I think, 4-man fronts in this game because they're going to be worried, I think, a little bit about Burrow's arm and his ability to carve up your secondary if you leave too many holes. But we'll see. You might be right about though too. Maybe that's the better way to go with him is to force him to move and make sure that show that his calf's 100%, and then he does have the mobility to get around back there. That might be the way to go with it. ALG Niners will have a bad game at some point. Miami scored 70, then lost the next game. Yeah, there's a wonder. People are kind of voiced this a bit. And look, Niners might just steamroll through a whole year. They might be just this big juggernaut. Nobody can stop. This year's now their time. They're like the Goonies. Now's our time. But I also do wonder a little bit with the Niners if there's not a bit of a peaking early thing going on here. It's rare for teams to stay at that high level throughout a whole year, staying at that mark, and maybe they were able to do it. But I wonder about that a bit. Sure would like to see him get a couple more losses. It wouldn't hurt at this point, you know what I mean? Big Doc says, Brandon, great topic for the show today. Thank you, man. Connor says, we haven't even seen what the blitz package can look like with Adams yet either. No, Connor. You think that there's already there's even more kind of varied looks that they can work him in there with. That's for sure. A lot of different possibilities and potential. Bales, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Bales. Man or woman, one of the two. Dig Doc, Brandon, today's your birthday. Happy returns. Thank you, Dig Doc. It was Sunday. Appreciate that, you guys. I'm getting old. Definitely getting old. Wade Richards says, Sean Payton's killing it in Denver. Best coaching job ever. Stephen Patel says, great t-shirt. I was excited when we got Bosworth in the supplemental draft. My excitement didn't last long, but we needed someone to run down Elway. The idea was smart, right, Stephen? The idea was, get a guy to deal with your, Elways and offenses with the Raiders. And he was a great player in college. He was. I was hyped by the pick, too, in the supplemental draft. I was like, it felt like we were stealing him almost. And just that body broke down. Unfortunate. Hell of a player, though. He gets a lot of chiding for the bow run where he's run over in the Kingdom, but that play's not as bad as it gets talked about. And he had some moments where he flashed as a player for us early on before that body did kind of go to hell. Mark Habercorn, thank you for reminding me. Please do hit that like button if you guys could for me. Helps the channel grow and all that good stuff, As well, we're nice and on the road here to 15,000 subscribers. Alexander says, not any quarterback. Dak looking horrible against Arizona, but what else is new for that guy? Yeah, Dak is definitely at a low point right now as far as, reputationally. And, this is what happens to you as a quarterback. If you're going to ask for all the money, you're going to say, you got to pay me now what I'm worth. People are going to start looking at you like saying, okay, we don't have Amari Cooper on this team anymore because we had to get rid of him to accommodate your contract. How are you elevating us now and how we're paying you on that? And my thing on that is that I think you have every right as an organization to look at a player that's a quarterback and say, okay, you've come to us and held us over the barrel and said that you want to be paid more than twice the amount of the next guy on our roster because you are so damn important. But yet we also got to protect you at every turn for you to take flight and to succeed. And that's some of what's happening to a lot of these quarterbacks that have taken these grand salaries and put their teams in these kind of positions. And the teams are looking at them going, where's the beef? And they have a right to do so. And Dak right now says, I don't have any beef. I got a little sausage patty. That's all I got. Kingdom Joe, just stay positive about the team. That's what fans' job is. Seriously, sometimes I can't tell that these new 12s used to be Niner fans. What? Super Niner. Keep positive, 12s. 12s got a good team. It's a part of the process, man. It's people got the varied opinions, every different direction, and positivity is good. I think people raising the alarm bells is okay as well, as long as it's being based in something and coming from somewhere. But you're right. You're 3-1. A lot to feel good about. Ben Dennett, go Hawks. J.O., what's up, man? DBN says, Penix, the number 1 ranked quarterback according to PFF. Oof. Wow. Penix can pull that off all year. That's impressive because there's a lot of quarterbacks playing at a real high level in college right now. Janet says, I haven't seen Penix perform at his peak. He always looks like he has much more left in the tank, both talent and effort-wise. I've been to multiple games. Ooh, well, if he hasn't peaked, look out. I like Penix. I do too. It's sometimes hard with that delivery because it is a little bit like Phillip Rivers and it is lefty on top of it. So it's like a double dose of awkward, but he makes it work. And his accuracy and the arm strength that's increased this year, as somebody else said above, he is throwing to a couple first round or a first round and a second round pick and maybe another second round pick. But at the same point in time, he's making the throws. His decision-making has been really good. He's been a full field reader at times, which you rarely see in college football from quarterbacks, even the good ones. But I do think, too, with Penix, And kid from I hear, he says, I need Penix in Seattle. Can't imagine watching him with any other team. Hope we will get him in any way, even if we don't need him. Yeah, that's the hard part to see for me here, kid, is that I just think he's elevated his stock. And if he remains at this place where he's at and where his reputation's going, I can't see how he's not a top 15 pick. Let's go back. I mean, we had a draft where Cody Pickett was taken at the 20th overall selection. Michael Penix is Cody Pickett. Yeah, was that right? Kenny Pickett? I always want to say Cody Pickett because of the Washington UW quarterback. Too many names in my history. But Pickett was taken 20th overall. I mean, Penix to me is a vastly superior prospect to Pickett. More mobile, better arm, better accuracy, bigger hands. I can't deal with them baby hands. I can't do it. Joe Blow says, how many other teams got 11 sacks in the Giants? There we go, Joe. That's what I'm saying about it. It's like, you can say the Giants line's not a good line. And other teams, we did way more damage than anybody else has done against that offensive line. Way more. It's a good point. LG says, I think we need one more pass rusher. You can never have too many pass rushers. Isn't that the saying? How it goes, ALG? You can never have too many pass rushers, and I tend to agree with that. Yeah, you can't. I would like to get a little more interior defensive linemen if we're going to look to target somewhere. That'd be the spot for me. But can't hurt. Did the show just stop? No, I'm here, Janeth. Hope I'm still here. Hope chat hasn't gotten cut off. Janeth says Penix is clearly a top 5 draft pick, maybe even number 2. He might elevate himself to that point, Janeth. I mean, it's who's to say where his limit is at? And it just takes one team to fall in love with you. And I mean, 2 top-notch years of production in college like this, displaying a pretty full skill set from the quarterback position. He's a little bit of an older prospect. There's a little bit of an injury thing there. My thinking on it is that those 2 little things are enough to ding him enough to get him inside the top 15, maybe not the top 5. But if I was to see him go in that range, it wouldn't shock me as well, because we got some teams coming into this draft that are going to be looking very closely at the quarterback position, and even teams that kind of have a quarterback like Denver and New England, and there's going to be a lot looking this year, so he might be able to elevate himself to that point. Well, yeah, and Grenade says, okay, because I was going to say we're going to probably not use a first on a quarterback this draft. Yeah, I don't think we're using a first on a quarterback this draft either. I think the level of talent in this draft is going to be one of the better talented drafts we've seen in recent history. You're also going to have one of the deeper drafts with quarterbacks that we've had in recent history, which means that you don't have to necessarily get your guy early on. You can, if you fall in love with a particular guy, sure, you can go. But there'll be probably, if we're talking about value board, and who's the most valuable guy you got on your board? If Seattle's picking mid to late 20s or somewhere in that range, or low, wherever, 20 on, you're probably the best value on the board is not going to be quarterback at that point. It's probably going to be a different position. It's hard to say because it is early, but that'd be my guess. I dig Seahawks. Brandon, what's your gut feel on where the Hawks will be picking in the first round? Also, do we do any trickery with those 2 third round picks? Took me a second to read that right. Good questions. Appreciate you addicted to Hawks. My gut feel on where the Hawks will be picking in the first round would be, I think where I look at this team right now, I think that my outlook at the beginning of the year still feels very closely to what I thought my outlook would be at the end of the year. So what I mean by that is, I said at the start of the season, I said I think that the Niners will be a 13-win team. They certainly look like they might even be better than that. I thought we would be about a 12-win team. I still think that we're probably in the neighborhood of probably about a 12-win team when it's all said and done. I thought the Eagles were number 2 to the Niners. They've looked like number 2 to the Niners this year. I thought the Falcons are going to win their division. I think that they're on even despite Desmond Ridder, on their track to win that division. So I think that we get in the playoffs. First round, I think we're probably the top playoff team. So we're probably the number 1 playoff seed. We probably get through one or two rounds of the playoffs. Can we get to the conference championship? Maybe. Depends on if this can really kind of come together. That's probably about as far as we're talking about being realistic, could hope they be. So 26-ish, right? 26, 27. But I don't think we're taking a quarterback at that point. Still will be, I think, a better positional player. Like a Cooper Bebe could be there. You get the best left guard in the draft, or you go take the 4th quarterback. I'll take the best left guard in the draft, and a surefire pick at that. Do we use those 2 third-round picks to our favor? Do we package them together, I think is what you're saying. And yeah, I think that those picks, that extra third-round pick is sitting in the back of John Schneider's pocket, and it's kind of burning a hole in his wallet. And I think that he's looking at this trade deadline specifically as a place of, for a third-round pick, a third and a fifth-round pick, you can get a hell of a player at the trade deadline as long as we have enough teams in sell mode, which has sometimes been the problem, especially with the 17th game season. But that would be at the forefront of this Addicted to Hawks, is that I think they would try to move one of those third-round picks, maybe alone, maybe with a package of a 5th rounder, if that's what it takes, if you're getting an especially decent player, or, a little bit better than just, maybe a rotational guy on the defensive line, for instance. But if that doesn't work, then it would not shock me in the least, Addicted to Hawks, if we find ourselves kind of in the depths of the 2nd round and they look to take one of those third-round picks to move themselves back up into the top of the 2nd round and target a guy there that they might have a 1st-round value on. But they take one, the guy that we're going to get at the end of the 3rd round in this draft is not going to be anywhere near what we could get by packaging the 3rd with a 2 and getting up there at the top of the 2nd and grabbing this guy, after we just took this guy in the 1st round. Then you still have the 3rd round pick after you've done that. But I think that, I think something's happening. You know what I mean? I think something's going down with it. Feed Me More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate you for that. He says, can't wait for the 49ers to be in cap hell. Me neither. Me neither. They certainly are going to get there sooner or later. They've converted a lot of base to bonus and done a lot of that. I don't think they're going to use a lot of all the cap space they have available to them right now, because they have the most cap space in the entire NFL. Sort of a tough look right now for us is you've got this team that's the best team in the NFL, and right now this year, as it stands right now in this moment, has the more cap space than anybody else. But they do have a bill due. They haven't gone to the full extreme degree yet of what the Rams did a couple of years ago, back-to-back years of really maxing out the credit cards into the future. They did that move where you sign up for 4 credit cards, max them all out, and then you're like, yeah, I'll just declare bankruptcy in a year. They're not going fully there. But they definitely are going to have to face the music here at some point, and some point soon. Feed Me More Seahawks. Thank you, though. Appreciate that donation. William Leonard, thank you for the $2 dono. Says, how do we solve the enigma that is the 49ers? We could spend probably all night trying to get to how to, accomplish that. My great big idea has been switch back to the 4-3 under defense when you play the Niners, and have a Sam linebacker on the line of scrimmage, and like a Darrell Taylor or a Boye Mafe, and just commit to 5-man fronts. That's been my big solution, William. Probably a crazy idea. But I think it was also why you had some success against Shanahan offenses prior to the last year, for instance, and how you played them for the most part. When it comes down to how to beat the Niners, you've got to be able to run the ball. They play a wide 9 scheme that is going to stretch their defensive line out in a way that will allow for natural rushing lanes to be had. You have got to then be able to counter their quick reactions to you trying to take advantage of that. You've got to be able to neutralize their linebackers on the back end. It's very tough to do, but You have two really talented running backs, two of the more efficient running backs in the sport, both in the top 12 by PFF's running back rankings right now. So you have the guys that can get it done in a way that other teams don't. Other teams don't have 2 second-round picks that they can, run in a team over the course of a game. So first, going against that line, you got to run the ball to me. And then you pass just enough to be effective. You got to win on the outside against these cornerbacks. They're physical. They're tough. They can hold up one-on-one very often. You got to win one-on-one on the outside against them. Our receivers have got to win those matchups at times. Even with DK dealing with Tre'Davious Ward, who is very physical with DK. Tre'Davious Ward is right there for me with Witherspoon as a guy that gets away with as much grabbing and pulling and yanking and tugging and all that stuff as any cornerback on the outside in the sport. And so you've got to attack them offensively in that manner, I think, is win one-on-one and really hit with the A and the B gap runs in a way that challenges that wide 9 alignment. Javon Hargraves in that game, he wants to rush the passer, attack right over the top of his head, because he's been a guy that hasn't played the run for about 4 years. So just right at him each time you see him in there. Attack that. Defensively speaking, it's harder. It's even harder over there because McCaffrey is playing like maybe the best back in the league or close to the best back in the league right now. He is multifunctional. Just, you can use him all over the place. Shanahan is scheming things up for Purdy where his first read is almost always open. And if the first read isn't open, he's always got to check down to the backside that he can go hit. And it just seems no defense can find any kind of solution to it right now. And I'm kind of flummoxed as well by why no defense has been able to find any solution to it. I will say this. I still haven't seen a team commit to the Niners in stacking fronts. I've seen them blitz, but they blitz with the 5-man thing where they're still worried about, Purdy beating them deep. And if I'm talking about what I would like to do at the front of the defense, you're only going to limit McCaffrey so much. You're only going to, probably tamper down the rushing attack of the Niners so much. But what you can do is, force Purdy to throw those throws down the field and hit you in one-on-one coverage and go more man-based concepts and bring more heavier blitzes, not just simply the 5-man blitzes, but 6, 7-man blitzes. Get him uncomfortable. Get him jumpy in the pocket if you can. And see how that goes. I know he's been good against the blitz, but I don't think I've seen him as much against those kind of blitzes. So it's a general game plan. They may just be so good that you just can't get in front of them and do much about it, but that would be what I would look to employ on both sides of the ball as a general strategy. DVN says some boards have Penix going to us in the first. I don't know about that, though, but Pete is full of surprises. The team could do it. I just think it would surprise me if they did. Now, they've had as close a look at Penix as anybody the last 2 years because, they've got their guys looking at him and watching him very closely. But, yeah, the thing is we're going to be picking the 20s. I don't see him lasting there. John Schneider's never moved up in a first round. I don't think this will be the year that he looks to do that either. I don't know. It doesn't quite add up to me. Thank you, William, for that donation, though. Appreciate you. Kid from says Rams get Caleb. We take Penix. Caleb versus Penix the next few seasons. Yeah, I think the Rams have sadly gotten themselves out of this Caleb sweepstakes at this point. They might have won too many games already. And Burrow looked back to normal versus the guards. He did. It's where I can't count on us being able to walk in there and just handle business here. I still don't know who I've got predicted to win this game. But I'm not as good as I feel about where we are as a team right now. And I feel really good about where we're at. This is a Cardinal team that has a potential lay to claim here. I know they started out 2-3 and all that, but it's been because Burrow's had it's very easy to look at what's going on at the Cardinals because it's a team that's driven by Burrow. It's like Mahomes in Kansas City. If Mahomes ain't right, Kansas City ain't going to be right. And it's the same thing to me. So Burrow, once he's back to health, they're back to health almost, kind of. So I think he's going to be as tough as ever to deal with. LG says, I want to face good Burrow. I want to see where our team is. I love it, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Mark Hoppercorn, thank you for reminding me of that, man. Please do hit that like button if you guys could for me, please. And Utero says, I love Penix, but the injuries and age will affect him in the draft for sure. Yeah, you'd think it just, to me, it's a little ding. It ain't a major ding. If there were no injuries and he was a 22-year-old kid coming out, yeah, he might have a really good chance to get into that top 5 state of things. But I think being a little bit older and the injuries there dings him, 5 to 8 picks from that area of things. Steele says, I'm scared to play Joe Ice in his veins. He's my favorite quarterback in the league. Go Hawks. I get it. And I've got, my pecking order of quarterbacks in this league. It goes Mahomes and then it goes Burrow as number 2. And Burrow's right there step for step with him. There are no quarterbacks in this league that have been able to hold up behind a bad offensive line to start their career of these high drafted guys, and that they're able to overcome that, save for one guy, Joe Burrow. My guy goes out there with no offensive line, gets the hell absolutely beat out of him, gets his ACL torn, comes back the next year, still getting all beat to hell, doesn't care, sits strong in the pocket, tall in the pocket, just dropping dots all over the football field. Kid's a really good quarterback. Really good quarterback. I think he's the best anticipatory thrower in the game. Hunter Biden's crack pipe says everything associated with Denver now smells like wiener breath. All the D sucking, they be doing laugh my ass off to cry. Yeah, it's getting dark in Denver. And I'm not talking about the winter setting in. Wiener breath. Greg says, how do you think the Hawks are going to use Adams? Do you have a prediction on how many blitzes he has? So, Greg, let's take him historically speaking. With the Jets, he was about 6%. That was his blitz rate. With Seattle in 2020, when you brought him in for the whole year, he was at 13%, but he spent a lot of that year at about 35%. You just dialed down the blitzes at the end of the year and it sort of leveled him off. But he was still at double the amount of his blitz rate that he was with the Jets. I would say that you're probably going to see him somewhere between the middle of those two numbers this year. So somewhere in the neighborhood, I would say of about 8.5 to 9% maybe as his blitz rate. It looks like, just given how they used him out the gate here, where they lined him up in the slot. So it does look like, rather than having Julian Love at the strong safety and then Jamal rather than having Jamal at the strong safety and Julian in the slot, it looks like, especially maybe if they're looking to have him blitz, that they'll have him aligned down there in the slot more and then build the back end coverage around Jamal, because he's not your typical slot corner. That's not really Jamal's game, but you're having him blitz down there if you send him, or you're, mix up a little bit. But I think they're going to try to utilize him in a couple of different places too, Greg, because remember how he got injured last year on the Russell Wilson situation, where he had Russell Wilson on a blitz, but that was a blitz that went right up through the middle of the defense. That was not a one where he was aligned as a slot or a strong. He just kind of was right there as almost a linebacker prior to the snap, and then he came. So it's I think they're going to be varied with him a little bit. He'll come from all different angles and whatnot, but I think especially as a slot guy that starts out as the slot, then comes downhill, and then you bring like Julian Love now as your slot guy behind him. That would be, I think, the most common way that they run it. Hoy Hand Grenade says, I'm curious how draft picks work. Like, does each team get a certain amount of picks reset each year, minus if they trade for and whatnot? Each team gets 7 picks a year, whole hand grenade. So 7, you're just 7 out the gate, depending on where your win-loss record is. And then you get compensatory picks later on, and that gets determined by how many free agents you lose versus how many free agents you brought in the prior year. Kingdom Joe says, okay, since we're on Husky talk, I like Penix also, but highly doubt we're going to get within the top 15 to get him since we're going to win the NFC. Let's go. What teams do you see need him? I think who does Penix feel right for to me? I think Penix definitely, there's a bit of me that thinks New England's in play here with Penix. I think for whatever reason, my mind's just kind of going to them a little bit here. The Vikings, I think, will take a long look at him. And the Giants. And the Raiders. Those would be my 4 teams. That would be most likely Penix destinations. But yeah, I don't think he's lasting to us either. I like your confidence, though. Winning the NFC. Let's do it. Let's do it. Big Doc says, Brandon, yeah, 26 sounds fair and reasonable. I know I kind of like Kingdom Joe's winning the NFC, though. I don't want to undersell this team. Can't undersell them. LG says, I think there'll be only 2 first-round quarterbacks next draft. No, I think Penix, Penix is going to be a first-rounder. Drake May is going to be a first-rounder. I know Drake May has a little bit of divisive opinion on him a little bit, but there's enough that like him that he will, I don't know if he's going number 2 or top 5, but he'll go in the first round. I would probably say that I think there's a minimum of a 3. Penix is definitely going in the first round. Because remember, some of this is driven ALG, not just simply by what the talent that is on the top of the end of the top end talent that's available. It's also on how many teams are going to need quarterbacks. And Patriots, maybe the Jets, can't trust Aaron Rodgers is going to be healthy for another year. Wilson is he going to be a guy they're going to hold there another year beyond that? Are the Steelers married to Pickett? The Tennessee Titans? The Raiders? The Broncos? The Commanders? The Giants? Hell, even the Cowboys. I mean, do they want to look for a stopgap? If you got Penix dropping to like 24, 23 to the Cowboys, do they jump if they feel like Prescott's topped out? Try to get back to the cheap quarterback situation. The Vikings are going to move on from Cousins. The Bears are no guaranteed to stay on Fields. Carr hasn't exactly taken off with the Saints. Desmond Ritter's not exactly embedded himself with Atlanta. Is Baker Mayfield really the answer for Tampa Bay long term? And then you've got Arizona and LA just within our own division. That's a part of this too. And Utero says people like Greg Cosell and Michael Lombardi, who are NFL lifers and film junkies, think Penix will continue to rise in the draft and could go very high. I could see it. I think top 15 is his minimum state right now as it stands. Jeff O'Kelly says Dylan Gabriel's looking like a Michael Vick clone at OU right now. I haven't watched a lot of Dylan Gabriel, oddly enough. Let me get his name down, so I want to take a look at him. I'll take a look at him. Excuse me. Sorry. Deviance says the only way to overcome the Niners is to create a Super Bowl team. There you go. Just that. Connor says, I really think that we can win a game against the Niners this year. One thing you have to do with the Niners is be physical, and the Seahawks are a physical team. It's true. That's certainly something that we can match from their end of it. And they will chew up and spit out a team that's not in that mode. Greg says, I feel like they're protecting Penix. They're a great offensive line, and he throws a quick ball. It's definitely an offense that's meant to have him sort of play point guard role, which is distribute more often than not. Yeah, and I'm sure they do a little bit of that, Greg, because of the injury history there and trying to limit maybe some of the hits that he takes. Connor says, I really do think we can win a game against the Niners this year. Well, sorry, I read that. JL says, to beat the Niners, you need to run the ball, control the clock, and bring the pain on defense. Let's go. That sounds good. That sounds better than my answer. Connor says, a healthy Adams and Witherspoon could be helpful. Two physical players who are great against the run, can tackle 49ers, yak machines, and are smart and can recover well against play action. Very true. I think those are two players that are helpful against the Niner team with their skill set. You need tacklers out there, and especially the corners, and a lot of what you do as an offense now is try to isolate those corners as tacklers. Are they willing or are they not? And Witherspoon's shown that he'll play like a linebacker. Deviant says Caleb will be a New York Giant. Look, it's trending in that direction. Janice says, I was amazed at how bad Lance was in the preseason games. What explains that? I have no idea. It could be that he's just not developing as a quarterback and that he is not what the Niners thought he was coming out. I think it's hard to say with certainty one or the other on this, Janeth. My opinion on this is that the Niners needed to bring a quarterback in who was ready to go because they were in their Super Bowl window. And what they did instead is they drafted the rawest of the most talented quarterbacks out of that draft. And rather than being able to provide him an environment to be patient and develop him as he needed to be developed, it was instead a little bit of a snapping of the fingers in Lance's ear the whole time going, come on. Why aren't you good yet? Get good. And I think he got a little tight. I think his confidence got a little bit hit. And I think that then started to impact his development. And so I'm not trying to put it all onto that. There's probably other reasons past this that we can associate here. But I think that there's a little bit of a failing on the Niners' part in their development of Lance that sits at the head of this to me. Uteros is more than just a system with Purdy. He makes the right decisions, has poise, and is accurate. Very true. Yeah. I think Bo is pretty great. He's great running too. Bo Jackson. Yeah, Bo Jackson was awesome. One of the great all-time athletes. Newdero Burrow moved well in the pocket again and even scrambled a bit versus the Cards. He did. Yeah, there was one play where he had to fall back, shake a guy, jump out of the tackle of another one where you couldn't have tell at all that he had any issues at that point with the calf. I mean, he was bouncing around back there like Burrow normally does. So I think we're getting pretty close. It may not be 100%, but I think it's probably like 95% Burrow where he's at right now. Grass Daniels says, if this defense can continue to play at this level, can you sum up all of our previous struggles to insufficient personnel? Has the defense always been capable of this? No. This defense, and this goes to a spot that I referenced in that opening week post-game discussion on the Rams game. Grass Daniels, you had a defense that was very much reticent to make changes, schematically speaking, for a 10-year period. You ran cover 3, and remembering when Carroll came in here with the Legion of Boom, you ran the most simplistic defense in the entire NFL. Nothing wrong with that because you had elite talent at all positions and you could execute that simplistic defense, but it was still simplistic. It was still not a defense meant to complicate or make things hard for opposition. They knew what they were going to get, plain and play out. You were just so good you could make it work. And with time, there were teams that, with time, Grass Daniels, and with the more games that you played with this defense, the more tape that they got on you, the more coaches that went to other teams and became head coaches and ran this Coach Carroll defense, the more that there became these Seattle beater plays against our defense that started to work. And once you dialed these plays up, a deep crosser off a 9 route, for instance, you have cover 3 and you run a 9 route with your outside receiver, right? And you bring your other receiver over on a crossing route, and the 9 route receiver will run off the cover 3, and then you're going to have that guy open because his guy's also running cover 3. So he's just going to run through the middle of the defense where there's a linebacker there, and he's going to be open even if the linebacker picks him up because the linebacker can't stay with a wide receiver. The linebacker also being in zone coverage. I can predict that happening with a Coach Carroll defense in 2018 with too great of regularity. And so the defense got predictable. It got even just as simple as it always had been. And they didn't have the top end talent it did at the Legion of Boom days. They weren't drafting as well for a long period of time. You couldn't have dialed up, I don't think, the blitzes to this degree in the past for 2 different reasons, Grass. Number one, you didn't have the personnel to blitz before because when you look to scout and evaluate players in 2012 and 13 and 14, you weren't looking for guys that blitzed well. You didn't blitz well as a team, so why would you look for that skill in a college draftable player? Instead, you're going to look for the guy and how is he as a tackler? How does he play the run game? How is he as a pass rusher? How is he in coverage and zone? You're going to look at these other things that you're going to hold more of a higher, you hold those in higher esteem. And so what you had done is constructed a defense at one point or another that had guys that you really only had a Bobby Wagner that was only really the truly good blitzer on the whole defense. That was kind of how it was set up. KJ Wright was a really good player, but wasn't always the greatest of blitzers. That wasn't really a part of his game and what he did well. So some of it is that you never had the personnel here to make that happen. The second part is that in a 4-3 defense, it's very hard to run a 4-3 blitz heavy defense. It's easier to see where it's coming from. It's easier to account for. It's much harder with the 3-4 for a lot of those snaps I showed you of the Giants game at the top, if you're just kind of jumping on now, Grass, you can see at the top of the show where you're dropping those outside linebackers as zone drop defenders, and now you are able to now flummox quarterbacks a little bit more because you can take away the hot route read, which I think it's harder to do with a 4-3 defense bringing blitzers. It's harder to get that defensive end out there in space, out onto a running back out in the flat. So it was a combination of those 2 reasons. You didn't have personnel that were really good at blitzing and being able to make it go, and then you didn't have the scheme that was going to make it work as well. And they've made those changes. So the capability is only there, Grass, once you do those changes for it to happen. But that's the big part of what Coach Carroll's done these past 2 years, and it's been a grand change because he's moving off of something that he had done for 10 years. There were slight adjustments year to year and things that you would do differently defensively, but they were always just very minor changes. Oh, this year, instead of running cover 3 80% of the time, we're going to run cover 3 45% of the time, and the rest of those snaps that used to went to cover 3 will go to cover 2. Or you had 2019 where you said, okay, this year we're going to run more base defense than anybody in the league, but we're still going to run the same coverages on the back end. So you had 3 linebackers on the field more than anybody else, but the coverages stayed very much the same as they always had. So, Joe Blow, great show. Keeping it real, combined with insights, details others often miss. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you, man. That's definitely that's definitely what I'm shooting for. So if we're hitting that target, that's good to hear. ALG says, I want to face the good version of Burrow. Bengals defense isn't as good this year. No, they're not. No, they're not. They've struggled a little bit this year. They're not bad, but they definitely haven't been as strong as they've been as recent. I think you're feeling a little bit of that Jesse Bates loss in that secondary, but they aren't stopping the run as well as they have in recent years. 5-man fronts the Bengals like to employ. Kind of interesting in their... I was watching with the Cardinals last week. Interesting to see how we kind of attack that. Nas is my best friend's a Bengals fan. We've literally been waiting for this game for 3 years. Oh, Lord. Now it goes down. ALG says, I only think Mahomes and Burrow is that guy quarterback. I'm of the same opinion, ALG. That's my opinion as well. I think it's a very important one to take note of because so many teams and how many are giving out these contracts to these quarterbacks or sort of, I don't think they're thinking that they've got Mahomes or Burrow, but those are the guys, if you're talking about making more than double the next guy on your team, those are the guys that I could go, okay, maybe that guy's worth it. But I don't think that there's 5, 6 of those guys in the league. And yeah, I put those guys 1, 2 pretty solidly above the others. Nas says, I think if the T. Higgins is out, the Seahawks will win this comfortably. Comfortably on the road at 10 a.m., huh? You're right about the defense. I got to give you right. I mean, the defense is not necessarily as good as they've been in recent history. But they seem scary. Devian says, we usually don't do great after bye weeks. Hopefully this time is different. Yeah, buys haven't been the best to us in recent years. Maybe the fact that this one was kind of a sliced up buy, though, too, will help us. I know the players probably were moaning about it, but having that Monday night game and things cut down a little bit, maybe it gives them the rest, but keeps them locked in, if that sounds right. DVN says, Penix is not an Atlanta-style quarterback. I mean, maybe not. I mean, what's an Atlanta-style quarterback? I don't know if he's exactly, I mean, maybe I'm off on this, but I don't know if Arthur Smith is exactly set himself up for what exactly his type is. He's had Matt Ryan there. He's had Desmond Ridder in there. He's had Marcus Mariota in there. Those are three quarterbacks with pretty wide variance in what they do on the field at the quarterback position. I think it's hard to predict at this stage, but I could see them liking him. Nick says, do you think Devin Witherspoon stays in the slot or goes back to outside corner? I think there'll be a mix here, Nick. I think there'll be a mix. I think the slot corner is going to kind of be like the faceless man in Game of Thrones. You know, sometimes it's Jamal Adams and he'll pull off his face. And then sometimes it's Julian Love and then he'll pull off his face. And sometimes it's Witherspoon, you know. So I think it's going to be, I think you're going to get a little bit of a mix out there, which I love. Makes it hard for the offense to predict who's going where. I think some of this could also be determined, Nick, by the matchup you're facing on a given week. Are you facing a slot monster? Or is there more trouble on the outside? I think there's a lot of versatility. I do think it's like DVN says, though. Devin said he's comfortable, you know, going wherever the coach tells him to be, and he'll be dominant. And I think he'll be able to handle wherever you want to put him and be really good in that role. And yeah, New Blacks, I think Kurt's definitely going to be a free agent. I don't think the Vikings re-sign him again. I don't know where Kurt goes at this point, though, to be honest with you. Holy hand grenade, when we traded Russ, should we have gotten their first rounder for this year? Also, what was the second rounder we picked from them? I forgot. So we got Boye Mafe and Derek Hall were the two second rounders, if I'm not mistaken on that one. I could be off, but I think that's the two. I believe those are the two second rounders we got from them. There has been some question out there. I'm not sure about it. ALG references this below you in his comment too. I don't know that we had the necessarily offer from the Denver Broncos for a third first round pick. I'm not sure that they had that on the table for us. If they had that on the table, I don't know that I would have taken it. And I know as bad as the Broncos look right now, I don't know if their strategy coming into the season would have been the same if there was a first round pick on the table a little bit that they were giving up, right? I think that would have made them even more aggressive to this past year. They would have spent more money. They would have done even more to build the team stronger. So I don't think that it necessarily would have been the same Bronco team that they are this year. It doesn't mean they would have been vastly improved or superior, but I like the second rounders better. And my reasoning on this anyway, even if the first rounder was on the table, was because I like having these two drafts where you've got your nucleus, you've got your foundation all in place together and all growing together at the same time, as opposed to spreading that out over a 3-year period. It's condensed into 2 years. These guys all kind of pop in at the same time and go. And that means that to me, you get running and everybody ready to roll at the same time a bit. So I don't know. The general flavor I like of this is the way we went alternatively, but I'm not sure there was a third first rounder actually on the table. It was either Mafe or Mafe is the one we got last year, and then I can't remember if it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Mafe and Hall. I could be wrong. Thanks, Mark, for reminding me of that. Please hit that like button, folks, if you like what you're listening to today. I would appreciate it. Three Hours says Mafe turning out great as of right now. Who knows about Hall, but Mafe is great. Yeah, I think Hall is going to be a guy that's going to develop with time, 3 Hour, and I think he'll give you some flashes this year, as we saw with Mafe last year, who was a really good run defender out the gate, but didn't give you a lot as a pass rusher. You got to be patient with these guys sometimes on the second round, especially if we just targeted on recent history with second rounders. I did a thing where I looked at, the recent given history with second rounders and how they performed in their rookie year, and just in regards to Boye Mafe, because my inclination on this was that you had guys that there were a lot of these second round guys that had come through who were not good to begin things or weren't necessarily great pass rushers to begin things. They took some time to develop. And I'm trying to see if I can find this thing I want to show you here that I think represents this really well and should encourage you for Drew Lock as we go forward. So as you look at this, I put this together when I was doing the Boye Mafia video at the start of the year. And this is your rookie edge production for second round picks going back to 2017. And just a sack production. I locked into just on that because I knew that Boye Mafe was really good as a pass rusher, but I wasn't as sure about, or as a run defender, but does his 2-3 sacks last year bode that he's not going to be a good pass rusher going forward? Well, no, in fact, it doesn't. Because as we go through these names, Marcus Walker, Tano Pasa, I'm not going to try to pronounce your name, Pasan, Kimoko Ture, Taekwon Lewis, Ben Bango, Yetur Gross Mastos, Daryl Taylor, AJ Epinesa, Deo Ode Oingobo, Carlos Basham, Ben Bango. Oh, I got Ben on there twice. Boye Mafe, Sam Williams, Drake Jackson, and Nick Bonito. You look, that's like about 15 names. Nobody over 4 sacks. And only one guy at 4 sacks in that period of time. So second round rushers, first year out the gate, unless you're really catching an outlier, are going to tend to take a little bit of time on the developed side of it. But it doesn't mean there isn't some upside there, or that if you don't get that first year of popping, that it isn't going to come. He's also getting stacked a little bit on the depth chart. He's not getting a full, if you look between Uchenna Nwosu, Boye Mafe, Daryl Taylor, and Derek Hall, and who's getting the most snaps, he's the least of that mix. Trey Griff. What's up, Trey? Says, yo, B, even with all the success we had against New York with blitzing, you honestly think Carroll will greenlight more blitzing throughout the season? That's a great question. I mean, it's a fantastic question. You could make an argument. I'm not trying to overstate it, Trey, but you can make the argument it's kind of the only question, because I know what this offense is going to do with Geno. I know what this special teams unit's going to do, even with Jason Myers having one of his down years. Defensively, I can feel pretty strongly that this team's going to stop the run. Bobby's back, Jaron in here, Mario Edwards Jr. You're going to stop the run. Witherspoon in here, Jamal coming back. You'll stop the run. The question, the big, bold, block-marked, lettered question that exists over the top of this team going through the rest of this year is, will Coach Carroll be willing to go to more exotic coverages, more exotic fronts, more stack fronts, more pressure-based looks? Will he continue to do that? And Trey, I've seen some signs more this year. If we look at that data that I posted at the top of this show, which shows you through the last 10 years being about 14% your blitz rate, and now you're up to around 24% or something right now. You're up overall on the season so far. But you're right about the fact that he hasn't done it in his history. Him doing it right now to the degree he's doing it is in unnavigated waters. We've never seen Coach Carroll show this willingness. And so is he going to stay with it, or will he slide back into those old habits? And I think your question is one I can't give you a real certain answer on. I think it's one that we'll see. We'll see. I'm trying to broadcast how great it is that they did it with New York, because I'm hoping to maybe just by willing it into place, trying to utilize the secret. Or what is that TikTok, the 369 method? I'm just trying to, I'm thankful for the Seahawks being good blitzers. I'm thankful the Seahawks are the best blitzing team in the NFL. I'm trying to make it happen because I have so much faith in this. And this is not a recent thing for me. I've been talking about this with you guys for years because it's been very clear to me at times that you have quarterbacks play us and they're not, you can see how calm and in control they are, how in rhythm that they get, how comfortable they are in their pockets. And you see other teams playing against other defenses and how those defenses make those quarterbacks, even when they're not bringing guys, just constantly kind of having to, what am I looking at? What is it I'm seeing really? You know what? And the value within that. And there is a value within it. I truly believe that. But we'll see, Griff. I hope so. I hope so. Nod says, when it's all said and done, this Russ trade will go down as one of the best returns any team has gotten on a trade, I think. Yeah. I think that the Cowboys-Vikings one will still win out because that fueled the dynasty. We'll have to see if this does fuel a dynasty here, but it's going to be very hard for there to be any other trade I think that you could put in a higher range than this one. ALG, Broncos will try to trade Russ after the season. And you might be right. Maybe they were able to do it, ALG, in a way that they eat some of the contract. There's certainly a way to get creative with this. I don't know who they're going to get to take. I mean, who's going to pay Russ at $30 million a year right now? I can't see there being one team willing to pay him even at that mark. They'd have to eat a lot of that money. I think that they just end up having to release him. Like Alexander says, it's a monster contract. And where's the value with? I mean, maybe, technically speaking, I guess Russ is at least statistically putting up to where he can maybe still fool somebody where they'll look at him and be like, well, he's got 100 rating and, he was 4th in the league in touchdown passes and right. So maybe LG's right on that one. Maybe there'll be a way to kind of shyster somebody else a little bit with it. I don't know though. New Lax, we would have been so screwed if Russ stayed here. Yeah. We'd be right where the Broncos are at right now, if not worse. Nas, what makes me sad is if Russ doesn't win another Super Bowl, he'll go down as the guy who got carried by the Legion of Boom, when in reality there was a solid 3 to 5 years where he was the entire Seahawks franchise. Yeah, I think that you're right. I think that this is where things twist and turn from a narrative standpoint. You have a guy going from looking like he's on the pathway to get into the Hall of Fame right before the trade to Denver to, now that's where the reputation will go lie down to. And that's also the part that sometimes bothers me, Nas, when we try to get to that place of, the nuance and explaining things for what they were at the times they were. And I think at the time when Russ got to the Super Bowl, I don't know the LB was just full on carrying him. It wasn't like Russ was Trent Dilfer in with the Ravens, when they carried him to a Super Bowl where he had to make one throw a game. Russ had to use his legs. He had to make some big time throws, including the Niner throw in the conference championship on 4th down to Curse in the back of the end zone. He had to make some plays. So I can't even go to the point of Russ was just purely pulled by the Legion of Boom and Marshawn narrative that's out there. I don't agree with that. But then even beyond that, like you say, from 16 to 20, guy was a top-notch quarterback in this league, a top 5 quarterback in the sport. Williams says, when I watch the Niners, they are such a disciplined, well-oiled, synchronized machine. It's scary. Indeed, that's a good way of putting it. And I see the same thing. It's going to be hard to knock them off this year. They're rolling. ALG says, who the hell is glad we didn't draft Richardson? Dude has a glass body. I just think he had to sit, ALG. Don't you feel like some of this is a bit of them forcing him to play too fast by not a great offensive line, and now you're going to get him forced to starting to run around more than he should? He's not going to try to play the quarterback position. He's going to try to lean into those legs more and more in that, given that kind of situation. And I feel like that there's more of that going on here a little bit with him. But it could be that he is, just because he wasn't super injury prone last year with Miami, Nas says Purdy has the number one clean pocket completion percentage in the NFL. It drops to 15 when pressured. Not bad, but clearly he's thriving from little pressure. I wasn't aware of that stat. That does back up a little bit more to me of you got to get the stack fronts in there and get the pressure one way or the other. Because a lot of that not pressured stuff too comes into him having quick, easy throws where he's 2-step, 3-step drop balls out. Connor says Jesse Bates looks amazing with the Falcons so far. 3 interceptions and 2 forced fumbles. It's a big loss to the Bengals on that one. And that's not one where you could typically look at the Bengals and say they got cheap and didn't sign Bates. They had to get the Burrow deal done. You're going to sign the quarterback to the big money. Somebody's got to get cut. And especially when they wanted to get Orlando Brown in there to make sure they got Burrow a good left tackle. So I can't fault the Bengals for letting him go, but he is a really good, one of the best safeties in this sport. And Udros, the clean pocket metric is a very accurate stat for assessing good quarterback play too. Yeah, I love that. I love these advanced stats like that do tell you a little bit more about a quarterback than just the general, yards, touchdown, interceptions kind of stats do. Nas says Jesse Bates left a hole on the Bengals roster at safety. I don't expect Dak Hill and Nick Scoot to be able to contain DK. Dak Hill's an interesting one to me too, because he was a real player that a lot of people loved coming out. And I never quite got on board with him because he always felt a little bit of a positionless player. I just couldn't quite trust him at safety, couldn't quite trust him in the slot. But he had a lot of people that loved him coming out. It was in Michigan, I believe. But yeah, I think that definitely left a hole in that Bengal defense. You might have made the argument with it. The Bates was, Reader's really good and they got some good edges, but might have been their best defensive player. Devian says, when I think of Atlanta's recent quarterbacks, it's been guys who can run. Mariota and Ritter are types I think when I think Atlanta. Yeah. Ritter's got a little bit of mobility to him, he does. But, you could also look at it too, like the coach there. If we look at the best offensive season that head coach has had there, as far as efficiency and productivity between Ritter's year and playing this year and his starts last year and Mariota and his starts, or Matt Ryan and the first year that head coach was there, the most immobile guy got him his best production there. So I don't know if that necessarily means then that you need a mobile guy to get it done when I look at that a little bit. Nas's Chase beat up on the Arizona Cardinals quarterbacks. Dare Burrow to try that same 60-yard bomb on 4-2-6 Tariq Woolen. Yeah, Cardinals definitely don't have a lot at corner. And I think that they were down at safety in this game too. Buda Baker's out. That secondary was definitely beat up a little bit. Kingdom Joe says Atlanta-style quarterback has 42 pit bulls at his home and runs every 2 plays. Never has a Super Bowl, but Falcons still claim he's one of the greatest all-time Atlanta-style quarterback. No Bros says it seems like the offense is missing some guy who could get yacked for some time. We know Lockett gets on the ground fast and DK is a little stiff. We need our other receivers to step up. I think Jackson Smith-Njigba's time's coming here sooner or later. No, bro. I don't think he's going to be this quiet throughout the whole course of the season. Snell says, I would take Chase over Jefferson myself. I would too. I'm more of a Chase guy too. Who's the Bengals slot? Tyler Boyd. Hello, Boyd. He's all right. Connor says, I would hope the Seahawks are fluid with Witherspoon alignment this game based on how the Bengals are attacking them. And Jamar's going to do a lot of slot stuff. That's the new wrinkle to how they've used Jamar this year is more of him in the slot. But it's a lot to see what they do. Do they have Witherspoon follow Jamar? That'd be interesting. We've never seen Coach Carroll ever do that before. But he just might. Nas says Tyler Boyd, probably the best slot in the league. I don't know. I could be wrong on this. It felt like he was a little stronger a couple years ago. Daryl Sadler, I didn't realize Julian loves speed. Why did he struggle in the first 2.5 games? Going to a quantifiably 9-day difference defense from the one that he left with New York. And with the Giants, you have the most blitz-heavy scheme in the entire National Football League, which left Julian Love a lot of times in man-based situations. Through the first couple of weeks of the season, you were in more zone-based situations with Julian. He played a lot of slot for the Giants last year. He's played predominantly strong safety for us. So we've moved him into a different position than the one that he played with the Giants would be my main answer. But I don't think it's going to be that way long term. I don't think that was the big plan in how to use him, Daryl. I think it's just that's how they've accommodated to using him while Jamal Adams has been out. So I think once Jamal comes in, and you can kind of use him a little bit more in a variety of different ways, but that would be what I would go to. New team, you're going to take some time to kind of find your way and then to find how best to utilize you. Grass says, what's more likely, we extend Geno to a larger contract or draft a long-term quarterback prospect before his deal is up? I would say I'm gonna give you the middle of the road answer on this, Grass. I'm gonna say yes. And let me explain what I mean by that. I think that Geno Smith is going to continue to embrace a role where he gets paid and will be willing to work his deal even in a year-by-year basis in order to make sure he keeps his cap hit relatively low while still getting paid. I think that the Seattle Seahawks, rather than looking to a first-round quarterback, are going to fit to more of their blueprint from 2012, which is, and they've set the stage, let's get the team in place. Let's make this a team-based centric situation and not driven by a single quarterback, some miracle worker at the position that can overcome our flaws. Let's get the flaws overcome first and then get the quarterback. And so what did we do in 2012? We went into the third round and drafted a guy. And so you did that at the time when you still had just signed Matt Flynn, right? We didn't do that when we needed a quarterback. You did that when you already had a guy on the roster. I think that's Schneider's ideal. So he's got Geno already on the roster. He goes into this very draft. And I mean, if I could, I would almost just about lay money on the fact that we take a quarterback between the second and fourth round. I really believe we do, because there's so much talent in this draft in that place. It's so stocked up in a way that it hasn't been in recent years. And I know that John's already got a predilection to wanting to grab a quarterback every year. That was the old Green Bay model. So that's what they do. They have Geno still here, working his deal. Then you've got the youngster behind him who can step in if you need him to at any one given time. And that'll be, I think, the long-term plan here. Holy Hand Grenades, Nez. Now to ask the important question. When is the poll for the nicknames? I know I keep promising that, and I keep forgetting to deliver that. So I don't know if we'll get it in here today or not. Maybe we'll do it today. Let me see where I'm at on the chat. I keep forgetting to put it in. So we got to get that going. That's for sure. That's my bad. Nas says, if Higgins doesn't play, I don't see how they win. Chase alone can win the game when you play a team like Arizona. That won't be enough for Seattle. True. I mean, they were having some other receivers working a little bit against the Cardinals. I think it does reduce them with no Higgins. You're right about that. You are still playing on the road. It is still 10 a.m. And I know we've been really good in those games, and we've had our energy up recently, but there's still something to be said for those games at that time on the road, coming off a bye. Do we have to take kind of a first half to wake up a little bit and get going? Do we just, fire right out the gates? Joe Blow says, to beat the Niners, toss in a handful of deep shots with Metcalf and let him humble them with some of that good old DK personality. That's right. Let him do some of those signs. I just beat your ass deep. I just beat your ass deep. That's the sign for bombs. I can confirm that for the hearing impaired. This is I beat your ass on a deep ball on a 9 route. That's shorthand for that. And Utero says we can extend Geno and lower his cap hit after the season. I think his cap hit is $32-ish million next season. That's correct, and that's correct. That's why I'm anticipating a belief that I don't think that Geno and his 32 is going to be what it is next year. I think Seattle and John come to Geno like they did this last year on this last contract, and they say, we're going to get you every cent that you're going to get and that you're due, and then let's kind of move your money around a little bit so that we can still accommodate as many players as possible for you at that point. And I think Geno's going to be willing to do that too. So he's done it once. He's done it once when he didn't already have wasn't that he had like 3 or 4 big monster deals in his career. And now here he's on the Seattle deal and he's like, okay, I'll give you a discount. Geno had never made his big money deal yet. And he took substantially less than a guy like Daniel Jones even got, at least on a per year basis. I rank Geno Smith as a top 10 quarterback in this league, probably somewhere about 7 or 8-ish. I think most are going to be in that spot. Connor Hall is the third highest graded edge from the draft out of 14 qualified players. He looks like he's on pace to be a good player. Tyree Wilson is last with a 38 grade. That's right. That is right. And that's good numbers there. Third highest graded from the draft out of 14 qualified players. Let's go. Byron D. or Mike Glennon. Thank you for becoming a member, Mike Glennon. It's good to see you back in the house here, brother. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for that. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. We'll be doing Thursday night football stream for members of the channel here this week on Thursday. So 5 o'clock, Mike. Do tune in that. Check out your community posts as I'll be putting that up over there. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you as well. It says Luck Manning, now AR, Colts, just a death sentence. I think that with the recent two, there's a commonality between Andrew Luck and AR to be stale. And I think rather than a death sentence, what you have is you have an owner and you have a general managership in there that are willing, and I know it's a different general manager now than when they took Luck, but you have a lack of foresight in your ability to anticipate the fact that you've not built the team up properly in place before bringing the quarterback in. And instead you're bringing the guy in to be the savior, the miracle worker, and it just doesn't work. And I have oftentimes pointed this over and over again, and I don't know why teams are so hard up to learn this lesson, especially a team like the Colts. You know better. How dare you? You had one of the great talents at quarterback that we've ever had come through here, and you broke him from a bodily standpoint because you couldn't get the protection in place because you just decided, get the quarterback first. He'll solve all of our problems. And the guy had to retire early because his body got broken down. And then instead of learning that lesson and going, okay, the next time we bring in a franchise quarterback, let's make sure we got the offensive line in place and the playmakers on the outside, and he's set up for success. And then not only do you not do that, but then you go and take a quarterback who's got 13 starts at the college level and say, okay, start him day one. What? One of the youngest quarterbacks in this league, start him day one. How do you not look at that situation and say, that guy's going to end up scrambling way more than we're going to want him to scramble because he's going to try to go into Superman mode, which is what young players do, which is what young quarterbacks do who are fleet of foot, right? We've seen many come through who do it that way. You could see this coming down the line with AR. And it completely goes back on the Colts. It completely falls on them. And they're not the only ones to do it. There are a lot of these teams that have done the very same thing. And I just don't get it. You got all this investment. This guy's so important to you, but you don't want to set the stage for his success. Instead, you want him to overcome when he's first walking in the door as a rookie. Overcome. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It makes what is already a tremendously difficult transition from the college to the pro game even harder. And as Gardner Minshew showed this last week and going and helping them win that game, if you really wanted to compete this year, if you're the Colts, that was truly your thought process that we'll compete this year, you sit AR this year, you put out Gardner Minshew out there and you let him ride. But they're instead going to, I guess, get him beat up Snail. That's their other cat. Byron D has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 18 long months. Thank you for that long time support, Byron. I do appreciate you for that. It says, Brando, pet the cat. I'll give her a little love here. Kind of sleeping. We'll give her a little love. Oh, she's tired. That's a sleepy kitty. Usually I rouse her awake and she yells at me if I wake her up, but she's too tired. She's like in a deep, deep sleep. Yeah. Hi, kitty. Oh, she's out. I usually can get her up by that with a couple of pets, but she's not having it. Byron says also, what's your expectations for this upcoming game between their wide receivers and our cornerbacks? Probably got to answer this in two different ways, Byron. First, if you got T. Higgins, then you're going to have to play this a little more straight up because those guys are both, Higgins and Jamar, those are both difficult guys to deal with. I would imagine that You will probably see Witherspoon back in the slot again this game with the success he had after last game, which will probably have you with Trey Brown on the outside. And so Trey and Tariq on the outside, and then Witherspoon in the slot. And then there'll be a little mixing it up, Byron. So I don't think they're just running with that 24/7, but that'll be a way to sort of get ahead of what the Bengals have been trying to do with Jamar Chase and kicking him more into the slot to get him more targets and to get him more touches. So I think you'll get a mix of that at that point, but that would be my starting look and how I would see it going. I don't think there's a tremendous much that's going to be different from there with how we deal with those corners and stuff. We'll stay with our zone-based coverage concepts. I would tend to think that this is not going to be a blitz-heavy game. You're going to get more defenders back trying to squeeze the windows for Burrow. Because Burrow's a great anticipatory thrower, but he is going to be an anticipatory thrower, meaning he's going to try to throw it before the break out cuts. And if you can have enough guys drop back in there, you might be able to jump one of those throws if he's trying to anticipate just a little bit too much. So I would think that would be their approach this week. Would a mix of how you have the guys run through there. You'll see everybody, I think, from Jamal to Witherspoon to Julian Love in the slot. But I think it'll be a bit of a mix in there. In utero, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, can we get some Christopher Walken? For sure, you can. Anytime you want. Thank you in utero for the $2 donation. It's good. I like it. Now, we're going into Cincinnati to play the Bengals. What's a Bengal? Is that a tiger? Is that a lion? I don't know. You tell me. I just can't quite figure it out. What is it? What is that damn cat? What is it? I don't know. I keep looking. You tell me. Doesn't seem very ferocious. Meow. Doesn't get me. I don't know. Maybe you. I see them. They look good, but I still think we win. Burrow. Bad calf. You know, you got a bad calf. It's like having a broken bell. What are you going to do at that point? So I bring the Seahawks in. They win. No doubt about it. Sunday. All day, 10 a.m. all day. Yes. Walking's a little weak tonight in Euro. Thank you for the $2 donation, though. Long live the king with the $5 donation. Thank you, long live the king. It says, with a secondary that has the ability to man cover and tackle 49ers skill players, do you think that linebacker dog blitzes can crack their offensive scheme? Yeah, I do. I do think that this is a way to potentially do it. I'm a little worried with the 5-man pressure stuff. I like a little bit more of the only way I like having the 5-man pressure fronts that you bring, like you talk about with the dog zone blitzes, is if you're going to do the double A gap blitz with Bobby and Jordan and then you drop one guy out. Or, you know, I tend to like having a little bit more than I like the 6th extra defender brought against those Niner offensive lines. Like, okay, they're going to come up and they're going to, you know, try to come, you know, off of pass protection, whatever. You bring the extra guy. The 5, I think, gets neutralized a little bit too often. But Bobby as a blitzer against this Niner defense or offense a couple of years ago, I think Bobby had a couple sacks at home in a game against this Niner team and the Shanahan-led team. So it's been a way that you've taken this approach with them in the past. I think both Jordan and Bobby, though, are going to be very active as blitzers against the Niners, a little over a month and a half from now. Yeah, I think it's a good way to utilize. I think long live the king, even slot blitzes as well, or a place that you can utilize. The key comes down to me is finding a way to get pressure on Purdy, finding a way to get him uncomfortable. How can you manufacture that? Not just trusting the front 4 guys to make it happen, because that's not really worked. And as somebody else was mentioning on a stat that they posted above, he's on clean pockets without any pressure. He's going to slay you. You've got to get pressure on him. And so I think that's got to come by blitzes. It's got to come by pressure fronts. It's stacked fronts to me. That's much the key with the Niners and how to maybe get after them. As you bring the stacked fronts, you don't have to bring everybody all the time. You mix it up. Sometimes these guys come, sometimes those guys come. Sometimes you're doing zone drops with the linebackers on the outside. You keep it fluctuating so Purdy's never quite sure, never quite sees the same kind of blitz throughout the course of the game. But you keep the stacked fronts up in his face at the line of scrimmage so that he's thinking about it. I got 8 guys right up here at the line. Who's coming? Who isn't? Are they all coming? Do I be able to wear my hot route? You know, I think that's definitely the pathway to go at with this Niner team, as opposed to sitting back in your front four like you did in the final playoff game, like you did in the first Brock Purdy game. I do think that that's where you've got to make your hay here in this one. And there's a lot of evidence for this. I've referenced Long Live the King. That first matchup against Brock Purdy at home starts out 11 for 11. And on all 11 of those passing attempts, you ran a 4-man front up against him. All 11 of those first attempts, 4-man front, 11 for 11. Then you bring a blitz, you get your first incompletion of the game. Then you come back on the next play and run a stack front, 2 linebackers looking like they're going to run like dog zone blitzes like you talk about. They drop out of it, confuses Purdy, another incompletion. This is what we've got to do, in my opinion. It doesn't mean blitz all the time. We're not going to be like Eddie Murphy, my baby parties all the time, my baby blitzing all the time, blitzing. No, but dial it up a bit. Dial it up a little bit more than you might normally do. So love where you're at with your thoughts on that, man. And yeah, I agree. Man cover corner and blitz concepts, let's embrace it as much as possible. Snail has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 8 long months. Thank you for that commitment to the channel as a member of the channel, Snail. I really do appreciate you doing that. It says, fun fact, 6 Seahawks have more sacks than Nick Bosa. Indeed, Bosa's not been terribly productive here out the gate for the Niners as far as his sack production goes. That is to be sure. He's had a little bit of a quiet start. He's also getting doubled a lot. So it's, he's getting that Defensive Player of the Year attention over there that you get when you win that award. But he's still scary. He's still freaky. But props to the Hawks. Getting it done. As far as the pressures, sacks, it's been there early on. I mean, it's been pretty fantastic early on overall, considering. Thank you, though, Snail, for that long-time support of the channel as a member. Be a member right now. We got PFF grades on Monday, and we're doing the Thursday shows, and we'll just keep expanding here for members of the channel. In Utero, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, thank you for all you do, Brandon. Well, it's my pleasure, man. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you doing that, and I love what I do, man. I love what I do. It makes it easy when it's that is the case. In Utero says, Tyree Wilson has been hurt, though. Oh, he has? I didn't know he was dealing with some injuries. Naj says the only people I can comfortably put in front of Geno are Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Hurts, Herbert, and Lamar. Yeah, and see, I think I would even put Geno, I like Geno more than Hurts personally. I think he's got more arm talent. I know Hurts can maybe is more mobile and, he adds certain value with his legs, but I think Geno's more capable as a thrower. Lamar's a little bit of kind of the same story. I would put Allen ahead of Geno, though. I think you're right, LG. Allen does make a lot of mistakes, but he is good too. And he's never really yet had a real consistent running attack there with the Bills since he's gotten there. Kind of had to do it on his own. And I agree, Lamar's more of a runner to me. I just don't think Lamar's, when you're actually doing the quarterback thing. And Allen actually leads the NFL in turnovers since entering the league. Still a really good quarterback. He's got his spots in Euro. I do wonder a little bit with that team if they eventually get to a place of having a little more balanced, where they're not needing him to sort of carry the whole day all the time, if it doesn't get a little bit better on the turnover front of things. Gibson says, I'm hoping Carroll does mix up the defensive schemes going forward and realizes it is probably a key to unlocking this defense. Me too. I mean, look, he's tried the old ways. He tried the old ways to death. And he himself said a couple of years ago, I've often referenced it because it came from the horse's mouth. You can get mad at me and say, oh, that's your opinion. That's just what you think. Well, it came from Coach Carroll's own mouth, right? 2 years ago, why are you moving on from Norton? Why are you bringing on Hurt? Why are you changing to this defense and whatever change that's coming with it? Because we've been too arrogant in our approach. We should have made this change a long time ago. We probably waited too long to make the change. It needs to be made. So he acknowledged this needed to happen. He acknowledged it needed to occur. But it is very hard to teach an old dog new tricks. It's very hard to get somebody that wins a certain way in football for 3-4 decades and say, okay, we're going to have to adjust this a little bit. But I think we're seeing signs that he's doing that. And that has me encouraged for the future here, Gibson, this season and in the future with Carroll and this defense, because I think they'll continue to lean into it, especially when they're seeing the beautiful returns from it early this year in those times when they have dialed it up. Don says, those guys are, like last year people said Dak, and I doubt it. Now you can look me in the face and say Dak. Yeah, I always thought Geno was better than Dak for sure. After last year and what he did, of course. Don says, those guys are undeniably more talented. That no matter the situation, you can't deny those guys' talent. Everybody else, it's like you can easily make a case for Geno. Yeah, absolutely. Mark, thank you for reminding me of that as you do, man. Please do hit that like button, folks, if you can. Love to get that like count up just a little bit more if we could here. Slam on that like button for me. It does help the channel out. Shows me up on all these other searches for Seahawks content when you do so. I really do appreciate it. The LG says also we beat Hurt last year pretty convincingly. We did. Yeah, that was one of our more convincing wins of the year. They were down a little bit on their receiving core that game. No Keenan Allen, Mike Williams out, I think, about 2.5 quarters. Nas says, oh yeah, I forgot Tua this season. You got to add him even though he's on a mastermind offense with a playmaker everywhere. I still would put Geno ahead of Tua. I think there's a difference in their arm talent. If you put Geno in that offense, he would be doing everything Tua is doing, if not more. Herbert's arm is insane. I don't care what anyone says. I've been a Herbert truther and still feel the Bengals should have took him. I love Herbert, man. Yeah, I think he's good too. I think we haven't seen the best of Herbert quite yet either. They're starting to get there though with him. I think getting Kellen Moore in there will help. Utero says Lamar's too much of an injury risk. He's played in 2 games after December in the last 2 years. Oof. That's no good. That's no good. LG says Herbert just throws where he can complete. He can't make the throws that wins games. We beat Herbert last year. Can we do that easily against the Bengals last year? Probably not. But again, if they're down, you're down your 2, if the Bengals are down Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, they probably look a lot different offensively than versus having those guys. I don't know that we don't still beat the Chargers with those 2 guys out there, but you do think that maybe their offense looks a little different. Robbie Red, who's covering Chase, Woolen or Spoon? Seahawks have never had their corner follow a receiver before. I don't think that they're going to do that in this game. So there'll be times in this game you'll see Spoon on them. There'll be times you'll see Woolen. And I think they'll be mixing guys up in the slot with who they use in there. So it'll be a bit of a mixture all over the place. But just Seahawks don't tend to go that direction of having a guy follow. I'm not big in favor of having a guy follow a guy either because it doesn't help a defense out. It's more of a hindrance to the rest of the defense than it is really a help, I think. John Paul Bacon, if the Seahawks had won the Super Bowl over the Steelers, would the Seahawks ever have the Legion of Boom, Wilson, or Pete Carroll? No, probably not, John, because Coach Holmgren at that point is going to have enough goodwill built that I don't think that you move off from him within the next 2 years after that Super Bowl. And he probably ends up lasting, 2009, 2010 or something before he probably ends up calling it a day. Then Carroll probably has taken a job by that point, I would say. No, probably not. Brian says Burrow just doesn't make the mistakes Herbert does, though Burrow clearly has a better supporting cast. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. I think so. I think Burrow's got a little bit more of an innate understanding of playing the position and the way he reads and sees the game. I think he sees it a little clearer than Herbert does back there. But Herbert has all the ability in the world too, and his arm talent is second to none. And whereas I think Burrow definitely does not have the kind of arm strength Herbert does. And Jermaine Pratt could be a problem next week for the Hawks. He could be. He's a hell of a linebacker for them. Hell of a linebacker. Devian, very true. I'm just saying what type it looks like. Move to me. I agree. It may not make the most sense, but it's just what I see. I think you're talking to somebody else there, DVN. Sorry, man. Jumping in on your convo there. Nas says the Bengals are giving up 150 yards rushing per game. K9 and Sharps are going to give them hell. I hope so, man. That's the place to get them. They are bad as a run defending team right now. And they haven't exactly gone through, a cavalcade of great running football teams to give up those yards. So Browns, yeah, good running team. Ravens, Browns, those are pretty decent running teams, I guess. But then you got the Rams. No. Titans have not been running the ball well this year, even with Derrick Henry. Cardinals, not really. James Conner's pretty good this year, but I think we're definitely going to be able to have some openings on the ground to attack them. And you're right, Nicholas. We got to feed Charbonnet and Walker. Lean into it. If they're getting you 5 yards to carry in this game, don't overthink it. Especially if it's helping you to control the clock and keep Joe Burrow off the field. Mr. Blonde, yeah, Matt Ryan was practically Michael Vick. New Blacks has got Cam Moore to WSU to the Seahawks in the third round. That's the exact kind of move I could see him make, New Blacks. That kind of move I could see him make. I could live with that too. DVN says, Brandon, what quarterback do you actually see the Hawks getting? So I think a third round guy like a Cam Ward, maybe a Jordan Travis with FSU. Let me think who else would I in that one range of things. Let me bring up my 2000 draft list here so I don't have to think about it. So Joe Milton with Tennessee, depending on where he goes. Riley Leonard, Spencer Pratt. I'm not Spencer Rattler. Not Spencer Pratt. Spencer Rattler. I'm not a big Rattler guy, but that's could be the place that he goes. Tyler Van Dyke in that third round. Any of those kind of guys could certainly make some sense in there. ALG, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it. You guys are very kind as ever, and thank you so much for all the love in the chat on that. He says, I think Minshew should be playing in Colts, but Richardson gets hurt by routine tackles like Penny. Even if he sits, I think it will be an issue. Well, I guess how do you come to that conclusion though? Because we have two injuries this year so far. We've got the shoulder injury, and then we've got the concussion, which are two separate injuries. I don't believe that he missed any time in college last year and starting. So I don't know that we've got the injury history with him coming out of college being it that way. But let me, because I know I might miss your comment below being a little bit later. Let's take a look at it. So we got, let's take a peek here. Sports Reference, college stats. So final year, he played in all 12 games in his final season there with Florida. And I'm not sure that he had an injury. So we've got a real small sample size of time here, ALG, where he's played 5 games. He's got 2 injuries that have come up. Both of the 2 injuries that he has sustained, ALG, have occurred when he's scrambling with the ball, when he has left the pocket. And my whole point at the forefront of this is that when you take a young quarterback who hasn't played, who's then behind an offensive line that is not very good, especially when it comes to pass protection, you're then going to push that quarterback into a position where they've got to feel like they have to scramble more so than you would with a quarterback who is actually ready to just try to play the position as is, right? Try to operate from within the pocket, try to grow their game as a quarterback. And so I think you create the conditions a little bit as the Colts for this kind of situation to occur when you do that. And I don't understand that myself. You may be right. He may be that he is made, as somebody else mentioned above, that he's made of glass and that we come to find that he is just super injury prone. But you as a team can also take steps to not have to make that something that we're questioning about 5 games into his career too. And one way to do that would have been to let him sit on the bench as one of the youngest quarterbacks in this league, let him grow that year, let him understand, hell, get some certain set packages out there even for him, right? If you really wanted to, maybe send a couple packages out a game there just to let him work in a little bit. But then roll with Minshew through the rest of this year. Get your offensive line back fully into place by next offseason. You can learn at that point, is Quentin Nelson done or shot? Is Ryan Kelly done or shot? Or are they still good to go? But you didn't, they didn't do that. They forced their hand on this one a little bit. So, I mean, you might be right on that, but my problem comes down to that we can't say one way or the other because you didn't give him those conditions for success. And I see a lot of teams do that. And so very often that this goes this direction with these kind of quarterbacks that end up getting broken very young in their career because you didn't give them the right offensive line in front of them for success. Unlike, let's say, a Jalen Hurts, who got a great, nice offensive line stacked up ahead of him. He's a mobile guy, but he doesn't have to run out there as often or run out of the pocket as often because he's got his pass protection on point more often than not. So he can quarterback. He can do a little bit more of the traditional style of playing the position at times too, along with the mobility stuff. But we are in agreement. It's no doubt about it. It is Minshew mania time. Let's just get that part straight. Thank you, ALG, for that $5 donation, though. I do appreciate you. Janeth Kumar, thank you for the $10 donation. Wow, very kind of you. $10 donation. Appreciate you. Says, what if the Eagles end up winning the NFC Super Bowl on the brotherly shove? That would be funny. What do you think of this move? HBD, by the way. I'm bad with acronyms. I have to look this up. HBD acronym. Oh, happy birthday. Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. And I appreciate the $10 drop on that. But thank you. Very kind of you. Yes, I'm not a fan of the brotherly shove play myself. I can't discount the fact that the Eagles executed better than other teams. It sometimes felt like free money for them last year and almost like a cheat. But you can't deny that other teams are trying to run it at the same frequency this year, and they're not as good at it. They're definitely, they have a technique. They get one guy in on each of Jalen Hurts' butt cheeks. They got a hand for each cheek, and they're pushing those cheeks forward, man. There's no fainting hearts in those running backs behind him. They're like, we're going to shove you right up into that hole one way or another. We don't care. We're not going to be embarrassed by where our hand's going to slide. We don't care. It's worth it. And for a Super Bowl, maybe it is. Okay. Will Hurts take a finger up the hiney there to get a Super Bowl? He just might. But if it gets him a first down, might just be worth it too, huh? But I can see it happening. And that play, it's weird. It sort of makes their offense work because a lot of how they call their offense and what they do is knowing that can always be something that they call upon, knowing that that's a free play for them to go to whenever they need, if they need a yard. And boy, that does free up a lot of the rest of their offense, strangely enough, but it does. But I'm not a big fan of it. I just don't, it's not a skillful thing. I know I just gave them credit for being kind of skillful with how they use it, but I would prefer that it was taken out of the game, to be honest with you. I've never liked quarterback sneak plays, and they never felt like, they always felt a little bit cheap. Like when Brady would do it for years. You always just kind of roll your eyes and go, whatever. I don't know. I could be just old school with that one though, Janeth. But they just might. They just might. And then it would probably be outlawed the year after that. You'd have enough fans moaning and complaining about it. They'd certainly get it outlawed then. Stale, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I got Minshew ahead of Geno and Lamar behind him. Ahead of Geno. Oh, Snail, that's right. My UWite in the house. Or not UW, my WSU-ite in the house. Minshew's, I'd love to see Minshew given a chance. The guy goes out there and he just balls anytime he's given an opportunity, but nobody wants to give him an opportunity. I'm not saying he's the greatest thing in the world, but I mean, he gets the job done. He goes out there and he makes it happen like he did this last week, one way or the other. But yeah, I do have Lamar behind Geno at this point. Lamar's basically, as somebody else said above, just basically a runner of the ball. Thank you for that donation, though, Snail. I can't say I'm shocked that you would put Minshew ahead of Geno. Can't say surprised. Grass Daniels, I think it would be too soon to draft a quarterback unless we want to keep 3 on the active roster. Locke has a ton of upside. He would start this weekend for a handful of teams if they were to acquire him. Well, the one problem with that, though, is Grass, is that he was a free agent last year and certainly would have taken a starting opportunity job out there if there was a team out there who thought he was worthy of that opportunity. He looked good this past week, but I don't know that there's going to be a lot that changes in his situation from where it was last offseason in the teams and their view of him, especially given that this upcoming draft is so well stocked with quarterbacks. Right now this year, you can afford to pay $4 million and an extra $3 million in incentives to Drew Lock because of the fact that you have Geno Smith's contract on a $10 million deal this year. Once Geno's deal goes to $32 million a year next year, I don't know if the team's going to be able to afford to throw Lock in on another $4 or $5 million contract. One of the nice things with going out and getting a third-round quarterback as the backup is that you lower down and you free up that $4 million to spend elsewhere on the roster. And I think that I'm making a prediction, Grass, but I think the team's going to be pulled to take that approach down the line on this one. $10 million, that's the cost for Geno this season. 32's next. And it's substantially more at that point. Italian Knight, name the last player to have a breakout year and not get a record contract. Lamar Jackson. Nick Bosa didn't get his contract until he was through the 4th year, and he had certainly had a breakout year before that. Lamar won the MVP, and he had to wait hella long to get paid. It doesn't happen often, but I think it does occasionally occur, especially if a team has club control and cheap years on it. Moon Lambo. Geno is slow to throw and gives his receivers and plays a lot of time to develop. He rarely fires early and is often getting the ball out late to his guys. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I would love to know how you kind of reach that conclusion a little bit. I think Geno's playing pretty good football right now. I mean, I would think if it's as you say, Moon Lambo, that he's slow to throw and it doesn't get, like, if he's slow to throw, a guy's late to get a ball out of his hands, that's going to mean that a guy's going to have a lot more interceptions because he's giving then the cornerbacks time to break on the ball. Yet Geno has 1 interception for the season so far. And you can't say it's a matter of, well, Geno hasn't thrown the ball very much. You've just run the ball all the time. No, we've thrown way more than we've run it. His completion percentage is up at 68%. If I'm going to throw the ball late to a guy, I'm going to probably have a lot of balls that, if not intercepted, at least broken up, right? Giving the cornerbacks an opportunity to get a ball, an arm in there and knock it down. But that's not the case if you're throwing at 68% completion percentage. I don't know, man. I feel he's played pretty good ball last few years. The tough part too, Moon Lambo, about the whole not getting the ball out of his hands quickly when he's got the backup tackles, as I'm seeing you're referencing to in utero, is that when you're having the extra blockers in to overcome the tackles, that then means you have less guys running routes, which means there's less options to throw to, which means if option 1 and option 2 and option 3 are covered, you as a quarterback are then going to probably have to hold the ball a little bit longer for those guys to break open. But I mean, I don't know where your expectation might be at for what you're looking for from the quarterback position. Geno Smith last year set records for you at the quarterback position after you just had just about a Hall of Fame guy just move on out of here. He's right on track this year to put up similar performance to last year. Is he Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes? No. But is he playing like a top 10 quarterback right now? Yeah. And with the rest of the team that we have built up, the point on this Moon Lambo is that we're not building a team that needs to have a Burrow or Mahomes carrying the day. We're building a team. We're building a team first. And much like how we went out and won a Super Bowl 10 years ago and went to back-to-back Super Bowls 10 years ago, you're not doing that driven by what the quarterback, you live or die by your quarterback. That's not the way that this is getting set up. They're fitting to the blueprint of the old. And I'm going to just register a guess here that they're going to find a lot of success from it like they once did before by fitting to this blueprint. Chat's giving it to you too on this one. Eric Cotter, what are our chances with Kitty Cats and Cincy? Yeah, it's a close game, Eric. I'm not sure of which way I lean right now. I just think it's going to be really close. It's going to be a tough game to come out of. Since he's got some really tough games coming down the trek here, the schedule gets tough. And they're 2-3 already, and they're trying to get back on top of this. So we're having some chat here we're having some discussion in the chat. So I'm just trying to find the questions on that. Do make sure too, if you guys can, if there's a question on Hawks Nest, make sure you put the H in if you can or whatnot, because we have as much as ever with so many people in the chat. We have a lot of internal discussion going on. So I just want to make sure I'm reading the stuff that's meant for me. Brian Meyer says nobody can remotely predict where any draftees go now. One opinion, not much better than others. Many see BB as a first rounder at guard. Yeah, it's certainly easy. We're making very far off predictions that there's a lot that's got to go in the evaluation between now and the draft, which will flip up a lot of this stuff. Baby is just a guy that certainly we go on to a little bit because it's a guy that might have been even a first round pick last year. He very likely, I think, would have been the first guard taken off the board. I think the first guard was taken right at the start of the second round. So, comes back for another year. He's got multiple years of college production. He can play tackle and guard with his versatility. Let's not forget that. Many see him as a pure guard at the next level, but he's a guy that you have a couple of tackles get broken, you can put him out into tackle and he can hold up out there. And so I love Bebe though. You guys know that. Trey Griff says, B, I hear you talking about blitz percentage. What percentage was it against New York? It seemed like a lot. I don't actually have the numbers. I was trying to look to find out what they had ran in the blitz. I couldn't find it. Some of the stuff gets a little bit buried on the individual week by week deal. So I only just have right now, Trey, just the base numbers where I can go back for years and look at the overall year points. So I'll try to see if I can find that data at some point. I'll try to dig around and see if I can locate it. But you're up right now at 23.8%. And last year you were at about 15% or so. So definitely a big jump from where you were. Try to look that up though. Janice's unpopular opinion, the New York Giants sacks shouldn't be taken that seriously as a stat since they were a backup offensive line. I'll give them more props if they get 7+ sacks on Burrow. That's a fair way to look at it. I think you get I think when you set a team record for sacks, you've been around for 50 years and you tie the team record for sacks in a game. I don't know if you can just do that by saying, well, backups were the only reason we got that done. There's been a lot of times that you played some backup offensive lines with backup across the board and you didn't get anywhere close to that. I think those same backups too, like we're talking about this, Janeth, with other teams that have played the Giants team up to this point, including the Dolphins last week or the Niners in our own division, who are supposed to have a very ferocious pass rush. The Niners got 4 sacks against this Giants team. We almost got triple the number that they got going up against the same offensive line. And so while I can say that certainly we've got to build a little bit of this into, okay, it's a backup offensive line, I also don't think we can give that all the credit, especially when, Janeth, if you look at those cut-ups I'm showing at the top, it's not you doing cut-ups where you have Boye Mafe always going up against a backup tackle and he's just beating that backup tackle's butt and that's how he's getting the sack. You're doing it with the blitz packages. You're doing it by overwhelming an offensive line, by confusing them. And that's stuff you can replicate against other teams. Not maybe to that high degree, but you can still be very effective in utilizing that against others too as well. But it's fair. There are backups there. I just don't think we can give it all to that. Gotta give a little bit. Gabriel W. says, I don't think I'd be able to put Hurts or Lamar Jackson in front of Geno at all. I don't think Lamar has that much more when he doesn't run. Agreed. I think both of those two guys with Jackson and Hurts, it's more about their legs than it is what they do with their arm. And I think Geno, while he's not what they are with their legs, I think he's significantly better in his throwing ability than those two guys. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall McDaniel? Dropping a big fat $20 Drono drop. Thank you for that, Randall. I do appreciate you for that, man. Hope you're having a great night. He says, happy B-Day, bro. Thank you, man. 29 never looks so good. Yeah, I know. I'm almost to 30 years old here now. So, I don't know, I guess age starting to close up to me, but the big 3-0, I'm about to face that down. So Randall says, I had an idea. If it's 4th and 6 or less, past the 50 on the opposite side, you either have to kick a field goal or go for it. No punting when a team on offense is just past the 50. Ooh, I like it. Well, Randall, if we take more steps to remove punting from the game, I don't think that there's going to be anybody out there that decries that. I think everybody would say, yes, we're fine with that. So I'm good with it. I like that. I even like when, you're talking about the extra point. I like it being that you force everybody to go for 2. I think more of that would be kind of awesome as well. I know it'd be a big change to the sport, but I think it would be less kicking is for the betterment. Let's put it that way. So I love your idea, Randall. I sign off on it. I'm fully with it. Yeah. I know the old football heads would get all mad about it, Randall. Field position is a key part of the football game, and being able to pin a team back inside their own 5 is a big part of playing defense and But punting's kind of boring, especially punting now because we don't get any of the punt returns anymore. These guys just hit it up to the ceiling of the sky, 10-second hang time. Guy just fair catches it. It's not as exciting as it used to be, the punting game, Randall. We gotta spice it up a little bit. I agree with you, man. I agree with you. Let's do it. Let's get that done. Let's put that in motion. Thank you, though, man, for that $20 donation. And they appreciate the happy birthday deal, too. Thank you so much, man. Bear with me 1 second, folks. We'll be right back. Get a little more coffee here. back door. Appreciate you, Randall. Gabriel says Hurts behind benefits from his offense similar to Brock Purdy. They're both good, and they both also get a lot of help. I take Geno over both, and I'm not fanboying either. Yeah, I think the best way to illustrate this probably debate, I don't even it's a debate. I think a lot of people would agree with you, Gabriel, including myself. But I think the way to maybe put this in a way to maybe kind of crystallize this, if we took Jalen Hurts from that offensive line that he's had that's been pretty much fully healthy throughout the course of his career as a starter there, or we take Brock Purdy, whose offensive line has remained healthy through his time, and we give those guys to the Seahawks offensive line with the backups across the board like we've had for the past three games. Does Purdy or Hurts play anywhere near as well as Geno did behind those same lines? I don't think so myself. And yeah, that's where I would put him up ahead. And I'm going to be slow to come around on Purdy. I'm going to be just like scratching, fighting, and clawing not to get on. I just think eventually somebody's going to kind of figure that out a little bit. Maybe not all the way, but a little bit. Nas says, all I know is the Bengals are not throwing that bomb on Reek. No, agreed. We also, I don't think, leave that hole as much open in our defense to take advantage of. I think we have a tendency to keep things a little clearer over the top than the Bengals will. With Gannon there. Nas says, I watched the Bengals game, and the only reason they won is because the Cards are trash. Got a turnover and couldn't score, and weak corner got bombed. You won't be Seattle that way. I love Nas. Like, bring that energy, brother. Let's go. I love it. Hell yeah. Yeah, Moonlaw, but there's no way that Joe Mixon is better than K9. No way. No. Chris Pack says Jason Whitworth says he'll never pay a quarterback big money. I think this is where the game's trending, Chris. I really do, and I've been on this boat for a while. I think that it was really as much the Russell Wilson situation that brought it into kind of clear perspective for me. And that is you have so many teams around the league that are caught in this trap of thinking they've got to spend the money on the quarterback. And then they go through this weird cycle where guy starts out and he's a rookie and he's giving a great performance for the bang for the buck, bang for the buck, bang for the buck. Oh, time to pay him. Now when we pay him, we can't have as strong a team. Now once we don't have as strong a team, we got to lean on the quarterback to carry the day. But he's not quite good enough to carry that whole load all the way through the day. And then back to the original starting point. I think you got to realize how it hinders you to pay the quarterbacks that kind of money that's getting tossed around, 50, 55, $60 million, and it's only going up from here. And I think there's a smart organization out there. I think ours is one that looks at it and goes, there's another way to do this. This is the lazy approach. This is the way every other lemming is going in this sport. It doesn't require a lot of deep thought. You know, I go get star quarterback. He make my team great. Let us think about this a little deeper. Let them play checkers in their approach to the quarterback position. Let us play chess. And that's where we get more to the team, more to building a stronger team around them. You talk about the Hurts or the Purdys or a lot of these quarterbacks that play well. Oftentimes you look at the offensive lines in front of them and they've got that on point up ahead of them to make it happen. Look at Jared Goff. One of the better offensive lines you'll find in the sport. Helps him to flourish, despite the guy's really kind of mainly a statue back there. I find myself more than ever, Chris, landing in that spot where it's the supporting cast. We like to think of it like the quarterback raises all of the other boats up in the harbor, but it's really the supporting cast, the other boats that are raising this boat. And I'm getting more fixed in that opinion as time goes on. Connor says, I'm personally in favor of using Spoon outside and in the slot against better receivers, not switching with Woolen, but basically fitting in where Woolen isn't at. I'm okay with that. I think it'd be a good strategy. Greg says, sorry, trying to text in work at the same time. So you're saying you like to blitz. Go Hawks. I do like to blitz, Greg. You better believe it. What's up, Addis? HB says, Bengals can't stop the run. Let's control the clock and get Mo Charbs in our diet. Let's do it. HB, you think Penix goes top 20? I think Penix is elevating himself quickly into top 15 minimum at this point. Yes. Yes, I do. And Moon Lambo, we are in agreement. I do think a top 8 defensive end or defensive tackle would be the biggest beneficial thing to this defense at this point. Found some common ground. Addis says, Climate Pledge Arena is hosting once again an NBA preseason game tonight. They might as well bring back Seattle already. The NBA to the NBA. Yeah, it's time. It's time. ALG says, I think people are stuck on Geno's Jets day. Yeah. I'm pretty firmly in that camp of thinking that there's a lot of people that's opinions have been so fixed on Geno of where he sits in their mind. And I've seen that there's nothing that he's going to be able to do. He won Comeback Player of the Year award last year. It wasn't just a matter of, well, people in Seattle liked him, but nationally people recognized what he really was. He played great, set Seahawks records at the quarterback position. A quarterback position that if you look at the top 50 all-time quarterbacks in the sport and the amount of yards they've thrown for, you got 2 quarterbacks on your team that are on that top 50 all-time mark. You haven't had necessarily just piss-poor quarterbacks come through here in the 50-year turn. You had a sub-Hall of Famer in both Dave Craig and Russell are just fall short of those marks. Matt Hasselbeck had a solid career through here. He beat all of those marks in his first year starting, not in his 4th year as a starter here, the first year starting back in there. He should move a lot. If you find yourself in the camp looking at Geno at this point and saying, and not to say he's a perfect quarterback or the best or that he's in the royal of a top 3 guy, but to not look at the value that he's bringing to the table right now, especially guys costing you $10 million on the cap this year, he's playing the position tremendously. He had 4/5, 5/5 of his offensive line down for a big part of this year. I don't know. There's a lot of quarterbacks out there that are going to be able to even be functional, much less throw for back-to-back 300-yard games when they've got that many backups in like they did. But I do think that in certain people's minds, their opinion of Geno was fixed. It was said a long time ago, and there's nothing that he can do to change that just short of raising a Lombardi trophy. And hopefully he does that to finally get the last of those guys to shut up. Space, it's not my birthday today, Space. It was my birthday on Sunday, technically speaking. But Space, I thank you very much for the $20 dono. I appreciate the $20 dono. Happy birthday drop. He says, happy birthday, Brandon. And don't you ever forget, go Hawks. That's right, man. That's right. Don't you ever forget. And I will never forget. You know that. Thank you for that $20 donation, though. I appreciate you on that. And thanks, man. It's been a great birthday. Don't know if you guys got to see. I was saying a little bit. I'm blocking it right now. But check out Seahawks. Brendan Nelson got me a great gift here. So check out this. Just look over my left shoulder here. I got to move it into a better position. But pretty cool, huh? It's like it's a metal piece. I should probably show you guys, like it's a metal piece that's got the Hawks nest carved into it. And I'm going to put it more over the other side of my shoulder so you guys can see it's all bumped down Richard and the card I got over there. But cool little gift there from Brendan Nelson. Appreciate him for that. I wish I put it in a better position though. You can't really see it. That's the only problem here. So I got to change it a bit there. But thank you, Space. Appreciate you, man. That's a very kind donation. Moon Lambo says Tom Brady had a 92 success sneak rate over his career. Keep the tush push. I don't think it's going anywhere. Yeah. I don't have a real extreme opinion on this. It's just a general opinion. And Utero says tush push isn't football. It doesn't feel like it to me either. Any play that we're labeling the tush push, just on general football terms alone, right? Probably want to take that one out. Grandizer 12. Hi, Seahawks, Brandon Kane. Hope all is well. All is great. Hope you're doing well too. Says, do you have a pre-game stream lined up with a Bengals content creator for this weekend's game? Thanks for taking my question. Let's go 12th man. It was actually going to be the thing I'm doing after this stream, Grandizer, and I should have done this ahead of time. I've reached out to a couple of, nobody is ever responsive out there. It's trying to get to respond to people to respond or say anything on DMs and Twitters or anything is hard as hell. But I would like to do that. I'd love to be able to set one up. It'll be a bit last minute this week, but I'm going to try to reach out and see if I can get somebody to maybe do a Wednesday, Friday, Saturday kind of thing, if I can pull it off. So I'm going to try to, and throughout the course of the rest of the year, I'm going to reach out to some content creators for these other teams. But much like the Seahawks players, man, some of these people just don't respond at all. So you just end up reaching out, you just hear nothing back. But it's a great idea, and I want to do it. Yeah, I'm okay with the quarterback sneak without the ban, with the ALG, and you ban it from the push from behind. That would be my ideal with it too. That's it. That's the way to keep the sneak in the game, but just don't have it to where you can have guys torpedoing a dude through the line. And I don't think you'd ban pushing all the way, Nas. Just ban pushing in the quarterback. So you can still push running backs and stuff down the field, but I don't have a real, I gotta be honest with you. I mean, I generally dislike the play, but it doesn't make my face go red. Nas says, can we talk about the stretch of 3 games in 12 days? That's a considerable disadvantage. I don't know why the scheduling guys would think this makes any type of sense. I don't either. I don't get it as well. Maybe the upshot is you're going to get a couple of extra days of rest, but those bodies will be broken up by those 3 games of the 12 days. Scrappy part of the schedule, Nas. No two ways about it. And this is the hardest part of the schedule too, just as an extra part, is that also happens to be against some damn tough teams on top of it. So I don't know why they did it. It sucks. It does suck. And you got the early bye in addition. So we'll have to overcome it. Addis says, Geno's one of the best quarterbacks in the league who gets rid of the ball faster. How is he slow? I don't know on that one. I think he's taken the times in the last couple of weeks. There's been some times he's taken. He had one game where he had over 3 seconds holding the ball, but in general terms, over the last 2 years, he's been quick with getting the ball out of his hands. And I think there's an explanation for why the last couple of games, if he was holding the ball a little bit longer, like I said before, you're less guys running routes, less guys to get open, more guys blocking, helping out the backs, helping out the tackles. Long live the Kings has banned the shotgun read option on 3rd and 4th and short 2. Not because it's cheap, but because it's stupid. Connor, I just saw a chart showing quarterbacks' rate of throws in the middle of the field, and Geno has by far the lowest rate at around 20%. Hopefully that can go up soon with a healthy O-line and more JSN. I think it will with both of those two things. I think JSN's production will uptick with the line coming back to health, and then you'll see Geno target a little bit more of the middle of the field. ALG says we shouldn't blitz Burrow. He'll see it coming. I agree. I think this is, even though I know at the front of this show, a little bit advocating for being more blitz heavy throughout the course of the season as we go forward, I think Burrow is a guy that you might want to be a bit hesitant to do that on, though. Addis says, again, I'm going to say this. Why can't Seattle versus Bengals flex to Sunday night? I think they had to make the call by now if they were going to do that. I think they could have done it, but they had to make the call by now if they were going to. Connor says, now that I think about it, Seattle's ability to efficiently attack the outside of the field is another positive versus the Niners. Ward is good, but their corners on that defense are a weak link. Yeah, I think that's a place you can attack. Ryan says we need good time blitzes, a good mix, Ryan. That's the key here. It's the mix. You know, it ain't the one ingredient. It ain't that one overpowering taste that you're going to add to the mix. It's the whole mix that makes it happen. Leon Thatch, how long do you think before Wilson gets benched in Denver? I don't think he gets benched this year, Leon. It's certainly a thing that's on the table, is if you're looking to kind of shake things up a little bit, that's a place that you would oftentimes go to. But if you do look at the base statistics for Russell on the year, I don't know if you can plant a lot of it on his plate as far as the failures go. I don't think that he's playing the position great. He's playing fine. But he's not playing bad. And if you're going to bench a guy, you know, do you bench him because you're going, well, we're not getting $55 million worth of value. We're getting value out of you, but not $55 million. And I think that he is showing a willingness to scramble now more than he has in recent years. He's kind of doing everything he can, I think, that's within his capability. But I think absent him regressing even more this year than where he's been, I don't think that they look to bench him this year. I would say that even though I'm saying that, I don't think that he's there for another year after this. But he's throwing for almost 67% is his completion percentage. He has 106 rating, which would be fourth highest of his career right now. He's got 11 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. I think that those aren't numbers that are going to get him benched. DVN says, just saw a post. Dallas fans really pushing for Trey Lance. Well, we had a guy, remember we had a number one Dallas Cowboy fans, one of our Dallas guys that comes in here. And he was out on Dak a couple of years ago even. I think there's a lot of that fan base that understood with Dak. It's the trick here of this. It's that a guy comes on and has success initially as a quarterback and he must be the man. We must have to pay him. But what did Dak have when he walked in the door with the Cowboys? He had 3 grade A offensive linemen and a 4th passable one on the team at the same time, right? 3 legit Pro Bowlers, 3 all-pro-like offensive linemen. He had Des Bryant on the outside. He had a rookie Ezekiel Elliott. He had the tight end, the Hall of Fame tight end that was still there and able to, somewhat get open at times. He had a lot to work with to make him look good. And you get fooled by that. And then you got like, well, now we'll pay him. But to pay him, you got to now dial back the support that he received that was part of what made him look good. It's the much deeper way to look at that position and what is causing the success to occur or not to occur, rather than just being driven by the quarterback. Grandizer 12 says, question, hi, Seahawks, Brandon Kane, hope all is well. Do you have a pregame stream lined up? I'm trying to. And Grandizer, if you have a suggestion too, let me know on a Bengal channel that you think might work. But I will reach out tonight to a couple of them on Twitter, DM them, and say, hey, you want me to do this? Let's do this. Joshua Sanier says, Hawks Nest, what do you think the key to improving red zone efficiency is? More of a commitment to running the ball. I think at times Waldron gets a little bit, and it's not a bad issue with him, but I think there's just a little bit of a hitch to his giddy up at times where he falls a little bit too in love with throwing the ball. He's got Tyler, he's got DK, he's got the tight ends to toss to. JSN's in the mix here too. I think he's got to remember at times that you get inside that red zone, you throw between the 20s, you run to score, and you've got to run the ball a little bit more consistently when you're down in that red zone, I think. And so that would be a little bit at the head of it for me, is doing that. I think that just mainly is that, to be honest with you. I think that there's more room to try to utilize guys like Colby Parkinson and Jake Bobo down there too. Say nothing of DK Metcalf. Use some of the guys that got some size down there. Those guys tend to be pretty good red zone targets. You don't do a lot of, especially in the Bobo Parkinson case, you haven't done a lot to target those guys down there as well at given moments. Bobo showed you in that Carolina game scoring that touchdown that he can be effective down there. So that's another place. But mainly at the head of it, I tend to find us down at the red zone at times. Just we end up throwing too much, Joshua. We get a little bit too creative for our own good. Grandizer, sorry I didn't mean to duplicate my question. No, it's all good, man. I feel you. Sometimes stuff gets lost in the mix here. Nas says Chidarius is a top 10 name in the NFL. Chivarius? Yes, it is. That's certainly a handle and a half right there. Oh, ALG was thinking about because there was 2 wards on the Niners. I have that weird conspiracy thing, guys. I don't know what it is. Certain teams get guys with the same last names on their teams. And you'll just have this weird, like we've had Lockett's, Niners got Wards. There's certain teams that seem to always have like a lot of Williams, and certain teams have like a lot of Johnsons. I don't know what it is. But yeah, he's talking about the other Ward that the Niners had that went to the Texans this offseason. John Payton spoke too soon. Mason Dale, who's your favorite non-Seahawk currently? Mine is Max Crosby. Ooh, you're going with the Condor, huh? Crosby is a real fun player to go watch. I mean, you talk about a guy that loves his job and gives everything he got every game. There's no energy or effort that's left over at the end of the game after Max Crosby's played. That is for sure. He is definitely one of the funner ones out there. Who's my favorite non-Seahawk? Good question. Who would that be? Trying to go through who it is. It's always hard. I think so hard through the Seahawk lens of things, trying to think. There's a lot of guys I like, but who's one that stands out versus the others? Let me think about it. Crosby's a good one. I like a lot of how Fred Warner plays middle linebacker. Watching him against the Cowboys and how he affected that game. Just forced fumble, interception, tackling. Kid we're playing this week, Jamar Chase, is one of my favorite receivers to watch. How he goes about his position. He's always been just so much fun. I'm trying to think if there's one guy, though, that really stands out as another guy that I sort of, I don't know if I've got one. Got a better answer for you, but I don't know if I've got one, Mason. Moon says the Seahawks are winning 5 Super Bowls in 10 seasons, but they need to stay focused and need much depth and talent as possible. Hell yeah. Thank you for the birthday, Moon Lambo. Appreciate you on that. You too, Space. You too, Byron. Thank you. Leon Thad says, damn, Brandon looks good for 29. Oh, shoot. Very catty, Leon. ALG, my favorite player outside of Seahawks is Burrow, actually, just because he has a good chance to beat the Chiefs. I like Burrow. Burrow's another guy that I really do like, too, yeah. That might be my answer, too, ALG. I hadn't thought this one through a lot. I probably should have given it more thought, but I think all of these are really good. And I do like the way both, with Burrow and Chase, those are both guys I've liked to watch play going back to college. Just so much fun. And Universe's Pumpkin snapped around like, where the hell are you going, Brandon? Yeah, she's always keeping her eye on me. She's always watching. Mason Dale, thank you for the happy birthday. Appreciate it. Ryan Ball asks of the most important question of the night, and that is Pumpkin afraid of the Bengals? I'm speaking right now down on the scene with one Pumpkin the cat in regards to her opinion of this upcoming brutal matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals. We're going to try to find from her what she thinks in her opinion. Let's get the thoughts from one Miss Pumpkin the cat as to whether she's taking this Bengals team seriously or whether she thinks this is going to be an easy roll. Pumpkin, can you let us know whether or not, is this going to be a win? Are we going to win this week? Are we winning? Yes? We're winning? What's the score going to be? Can I get a score? What's the score? No score? We're just going to win? I think she said it was going to be a win, but I mean, I'll let you guys translate it, you know. I don't know. She had a lot to say there. Usually when she speaks that much, it's a little bit deeper. Ryan's got the Hawks winning 23-20. I like that score, Ryan. I think it's going to be a close one. I do. Joshua says, Hawks Nest, really hope we keep Andy Dickerson around after seeing the backups perform so well. He's been an awesome offensive line coach for us, Joshua, and he's done a tremendous job since coming in here. He had a tall task ahead of him because he was coming in here on an offensive line that had a lot of guys that fit to a type that was not a fit to this new offensive scheme. And so he had to kind of make do with what he could deal with in the first year there with the talent that he had. They've started to bring more kind of mobile guys in now that can work within the scheme a little bit better. But Dickerson has done a tremendous job both with getting by initially, not having the exact talent that you need for the scheme, but then helping the young guys to develop and develop very fast like he did last year with your young rookie tackles. But then also now making sure that the backups were ready and up to snuff to be able to play and hold their water and hold the line until you could get the starters back. He has done a tremendous job. He's done every point around that you would need from an offensive line coach. He's checked the box off here in his couple of years of being here. And I just hope that he doesn't get plucked up as maybe an offensive coordinator or some team tries to, rip him free from us, because the rest of the teams around the league will note the job he's done. Addis says K9's been better than Joe so far. I think Mixon's definitely not the same back he was when he came to the league. And I just think that I think Walker, even if these guys were both in their prime, Walker is still the better back to me. David says, I think we would silence all of our critics if we came away from Cincinnati with a win this weekend. We can do this. Our defense can do this. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, David D. And I think you speak it well. I think there's already people starting to come around to like, oh, this Seattle team's maybe better than we thought. Oh, maybe their team is going to make some noise out here in this NFC. And we got to take them a little bit more seriously. You go into Cincinnati, 10 a.m. on the road, you win this game, you will be held up into that high thought process is where people put you as one of the better teams in the NFC, as a team that can be rounding into a contender status of things. Yeah, I agree. Deviant says, speaking of money, Niners got to pay Bosa $49 million, 3 years back-to-back starting 2025. Sheesh. They've set their cap up into the future where it's going to get hard, and they're going to have to make some tough decisions. Trent Williams is obviously not going to last forever. He's going to retire. Brandon Ayuk's going to be due for a contract extension any day here now. How are you going to fit him in if you're going to be able to fit him, or does he become one of the first casualties you got to let walk? I think they're going to have to deal with some things there. Jan Hart says the Huskies could beat the Cardinals. I don't know. I think, as ALG says, I think a pro team is still a pro team. Josh Alstrom says Chris Harris used to play outside in base and slot in the nickel for Denver in Denver's defense. Spoon could do that too. Well said, Josh. Yeah. And that was the no-fly defense, right? That's the defense that helped them go win a Super Bowl, was utilizing Chris Harris in that way. Well said. Love it, man. Yeah. Definitely. Ryan Ball says, yeah, it's kind of funny that Mr. Irrelevant, the quarterback that went to one of the best teams in the NFL, is doing the best. Yeah, it is a little bit strange. Gibson says with Hurts, he's always been an underdog. He's a better athlete than quarterback, but at 25, he can improve and has crazy work ethic. No, he's going to work harder than Jalen Hurts. That's for sure, Gibson. And I think that he's going to do everything he can to improve himself as a player as he goes along. But I do think that you do eventually get held back by your arm limitations at one point or another. I think Purdy's going to run into this at one point or another, that you can't make all the NFL throws. There's stuff I just can't trust you to let it rip and get it out there. You can do certain throws. You can make, it's not that you're non-functional as a quarterback, but I think that does limit him as a quarterback to a degree. Alex Farias says, happy birthday, Brando. Seattle gets the W this weekend for your birthday present. That would be the best birthday present ever, man. That'd be the best ever. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. Mason says, who are your top 5 Seahawks right now? In order, I'll go K9, DK, Spoon, Geno, Lockett. I might still put Wagner ahead of Lockett right now. But I'll go with the rest of your list. Yeah, I'll go with the rest of your list. I think 1 through 4 are very close together too, Mason. Like, they're not a lot of separation between them. ALG agrees with me. Hurts is limited. And I like it. It's not to totally crap on Hurts. I don't want to make it seem like Hurts is like completely overrated as a quarterback. His Super Bowl performance was outstanding. He had a gutsy game this last week against the Rams where he had to find his way and fight his way through to kind of find it. But yeah, I just think for quarterbacks that have a limited arm, and big time limited, I think too, not just kind of but limited. It does restrict you a little bit as a quarterback. Unlike a guy like even Geno, I think Geno can make every throw in the book. JB said, would love the Charbonnet to get more touches. Me too, JB. You've been very effective at running it. We could definitely stand as an offense to do a little bit more of it. Chicken God says they need Spoon on the outside against Cincy. Jamal will do just fine around the line of scrimmage. Let's go. Love it. BPs, is Ashawn Robinson an option for a trade to beef up the D-line? He's an option, BP. He has scheme familiarity, having been in a Fangio defense with the Rams. I don't know if he's a very major option upgrade for you, though. He's not played particularly well for the Giants early on as a free agent addition for them. I think it would be a very much a minimal amount of impact he would bring to this team if you traded. For me, the Leonard Williams is the much better option to be able to pick up. That's the guy that I got for the Giants team. That's the guy I've got my eye on. He's in the last year of his contract too. Giants probably not going to pay him on another extension. Maybe somebody you could jump on there. Gabriel says detractors will find a way if the Hawks pull off a solid win. They'll say the Bengals are bad and got destroyed by the Browns and Titans, even though Burrow will be much healthier than those games. Possible. Even more Seahawks. Hawks Nest, do you think that JSM will get more snaps with Cross on the field? A little bit. You're still going to be providing the protections for Curhan on the right side, even if Cross is out there as a starter, especially with this Bengals defensive line. You're going to be worried about them and you want to make sure that you've got the double blocks, the double teams in place to deal with that. So a little bit more, but not fully to the point of where it will be Phoebe Moore Seahawks once you have both Lucas and Cross both out there starting and rolling. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, he made that. That's a nice, thoughtful gift. It is. Brendan was awesome. And you can't, I don't know if you can kind of read it, but it does say Hawks Nest on the thing. So it's like, it's completely though in metal. Like it's got a hard metal kind of thing to it. Oh, that's cool. And Jeffrey Trust, how do you feel about our whole O-line besides Lucas coming back? I don't think people understand how good our line is. Oh no, it looks like it's going to be rounding into pretty good, if not good to great shape. I think Lucas and Cross, when they're eventually healthy and rolling, give you 2 top end tackles in this league. I think Evan Brown has been so much solider for you at the center position than we've seen in recent years. So you have 3 of your 5 you feel good about. Damian Lewis is heading into a contract year. He's got to get healthy here. But he's shown you flashes at times of stepping forward at the guard position, especially as a pass protector the last 2 years. And with Phil Haynes, if he's not up to snuff and rolling strong, Bradford's shown you enough right behind him that he might be a guy to push Haynes here sooner than later. I think it's a solid line. It's on its rise. It's got the depth that we haven't had in recent years on top of it. But yeah, it's certainly it's going to be a big driver of this offense, Jeff, and its success. It's part of why I have so much faith that this offense will end up rounding out when it's all said and done this year into a top 5 state, is because of this line. Addis says we can re-sign Bobby. I feel like we could. Again, possibly his best year in career. We'll see. Yeah, we'll have to see. But I mean, he's not looking like he's done. And Bobby, I think, has said that he'll take this year by year. So if that's the case, why not? He's going to have this kind of year. Why not bring him back? Especially if you can bring him back for the kind of cost that you did this year, which was like a 1 year, $7 million deal. I mean, getting this kind of production for that is just tremendous. Wilbert, salute to you too, sir. Appreciate you. Kingdom Joe says, Hawks Nest, if the Giants line sucks so bad, that's why we got so many sacks, then Brandon, tell me why no other team even got close to as many sacks on them before us or since. Our defense is dogs. Agreed. That was the point I was making a little bit on the higher point too, Kingdom Joe. That's the way I look at it as well. I will give a bit of a measure to the fact that the backup tackles for the Giants were out there a bit. It wasn't all the way that way, but it was a little bit that way. But like you say, the other teams didn't put the kind of production we put up against them. And you were doing it on the road as well. It wasn't like you were in Seattle and the crowd noise was letting the guys get some big jump off the line of scrimmage. And then there was the part where you were doing, as we showed at the top of this show, Kingdom Joe, where you were doing this by some of it, by the blitzes you were bringing, by the pressure fronts you were bringing. You know, you were manufacturing these pressures too. So yeah, you're right. Can't just give it all to the backup thing. Ran the cut. I was told this weekend was the first weekend they could start to flex games. Could have been given wrong information, but. ALG says 7 sacks are not that easy. Burrow ain't as dumb like Daniel Jones. Yeah, he's not gonna be as confused by blitzes and stuff like Daniel was. Two different beasts. One not being a beast, one being a toothless dodo bird. John says I would blitz Burrow. He's hobbled. That's why he's playing so poorly. He has no mobility. It looked like he was back last week against the Cardinals, John. He had a couple moments there where he had to get away from pressure, and he did so. So I don't know if he's at 100%, but he looked a lot closer there last week than he has throughout the course of this year. You're right. Throughout the course of the year, he has looked that way. But last week, it looked a little bit different. Church says Broadway Joe needs to go back to the trainer after we run him over. Jed Hart, happy birthday, Brandon. Happy belated birthday, Brandon. I love watching my Arizona Diamondbacks beat the hell out of the Dodgers. Yeah, it's kind of surreal watching the other night. Paul Sewald getting Colton Wong to fly out to center field. Us Mariner fans were kind of watching that, feeling a certain way about it. But how about the Diamondbacks giving it to the Dodgers? Yeah, it's cool to see. Best of luck to your guys on that one. I don't want to see the Dodgers back in the World Series. They've had enough of those. And Arizona's kind of become, since they got a ball club down there, they've really embraced baseball down there with that club. It's good to see. Chicken God, the blame for Russell Wilson at this point has to be contaminated. The Denver locker room and players are making business decisions because they want out of Denver. It is maybe going that direction. Gibson, I could see Denver moving off Wilson and the trade living in infamy for Bronco fans. I agree Wilson will continue to regress even more so now that his last several years with us. Yeah, I don't think he's getting better moving forward here. That's for sure. And it's diminishing returns is definitely going to be the case. He's only getting older. But yeah, I think that moving off Wilson after this year, it's just not working. And even if Wilson goes out and has a year where he has over 100 rating and he throws for 30 touchdowns and only 10 interceptions, it just still could be a place where they're just going, this just isn't working though. We just have to change this up. Drunk Squidder, what are your thoughts on Noah Fant so far? I think he's off to the best start of his career. I don't think it's been spectacularly so that he's out there, looking like one of the better tight ends in the sport, but I think he's looking like a slight uptick from where he's been. He's a good all-around solid H-back tight end, and he can play some inline, and he's an okay enough blocker, good pass catcher, a little bit of run after the catch, but kind of is what he is, just a good, solid player, especially when you can use him like we use him, where he doesn't have to be an option 1, 2, or 3. You just mix him in. Jeff says, Wilson may be a good guy, but sounds like a cancer in the locker room. There's some issues there with Russ, and players have raised this enough in just the last year alone. We've heard enough about this being brought up and talked about that we know that it is the case indeed. And I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's a good human being. Went out there and went to the cancer ward every week with us. Still has done that out of Denver. He's done a lot with charity. I don't want to seem like I'm tearing the guy down, but when it comes to being a quarterback and doing what you need to do as a leader of the team and all of the things required of that position, there seems like there's some things that have sort of been left off the table there for Russ a bit. Chicken God, they should put Bradford in at fullback like Refrigerator Perry when they were down by the goal line. I'd love to see that, Chicken God. That'd be awesome. What a great suggestion. Who's getting in his way? He's clearing any linebacker out of the hole. The LG says, I like Fant. Hope we can keep him, but it'll cost us. Yeah, I think he's just going to be too pricey to keep, unfortunately, because Hawks aren't sitting with a lot of cap space next year. I think hunting is skill, part of the game, even when we were in high school. ALG says, what if Denver eats most of the dead money for Wilson? Some teams can try him for 1 year. It's possible that could go down. It's happened at times that teams have been able to eat the dead, they'll eat a huge amount of portion of the contract and then they move him. And then the team that takes him is, of course, not married to Russell past a year, right? Because they could then cut him after a year and there's no dead money. I think that would require Denver to eat a lot of the money to make that happen, ALG. And then even once they eat that money, what are they going to get back in return for that trade? Russell's not going to net back a 3rd-round pick at this point. He'll maybe net back a 4th-round pick. Maybe, I think. So, I don't know on that one. It's a sticky situation, that's for sure. Kingdom Joe says, punting's part of the game. The only thing I would change, Brandon, is you can't win a game with a kick anymore. I'm good with that too. I like that as well. Kingdom Joe, I love your Brian Bosworth shirt. Thank you, man. Got to show love to the Boz. But Connor says, for me right now, it might be Bijan. Bijan Robinson's a fun player to watch. I think he's going to quickly ascend to being one of the best backs in this league. Ryan's got Rashad Penny as your favorite non-Seahawk. That's a specific one. Okay. Drunk Squidward says, thoughts on the Texas Rangers making the ALCS? Kind of stings as Mariner fans. I hope they go out and get aggressive with getting more bats. The coaching and ownership can be blind at times. I find in my own self right now when it comes to the fandom with Mariner baseball or doing the Mariner channel like I've been doing, Drunk, I find myself dissuaded at the moment as we stand right now. And I find myself more wanting to just double to the football channel and stay in this lane of things when we go through this upcoming year. Because I'm anticipating the fact that the Mariner organization is going to do a whole lot of nothing this offseason, a whole lot of half-measure moves that they're going to try to sell to the fan base of being big-measure moves. And my patience is run thin. I'm tired of being told that I've got to sit around and wait. And I it's 162 games a season you got to watch in Major League Baseball. And I'm kind of done with watching a 54% winning team every year. It doesn't really bring a lot to me as far as enjoyment. And the team has been brutal to watch at times, especially with the way that they play offensively. So I don't think the team's going to get aggressive, Drunk. I think that the team's going to try to make their profit margin. I think that the ownership is more enamored by turning a profit every year than they are by winning. And that there comes a point in time that you make a choice as an ownership group to go in one lane or the other lane. You don't get to operate in both lanes. You pick a lane. And the lane that this ownership group has chosen and the lane that the ownership group has chosen for now well over 20 years is before we spend money, we need to make our profit every year. I don't like it. I don't approve of it. And I ain't going to watch a whole lot of baseball if that's the direction that they're going to go. Favorite non-Seahawks is Brian, Mark Andrews. That's a good one too. Boy, he's a big boy. Big boy. Brian says pumpkin with the birthday hangover. She does have a bit of that look, doesn't she? Porter Vance has got the Hawks winning 27-23. I love it, Porter. I think it's a close game like that. I do. Alex feels a little better. He's got 31-23. A lot of confidence. Good to see. ALG, I think that the Cowboys lost the Niners because of Micah Parsons. He's trash. We'll trade him for Taylor. John says, anybody ever hydroplaned in those stupid trenches on the I-5? They need to fix that crap. It's pouring. Oh, yikes. Grandizer, last time Bumpkin hosted a stream, she dropped some serious knowledge. She's got a deep wealth. That's for sure. Deep, deep wealth. Owen Carter, where's the Reek respect? I was thinking of putting Reek in the top 5, Owen, but he's got to keep doing it. It's only been a year with them, and I mean Witherspoon looks. I know Witherspoon's a better tackler. I know Witherspoon's a better blitzer. I know Witherspoon can play outside and inside, whereas Reek can only play on the outside. We can get back in that area, and he's certainly in the top 10, top 7, top 6 maybe, but you'll see a little bit more. Ryan Ball, Brandon, I forgot Pumpkin already predicted the season. If I remember right, Pumpkin already predicted a Hawks win. I do think that she had us as a win in this one, yes. I think that's right. Kirk says, years ago, the Vegas odds makers gave odds for the 0-16 Browns versus the national championship Alabama team. The spread was 28 points in favor of the Browns. Yeah, that would have been right. Any NFL team will beat the brakes off of any college team. And I do love Reek. Oh, and I do. So I don't want to seem like I'm shading Reek at all. Just, you got a lot of good players on this team. Alex, would you take Frank Clark back if we gave up if we get a late round pick for him? Denver's probably getting close to blowing it up. I don't believe that he's even as of yet played for the Denver Broncos this year, Alex. You're 4 deep right now at the edges. So you bring Frank in here and now he's your 5th edge. I don't think Frank really brings a whole lot to the table that is going to help us out. I think he's going to have a struggle to find any snaps on the football field. Clark can't play inside as a 3 tech. He's an outside guy solely. So I just don't see a lot of value to be had from bringing back Frank Clark. Addis says Reed could have actually gotten an interception in the Giants game, but hopefully he ends up getting one in Cincinnati. He'll get it sooner or later. And yeah, he came close in that, came very close in that Giants game. Broke on the ball and almost got it. Owen Carter says Reek isn't making splash plays because the team won't throw at him. Yeah, he's definitely not getting targeted a lot, Owen. And I do like him, so I've got him right there on the outside end. But I just some of the other guys I just like just a shade more. Gibson, Reek was an all-pro as a rookie and runs a 4.2. I think Woolen and Witherspoon probably have the most upside on our team. I think that's fair. Chase says Burrow may be able to throw underneath using Chase to draw deep coverage. Definitely. Don, TheSeahawksNest. Hello, Brandon all. Hope everyone's well. Doing good, man. Hope you are too. It's good to see you in the chat, brother. Brian says, no reason to throw at Reek with middle of the field success. That's true. And no, Owen, I do like Reek. I know I don't miss him. It's a tough top 5 list to put together. It's not any shade towards Reek. He'd probably be 6. I did think about putting him in there, but I think I got to give it the nod just to the other guys a little bit more. TGC Nave, thoughts on drafting Penix in the first round? I don't think TGC, he's going to be available to us. I believe that Penix is going to be a top 15 first round pick in this draft. And the Seattle Seahawks have never traded up in a first round in John Schneider's entire history here. I don't think that he's going to start now. I just don't think I think he thinks the cost to trade up in the first round is too much. He values those picks too much. So there's just not a chance to pick up Penix. I think the other thing with this TGC is that the draft and the quarterback class of this draft also informs you of where you take a quarterback a little bit, I think. Being that this is probably the deepest crop of quarterback class we've seen in probably about 10 years, from the 2nd to the 4th round. I'm estimating that we're going to probably see anywhere number of 10 to 14 quarterbacks taken through those 3 rounds. And so that's going to, I think, guide the Hawks also into the direction of looking more towards quarterback 2nd, 3rd round rather than 1st round. Especially because there'll be a really good player there in the 1st round you can take instead. First, the quarterback that you can get later. Holy Hand Grenade. So I found this on Google. Flex scheduling for Sunday Night Football can be used twice between weeks 5 and 10 and any time between weeks 11 and 17. So maybe they're just kind of waiting on what will look like a better matchup. Owen says, if our corners can force Burrow to check down close to the amount that Jones had to, then we will be super exciting. Indeed. Limit those big plays and keep them in check down city, Owen. Yeah. That would be ideal. Ryan Ball says, it's funny. I commented on a couple of videos after the Wilson trade that Wilson probably took like 4 years off of his career by leaving Seattle. Probably did. Yeah. I mean, if Wilson kind of understood himself better and the lack of I want to go be Mahomes, I want to go be Murrow, and just understand who I am and what makes me my best and how I'm most useful, I think he elongates his career staying in Seattle. No one's going to love him like those that took him here at home. But you leave to the second team, and players will always tell you this. The second team is never going to treat you with the same respect, the same amount of love as your original team. You're going to have a little bit more of that shorter leash. And, what have you done for me lately is going to be a bit of the attitude when you go to that new team. Mason says, I'm not sold on the Purdy hype. Me neither. He's got a great run game, great defense, and everybody's wide open. He's certainly a steal for this draft position, but I want to see him play through some adversity. Me too. Me as well. I don't want to discount what he's done, but hey, I also saw Jimmy Garoppolo play in this offense and look really good in this offense too. And the second that Jimmy Garoppolo goes to the Raiders, he looks a little bit different as a player. Not to say Jimmy was ever good, but I think it's definitely helping him, the supporting cast like you talk about. John says, what do you think we could get for Fant at the trade deadline? Would be prudent to trade him? You could probably get at the best. Your best bet, John, would be maybe a 4th rounder back in return. I don't think the team's going to look to move him though, because the team is still utilizing so often the 2 and the 3 tight end sets. And I think that they're going to hold that as a very important part of this offense going forward. I especially think, John, there's a little bit of a worry, for instance, with like Will Disley on the injury front. And at the very least, you want to make sure you got your 2 tight ends able to roll throughout the course of the season. James says Commanders would be nice with Wilson. Yeah, I could see maybe that working. That's a great suggestion, James. That's a great fit. You also have a little bit of the, that's kind of down to near where I think Wilson played high school at. Kind of close. I think it was Virginia. So it could make some sense. It all comes full circle for Russ. Greg Hawksnest, do you think that the Seahawks are going to pull the trigger and picking up somebody before the trade deadline? What are your odds? I have the odds going low, Greg, not because the Hawks aren't willing, not because there isn't a need to add a player. I have the odds low because I don't think there'll be enough teams in sell mode who have good enough assets that we're going to value, that we're going to want to trade for. So I'm anticipating that to be probably the case as it stands right now. I think with where your depth's standing and where you're looking at with some of the guys coming back and returning, you're really lasering in on the 3 tech or a 1 tech. And there's just not any teams out there that you can look at, Greg, that, when I go down the list, the Vikings, the Bears, Broncos, you can kind of go down through all the list of these teams that'll be in sell mode, and none of them have really an interior defensive lineman that you would value that would help you out, in my opinion. Giants maybe a little bit with Leonard Williams, but I don't know if they're in sell mode, and I don't know if we're going to be able to, if we would want them necessarily. So I'm going to go 20%, Greg. I think there's a 20% possibility we look to move for somebody at the trade deadline. Ryan says, I also commented that Wilson was going to ride off in the sunset with the Broncos' money before they signed him. He's definitely going to do that. Whew. James says, unfortunately, Colts are paying people and winning games. Would love to have gotten Buckner. Me too, James. And yeah, sadly, it doesn't look like the Colts are going to be in play. One of those teams we're looking at, but no. John says, get Russell back for a 4th to complete the fleecing, and he returns to his MVP form from a couple of years ago. Yeah, I think that he burned a few bridges on his way out of town with the current regime, unfortunately, there. No chance of that happening. John says, don't you think Gino's got to win at least 1 playoff game this year to justify paying the rest of his contract, especially since we can move off of him so easily? I can't get to that kind of stage of it, John, because you could lose a playoff game for a lot of different reasons. If Gino goes out there and throws for 350 in a playoff game, but you lose it, is that, do we have to get off Gino then at that point, or is that the fact the rest of the team didn't hold up their end of the bargain? John, he's, to me, proven you. He went into San Francisco last year with you having the $57 million of dead money on the books, with you having an offensive line that was beat to hell, with you having a running back room that was beat to hell, with you having a defensive line that had no nose tackles healthy for that game, and your linebackers beat to hell, no Jordan Brooks for that game, starting Tanner McKee. You were at halftime on the road against the Niners up in that game, and solely on the back of Geno's great performance to start that game off. Now, it turned out that you were going to have to score every single time on that 49er offense in order to win that football game because your defense was just so bad. But if you were looking for your proof about Geno needing to step up when the chips are down, when you're in playoffs, when you're going up against a tough team on the road and give you a grade A kind of performance, he gave that to you last year in that playoff game. He's shown that to you already. But no, I don't think that he needs to do something in the playoff in that point to prove that to me at that point. No. I think we want to make our measure of our evaluation on him, John, for the total of the year. We don't want to cherry pick one game out of the season and say, well, this game really dictates what Geno is as a quarterback or how good he is or what he isn't or what he is, I think you got to take the total of the performance over the season. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. I appreciate that, along with the $20 drop you put in here today. Always appreciate your support. It says, Young Guns on D, going to make a statement Sunday. We can get to Burrow. Bengals still not right. We can get a W. Hey, we can get this W, Randall. And I'm a little worried about the game. Burrow concerns me. Chase concerns me. That defense, though it's not good against stopping the runs, got some dogs on that defense who can get it done. So I'm worried. It's on the road, 10 a.m., even though Carroll's had made a lot of work happen there against those games recently. It still's got me concerned. But look, we can get this W. And I don't think we've still yet played our best game at this point, especially when we've had so many backup linemen across the board through so many of these games early on this year. So we've got the talent to get it done, Randall. We got to play a really good game this upcoming week. A really good game. We got to be on our details. We can't be sloppy. We can't be undisciplined. You got to be on your P's and Q's to make it happen. But yeah, I love it, man. Young Guns can get it done, but we got our Emilio Mafe. We got our Charlie Nuosu. We got our Kiefer Brooks. Appreciate you, Randall. And Randall coming in with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall, for that. Very kind of you, brother. He says, Justin Jefferson from LSU was my favorite. Jefferson from LSU was my favorite quarterback in 24 outside the top two guys. Quarterback in 24. Outside the top two guys. But I think you mean Jaden Daniels, Randall. You said Jefferson from LSU, but Jaden Daniels is their quarterback right now, so I think you mean him. He's a good player. Good player. His arm strength has come a little bit along this year with a little bit of extra weight. He was a real thin guy last year, and he has added a little bit of weight. I'm not as much on Jaden, but he's got a lot of people that like him. That's for sure. And you're right. I think he's going to be in the mix in this quarterback class. In that second to fourth round range, I think that's another quarterback, Randall, that you could put in that range as a guy that might be an option for us that we'd be looking at. And he does give you kind of the full skill set as far as mobility and arm strength goes. I think he can just about make every NFL throw. I like him too. A couple other guys I like a little bit more, Randall. I'd be more of a Cam Ward guy than a Jaden Daniels guy, for instance. But he's a good player too. And if I was wrong about that, you're meaning a Jefferson, let me know. But I think you're mixing KJ Jefferson and Jaden Daniels up. Nick Brando, O-line health might help us in the red zone. Yeah, I would say that will probably be helpful in that. Especially getting Lucas back, who's kind of beastly out there as a run blocker from the tackle position. What the smell says, just bought a Devin Witherspoon jersey. Let's go. Let's go. Marcus B28 says each network has a separate flex schedule rules. The first availability starts this week. John says, what college quarterbacks do you think fit our system best? If I look into the second, third round range of things, I think that Cam Ward, Joe Milton, Riley Leonard. I think we're going to look for somebody with a little bit of mobility. Maybe Jordan Travis, Florida State. I would put in the mix of, those would be the main guys. I know that Schneider does like Quinn Ewers. He had a couple interceptions this last week. He looked a little bit, I still don't get the attraction with Ewers myself. No, that's one that I don't think fits. Certainly, I think at the top, John, all three of the top quarterbacks, May, Caleb, and Penix would certainly be fits too as well. But those would be the main guys. Maybe Bo Nix. He's gotten himself up to 70% completion percentage, but the worry with Bo might be a little bit of that's not something that they think is going to continue on in the pros, because he was a guy that was at 61% at Auburn. And the one thing is with any quarterbacks you're looking to go get in this upcoming draft, they've got to have accuracy with this West Coast system. Ryan Ball says, the more I think about it, I feel like our offense could score 30 plus points against the Bengals defense. It's possible, man. Yeah. They're certainly not as strong as they've been in recent years. David D, we are so fortunate to have stumbled across Geno Smith after trading away Russell Wilson. Geno proves himself and still signs a team-friendly deal. Respect that so much. I believe. I think I cut you off there a little bit, David. I believe. I believe too, man. And yeah, I love what Geno's done. It's been a breath of fresh air how he's carried himself. He's not talking about his brand. He's not talking about trying to make his star brighter. He's not talking about, needing that. He's just in here being a good hard worker, a great leader, takes a discounted deal when there's no quarterbacks in this league taking discounted deals. There's 3 quarterbacks in this sport that have taken discounted contracts in the last 7 years of the sport. Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, and Geno Smith. That's it. Kyler Murray, give me every last dollar I can get. Lamar Jackson, give me every last dollar I can get. Dak Prescott, give me every last dollar I can get. Jared Goff, give me every last dollar bill I can get. Carson Wentz, give me every last dollar bill you can give me. Every single guy to a man asked for every last red cent. Geno didn't. He took a discount. And you got to give him those props, David. One reason I'm perfectly happy with him both now and into the future as our starting quarterback. He's doing everything right. And Utero says, time to go read to the kids. Good night. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. And Utero, thank you, man. ALG says, most people who predicted we will suck last year didn't count the Geno factor. They thought it would be Drew Lock playing. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you there. Justin Hawksnest, pardon if this was already discussed, but is Reek Woolen covering Jay Chase? The Seattle Seahawks have never had a corner travel at any point in time. There was one game we did against the Buffalo Bills where they had Richard Sherman traveling with Williams, the former receiver for the Bills. That is the only time I can ever remember them ever having a cornerback trail a wide receiver over the course of the game. So it's just not been Coach Carroll's pedigree to do so. And I support Carroll in this. It does not help always a defense having your corner travel with a guy, because your defensive principles have to switch and operate off that corner moving, right? And you don't really want, you just want to call your defense purely. You don't want to do it in that fashion. I've still not yet been convinced of people that glom onto this. It's a very ego thing and a very much look at how awesome I am. I'm traveling with this receiver all game long and I can shut him down as I do that. But I'm still not altogether certain that it really does eventually. It's the most beneficial thing for a defense as opposed to keeping your corners on either side of the field. For instance, this was the big debate with Sherman and Sherman traveling. But the thing that keeping Sherman to the side of the field you did is you remove quarterbacks from throwing to the right side of the field, because that's what they tended to do. And that was a big benefit to the defense naturally by being able to do that, even when you weren't having him follow. Why? Because if you look at the accuracy for quarterbacks throwing to their right versus throwing to their left, just about every quarterback, there's a diametric difference in their accuracy from throwing right to left. They're much worse to their left than to their right. And so when you can remove the right throws out of there to a decent degree, you can affect things. So I don't think that they have them travel, Justin. I don't. I think you will see some Witherspoon inside, outside, some on the out, some on the slot in this game, but not anybody traveling, just because they never have. Maybe they'll start, but thanks again too, Randall, for those don't-know drops, brother. Appreciate you. I do appreciate you. What the smell says, Drew Lock's fit in a clap cheeks when he gets his chance. Oh, yeah. And Chad Hard, yeah, CJ Stroud definitely looks like the best quarterback in the last draft. And he's making my Joe Montana comp look good. I dig Docs, who are the most recent Pac-12 quarterbacks to make a strong impression in the NFL? Boy, not a lot of them. It's been a pretty thin unit. Let's see. Justin Herbert, Jared Goff from Cal, Andrew Luck from Stanford. Other than that, I don't know. Brian Myers said Burrow has to leave the game. We get Jake Browning. Definitely feel a lot different about playing Jake Browning than Burrow, don't you? That's one of those backup situations where you're not. That's not Chase Young or Bryce Young to Dalton, right? Kirk Stemmer, Taylor in a third for Derek Brown. I'd do it all day, Kirk. All day, all night, 7 days a week, twice a day on Sunday, 3 times on Saturday. Yeah, I'd make that trade in a heartbeat if I'm the Seattle Seahawks. Would the Browns do it? I don't know on that. They might want a little bit more. But I like the Derek Brown trade as an option. And I would be in favor of it if they can pull it off. Flipping Flapjacks, Fantha tight end, he's a beast. He is a beast. Joshua B., how do you feel about Olu? Do you think we will resign or move on from Evan Brown next year and play Olu? I think Olu is eventually your starting center of the future, Joshua. I saw enough from him in the preseason that I think, and this is also from him with the tape at Michigan coming out, which it all fit in alignment. He's a pure scheme fit for what he's able to execute in this offense. He can hit reach blocks, second level blocks, pull out in front. He does all the things you want a center to do, from the big brain approach of things and controlling the line calls, understanding stunts and how to feel blitzes and how to operate off of them. I think that he's going to be a solid starting center for you in the future. Evan might still get re-signed back, especially with his swing ability between center and guard. But Olu, I think, is your starting center of the future. Chicken God, maybe Evan Brown can play left guard. I think he can play it in a pinch chicken, but I don't think that that's his best position long term. And I do think Damian Lewis is better there between the two of them. Brian Myers' fans' money makes him a prime trade target. It could. I think the team has likes the value of him riding with them through this year because he has been kind of a key part of this offense early on. Justin, it does amaze me to see every player Purdy throws to is wide, and I mean wide open. I keep sleeping on the film, but I'm guessing it's disguising plays the opposing team sees on the film the previous week. It's just a very creative offense, and Shanahan is known as one of the best, most brightest minds in the NFL for a reason, Justin, because he can execute an offense where he creates free open looks for quarterbacks very, very often. He does so with flood zone concepts every bit as much as McVay does. He does so with the running, marrying the running game to the passing game perfectly. With the play action stuff, you get the team buying into the run. He comes off the play action, guys wide open. So it's just a combination of that. And then it's a combination too, Justin, of, let's remember last year, you look at the list of the top 15 receivers and tight ends that created separation in the sport. The Niners had 3 of the top 15 players in the sport at creating separation on their routes. That helps too, right? Especially when those 3 guys, none of them are also Christian McCaffrey, who's another guy who creates a hell of a lot of separation when he's running routes. So it's they've got a perfectly put together offense. That coach has got the perfect personnel to utilize that and make it work. No easy answers on that defense, Justin. Just as the Niners run something completely different, the same formation, that's definitely something they'll do. They'll run something out of formation that looks this way, get you leaning this way, and then catch you back the other way. And we do some of that too, but that's something that's a big part of their offense as well. Mason says, let's fast forward 3 years from now and you're the GM and you can only afford to keep 2 players in the 2022 draft class, excluding Cross on his 5th-year option. Who are you keeping? Rican, if Cross, I got the 5th-year option, Rican Mafe would be the 2 that I would keep. I'm a little bit worried with Abraham Lucas's knee in the long term. But I don't think you're also held to the fact that you have to, I think long term you can keep Cross, Lucas, Reek, and Mafe. I don't think that you're married to just having to be a pick'em, because I think at that point when they come up due for their contract, you'll be out of the Quandre Diggs deal, probably out of the Jamal Adams deal. You're not going to be really spending significant money anywhere else. Tyler Lockett's probably about at a point of retirement. you're going to be more easier able, I think, to slide that money than over to those guys. Brian says, Cross, Brown, Olu, Bradford, Bucas, we dominate. Owen says, sorry if you mentioned this earlier. No worries. But do you think we will win? And what do you think the game X factors are? You're going to have to give me till Thursday, Owen, on where I'm going to sit on the win-loss. I'm going to do the B&B show with Brendan on Thursday, and I'm not trying to tease you for something down the future. I'm just not sure yet. And that's the only reason why. I think it's a very close game as it stands in my mind right now. I think Burrow is back to basically just about full health. You're on the road. It's going to be a tough game. I think X factors are actually great question. X factors. I don't know if it's an X factor considered by what you might mean by X factor, but I think a big X factor is how you run the ball against this Bengals defense to control the clock, keep that deadly Bengals offense off the football field for as much as possible, keep the chains moving. I think running the ball is going to be a big X factor offensively. Defensively, an X factor is going to be mixing up the coverages. You don't necessarily want to blitz Burrow a ton, but you want to mix everything up across the board. Never give him the same look. Never give him the same feel. Never give him a feeling like he's able to lock in on what you're doing. Don't be predictable defensively. Mix it up as much as possible. I think if you do those two things, run the ball, stay committed to it, don't get too pass happy, and then defensively mix things up in your coverages and your blitzes and who's coming, who isn't, I think you can come out of this with a win. But you got to give me, Owen, I got a dead even right now as in my mind. So I've got to do a little more research on this Bengals team. I want to watch a couple of more of their games from this year, specifically defensively, to see where they're at on some things. And then I'll be able to give you a bit of a firmer answer on Thursday. I promise on Thursday I'll have an answer from you on that one. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, yes, it was Jaden Daniels. So I did that right. Cool. Fits the Russell Wilson mold. Lots of snaps at quarterback in college. Mobile, accurate, mature. Plus he's balling in the SEC. Legit 6'4'2". Definitely he's definitely tall enough, Randall. You know, he probably needs to still gain about another 10 or 15 pounds, I think, of weight to make me feel kind of good about that. Cause he was kind of especially last year, boy, he was rail thin. But you're right. He's been doing the production as he's been doing it from within the SEC. He's got mobility you look for out there. He's elusive. He's got a strong arm, and he is accurate. So I think he checks a lot of the boxes you look for in the quarterback position. And I am anticipating here, Randall, as you know, I've said, I think between the second and fourth round is where you're looking to pick. And that's right in the area that he is going to go. So I think he certainly is going to be on the Seahawks radar as a possibility. And I like him too. I need to do more of a deeper drive on him. My initial looks at him have been a little bit of, he's good. I haven't been necessarily blown away by him quite yet, Randall, but I have to admit, he's not a quarterback that I've done as much a deep dive like I have of Caleb or Drake or Penix or even Bo Nix. I probably haven't watched as much tape on Daniels with that, but I'm not anti-Daniels. He's a good player. And you can't discount, like you say, when you're doing like what he's doing from the SEC. It's you got to give him a little bit of extra marks for that. Randall also with a $2 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says Randall was wrong on Fant. Most improved on offense. Yeah, I mean, folks are talking a little bit here, Randall, about movement at the deadline. I don't know if you can. I mean, he's just been a very important piece to what we're doing right now, offensively speaking. And he had the big offensive play in this last game where he gets the catch and keeps his feet and gets you all the way down to the 2-yard line. And that was the real kind of game changer, a bit of moment in that game a bit. But he's been steady in every single game, and he was steady throughout last year. He's never going to be the 1,000-yard tight end. He's never going to be a game changer out there, but a guy that's a really good asset to have on this offense, especially when you have so much firepower in so many other areas. He's part of what makes us hard to defend because you can't lean into any one area. You want to double DK, you're going to keep things opened up then for a tight end like Fant underneath. So yeah, I think he's definitely been really good this year, and I don't think you can move him right now, as you need this offense to continue to be very explosive and leading the way a little bit for your team. But probably happy to be wrong on that one, right, Randall? Happy to be wrong on that one. And thank you for all the donations, man. I appreciate you for all that support, brother. I'll be doing the deep dive on Daniels too. I promise you. I'll give you a little bit more of a deeper look and have more of a firmer opinion. I do like him. I'm not anti him. I think part of it, Randall, is I just have that moment in my head of Jalen Carter picking him up by one arm. And it just sort of sits in my head probably too it's probably too fixed in there a little bit. I got to knock that out a little bit. Let it go. Flipping Five Jacks says our defense is winning games. Oh yeah, let's go. What the smell's the smartest thing Russ ever did was get paid by the Broncos before ever playing a single snap in regular season. Yeah. A lot of people wonder about what the smell, why he didn't go to the Eagles. And I think it's because the Eagles weren't willing to give him the contract before he had played a snap. I think the Broncos were. And I think that was enough for him to go, okay, I'll go Broncos. But yeah, he came out of that smelling like roses. Ryan Ball said that like button would love to get tapped. Yes, do please, folks. If you haven't already, thank you for reminding me that. It helps. I know it might seem like a silly thing. Why do I got to keep hitting this stupid, silly like button? But when you hit the like button, you tell YouTube to show this video on to other people looking for Seahawks content when they do searches. So you help this out considerably when you go out there and you hit that like button. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for reminding me that on Ryan. Quick thank you again to the sponsor of this show today, which is going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy all year has ongoing contests that you can be a part of. They're sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year right now. You can get 100% of your first donation up to $100 matched when you click that link. It's down there in the description, at the top of the description for me on this video, or you can use my code NEST on the site. When you do that, they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit. They'll be doing throughout the whole course of this year. Washington does have some limitations, but if you are in the state of Washington and you do go into a casino, you can kind of operate within the casino on the app because they have sort of special regulations within those casinos to be able to do that. So there is still a method for you in the state of Washington to utilize it. They're giving away $200,000 a week is Underdog Fantasy. They got all these different contests to get into. I've got my picks in for this week here right now, which are so I've got currently, what did I do here? So I got my picks on the day. I had Russell is actually included on my picks. So I've got Russell for rushing for more than 21 yards. Roquan Smith with more than 3.5 assists, tackling assists. I got Kenneth Walker going for more than 64.5 yards this week against this Bengals defense. I have Geno Smith throwing for more than 253 yards, and I have DeAndre Hopkins going for more than 59 yards receiving in his game. So those will be my 5 picks this week. Put $20 on that myself. But thank you to Underdog for sponsoring the show throughout this year. ALG, the Niners just ran all over us in the second half of the playoffs. Yeah. Defensively, and you had no healthy nose tackles for that game. So Tanner, whatever the kid's name that we had at linebacker in place of Jordan Brooks, everybody was kind of beat up at the end. Ryan Neal was a shell of himself at the end from injuries, and he was your best player on defense throughout the year. You just ran out of gas. Chicken God says, give Bradford another 4 weeks of film study and 150 snaps, and he'll be a clear starter at right guard. I could see that, man. He's got legit upside to him. Justin Cooper says the 49ers came back in the second half of the playoffs against us when some dude named Jonathan Abrams, got mid-season tried twisting Debo's injured leg after tackle. Yeah. This defense trying to find a way there. And you had Abrams on the team out there playing a strong safety because Adams was out, Joey Blunt was out, Ryan Neal was out. You're down to the last gasp on that one. Space, I like Young Guns. I love Young Guns, man. I would like Young Guns too. Supposedly they're making a Young Guns 3, if you can imagine that. I've heard. Duke Docs definitely think people give Purdy enough credit. I think he is something like 10-0 in starts. That's right. Yeah. The longer he does this, the more legit you got to give him credit for doing it. I think he's still benefiting from a lot of help, but he is doing what's being asked of him. Justin says, once our team's all put together, our team will be mighty. Hell yeah. The smell, zero stints of GSN preseason. Well, you've had extra blockers in what the smell, Alan says if the Seahawks can break the pocket, Joe Burrow is grass. Did you mean glass? Daniel says, I was just thinking about how mad Gino was on that tackle by the Giants player. He is betting on himself, and so if he gets hurt, he won't hit those booster numbers. No, players don't like it when they know they're getting a dirty hit put on them. I understand when players get a little bit annoyed with that. It's your livelihood on the line. Yeah, Space, I think it's going to be a tough game. God, I like Bradford better myself right now. Not sure if the coaches will see it that way. We'll see. I like Bradford too. I wouldn't be against him starting out there. I think Haynes does give you a little bit more of the veteran that's not maybe going to have those rookie flubs that Bradford probably is going to be susceptible to. But part of I wondered the two chicken god is not maybe the potential of moving Phil Haynes to left guard, where I think he's more comfortable, and then Bradford at right guard. Kind of be interesting to see the way that the team approaches it, because Bradford has shown his flashes. LG says Broncos country, let's cry and hide. Oh, jeez. Chicken God, Seattle comes out flat against the Bengals. Pip users all the blame. Seattle has not won a post bye week since 2019. Big Hawk said Brandon's right. Gino wants to win. He knows there will be endorsement money if he wins the Super Bowl. Hell yeah, there will be. Why do I? Thank you for becoming a member again, man. Appreciate you joining back up on the Hawks Nest. We'll be doing those Thursday streams for the game, so keep an eye on that community post, as we'll be doing the Thursday member-only stream. ALG says, how does Dalton have more red hair as he got older? 2-word. Hair plugs. Red hair plugs. And he didn't even have hair put in like from the back. They just got red fire ants. Just the corpses of red fire ants, and they put it at the front of his hair, mixed it in. What the smell? How many sacks are we going to get in this next game? 3. David E., it's going to be like Bugs Bunny cartoon this Sunday. I saw Pooty Cat. The Hawks are Tweety, and the Bengals are the cat. And Tweety always wins. Hee hee. I must be tired. I like it, man. Let's go. LG, I like Bradford. He's raw, but he's not been a disaster like Ifedi. No, he's shown you a lot more promise than Ifedi ever did. I like what I see from him too. Just as I am for one happy the Bengals are coming off a win. I remember our losing streak last season. After 6-3, we're all against teams who took an L the previous week. Something to be said about getting the team's best effort when they come off a loss, especially a team that's got pride or thinks they're going to be able to make some noise in a season in the playoffs. And I think it probably maybe helps a little bit better with one coming off a W than a loss in certain respects. Very true. Ryan Ball says, going into the 2012 season, weren't the Niners better than the Hawks? History is repeating itself. Oh, it is. It is. As they say, history doesn't repeat itself, but it certainly does rhyme. And that's what we're seeing. It's a little bit of a rhyme here. Yeah. You got a juggernaut Niner team that looks unstoppable, and we're the young, plucky team that people think we're still far away. And we might just end up surprising them and riding right up behind on their tail light this season. What the smell? I don't think Trey Lance had any plays versus the Niners. I don't think so. Feed more Seahawks. Kenneth Walker likes Seattle. Unlike most teams, Pete likes to pay his running backs. He does. We'll see if they do it that time. Definitely as the sport continues to go further and further away from paying these running backs. I mean, it's getting more and more extreme. Have a good night. What the smell? I appreciate you, man. Go freaking Hawks. To you too, brother. What the smell says, I'll be off the boat here in a few days. Can't wait to watch the game. Finally, Brandon has been a lifesaver with the play-by-plays. I used to have a video chat someone and try to watch pixelated ball. Oh, that's brutal. What the smell. God, that sounds horrific. But my pleasure, man. I love doing the play-by-play stuff, and that's going to just keep going here into the future. How you doing tonight? Why do I? Why do I says, Brando, we're right back on track for 12 plus wins. Those of that, it'll be vindicated. Those of us that made the prediction will be vindicated. I love it. Why do I? Including my cat, who also made that prediction of 12 wins. It feels right, doesn't it? 12 wins feels just about right. Masondale says, if you could take one player from the Bengals to add to our team and give them somebody of an equal value, who would you take? Or are you fine with our current roster? I would probably trade. I might do like a DJ Reader for Abraham Lucas kind of flip. But DJ Reader would be probably the one guy that I would look as a guy to grab off the Bengals defense to add. DJ Jimenez, why is he wearing a Frank Clark t-shirt? Why do I? Says it's 3 games into the NFL. I don't think it's out of line to say Witherspoon is already the best player on the Seahawks. Definitely have maybe in the top 5 place of things. Right, literally to go fully the best though. Marcus B28, follow up from other people or persons. Who do we keep from last year's draft? Are you saying let Walker go? I think Walker is the one. I love Walker, but I just think that where the league's going, Marcus, I think paying running backs is just not the smart way to go. Pure and simple. I think you use them, you use the rookie years as you can. You let them go when the time comes. And then, I think the guys you lock into looking at signing in that 2022 class, there's 4 guys to me that the team looks to try to sign and go to big time extensions. Cross, Lucas, Mafe, Tariq. And in the case of Tariq, Cross, and Lucas, you could be looking at anywhere from 20 to 25 million a year on all 3 of those guys in particular. Say nothing of wherever Mafe ends up landing as far as as an edge rusher goes. So I do think that does lead you to a place where eventually you've got to make a choice of one of those guys not remaining here. And if I've got to pick between all of them, unfortunately, the running back's going to have to be the one. Meow Mix, I don't think Trey Flowers is still a Bengal anymore, as I understand it. I don't think so. I don't know where he is, but I don't think he's on the Bengals. Panther. Thank you, DJ Jimenez. He's a Panther right now. Bengals are 3-point favorites. Makes sense. Makes sense. They give you, it's even Steven to me this game. That's why it's hard for me to give a team one or the other, because it's even Steven. And Vegas is showing you that's also even Steven in their minds, because Vegas gives 3 points basically for home field advantage. So they're saying this is down to basically even across the board. Kind of a pick 'em matchup. ALG says Rika is super talented, but I think Spoon has more special abilities, but could be the best cornerback tandem. It's a great way of putting it, man. It's a great way of putting it. Yeah, I agree the same way. I love Reek, but Witherspoon's just got so much of a multifaceted nature. He can do so many different things. And Muse is with the Steelers, ALG. And he wasn't horrific for us. He's really good in coverage for us, but run defending wise, he's part of the reason why McCaffrey was able to run wild. Barton too, like you mentioned, Barton's not look good in Washington either. Ethan Compton, how worried should we be about JSN not producing? I wouldn't be worried in the least bit, Ethan. Wouldn't be worried in the least bit. A big part of the lack of production from JSN has been the fact that you've had to use the 2 tight end sets more often than not. And when you go to 2 tight end sets, that's going to pull the slot receiver off the field. And so he's just had his snaps reduced. He's with that means his targets are reduced, but eventually you're going to go to him this year. Eventually he's going to help you win some football games this season, and he will be a big part of the future for this team. Not worried in the least with him. He was the guy the most impacted, maybe even more so than Geno Smith, when you had the injury situation go like it did on the line. Why this game's set up for Seattle? Bengals have another very bad offensive line to be exploited. We'll have Trey, Spoon, and Reek all in together for the first time. Seattle is 15-3 and 10 a.m. start times in the last 18 games. 15-3 in the last 18 games at 10 a.m. What a great stat, man. Love that. LG, I'm okay with JSN not playing well yet. Takes time for rookies. It does. And let's remember with him, he was a young guy, 21-year-old kid coming into this sport. So give him a little time. Kingdom Joe says, yeah, the Seahawks are going to spank the Bengals. You got a lot of confidence in the chat tonight. Love that. Justin says that death stare Geno gave after he got that taunting flag, that made me proud to have him as a quarterback. I love his fight, man. I do too. He's got the passion. He wants to win. You know, he's competitive as hell. I love it too, man. Love it. Spaces, that guy didn't need to hold on to Geno. As he rode him out of bounds, that bothered me, and I can see why Geno was so pissed. Yeah, guys get their ACL torn on those kind of plays, you know, which cost you a year, which cost you money, which cost you a season of your career. I'd get mad about it too. Kingdom Joe, Geno ain't about the money, even though he knows he's going to get millions. I'm thinking he needs to finish this comeback. It took him 7 years to become a starter. You know the man wants a Super Bowl. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well put. Justin says, Isaiah Simmons definitely starting the falling part of the tackle with Geno's feet on the white paint. Can't say he intended to be dirty, but it was dirty. It's a good way of putting it. Yeah. I'm not sure if the intention was there, but it became that way. Yeah. Connor says Bengals will probably still be giving the best after the terrible start. They don't have much room for error anymore in that division and conference. Yeah, you're going to get their best punch. And they've got a tough schedule going up here into the future of this season. Even just the next 2 games after ours. I think you're going to get their best. Why do IP talk like Jason Peters has a chance to be the left tackle? Thank God Curhan was not good. Held up, but time to have a real left tackle in there. I think you mean Stone Forsythe. Why do I? Oh, at right tackle. He was saying at right tackle. Release the JSN. Yeah, they might be putting, I wouldn't be shocked if Peters is out there now ready to roll. Connor says DJ would be the clear option. There we go. I like Reader a lot. Mason Dale says, despite us getting swept by the Niners last year, do you think there's still merit to the idea that the 49ers play well versus the Rams, Rams play well versus us, we play well versus the Niners, or are the Niners too good? No, I don't think that we can apply that same kind of deal. No. I think that the teams have changed up in certain ways. We've changed our defense, which was a part of why we had the success we did before with the Niners. I mean, a big part of the reason it went that way it went was quite simply, here's how it went. Yeah, Seahawks ran a 4-3 under. They'd have 5 men on the defensive line. They would have the guys available there to stop the Niners' rushing attack and turn them into a one-dimensional offense. When it came to the Rams, when the Niners played the Rams ran the 3-4, and they had their defensive ends in the 4-eye technique, which then opened the door up to a lot of those outside runs, which the Niners make their hay on. We transitioned to the 3-4. We transitioned to the 4-eye stuff. And so we've lost a little bit of the advantage with the fronts that we could run out there against the Niners offense, as well as Russell was hellish for the Niner defense to deal with through the years. He certainly kind of had their number. Hell, he even beat them with the Broncos last year in that team where it was at. So I think it's just a bit of a different place now. Be calm, see clearly. Says, okay, so I guess we didn't change the defense, but to me, we changed the freaking approach. We were going to fully blitz a lot, but still drop into the basic defense, which is still changing or just evolving. It is a minor change, but it's a big change, I think, overall. Be calm. And if we just let's look at the blitz alone, where last year, when you look at where you're at from a blitz standpoint, I ran this stat at the top of the show. Let me show it to you here again. Here's 2012. Here's your Seattle Seahawks, 31st in the NFL at a 15.2% blitz rate. Now let's go to 2023 this year so far. Your Seattle Seahawks are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. You're about 12th in the league at 23.8%. So a big jump this year from where you were and where you were rated and not just last year in 2022 were you there. Be calm, see clearly, but that's where you were for about a 10-year period under Coach Carroll. So they've taken big jumps forward as far as their blitz game goes and how much they do blitz now versus what they blitzed in the past. And I think it's going to bring some success with the big calm, not just simply for getting home and you having success because you have the guys who can get home and you can blitz and you get that pressure-based stuff done, but because you're making your defense now way more unpredictable than it's been in years past. ALG, Olu is value for a 5th round pick. That was my best value pick of this draft for our team, ALG. I think he's going to be a starter at center for you in the future, an above average starter at center for you in the future. And to get that in the 5th round, I think is tremendous, tremendous value. Why do I say such a freaking great week for football? Ducks versus the Dogs, Hawks versus the Bengals. Let's go Ducks, go Dogs, so pump. Let's go. And yeah, we'll get Mike Morse back next year. Herbicide, is Taylor playing this Sunday, or we're going to get Levi Bell off the practice squad? It's my understanding that Taylor's playing. Taylor has a bum shoulder. I hadn't heard anything about him not playing, though. Brian Myers, if Derek comes back, who leaves the roster? I'm not sure that Derek Young is going to be able to get on the roster at this point, Brian. The team seems pretty on board. I mean, maybe for a week he's on the roster, but once Eskridge comes back, then he's going to be a man without a place because the team is committed, it seems like, to have an Eskridge on the roster over him. And it comes down to one of those or the other because Bobo has become kind of a fixture on the receiving corps at this point. Can't move off of him. And there's only so many spots. We did Shinobi Eskridge for a tight blend. Yeah, I feel you guys on the Eskridge. The team just seems to be in a different place with him. I'm definitely not huge on expecting he's going to give us much in the future, but all the way they've talked about him is there seems to be an expectation that when he gets off of his suspension that he's going to have an active roster spot here on the team. Could be that they're just wanting the flexibility of it, and if they're healthy, if Derek Young's on there, if Bobo's on there, maybe they release him at that point. Yeah, Broncos don't have anything to offer either as far as the trade goes. It's part of the reason I just don't think there's a trade to be had. There's nobody they got that jumps out that's like, yeah, hell yeah. Besides, this Eskridge is a great example of drafting for need instead of the best player available. Yep. And that's definitely where they're drafting problems. You look at 2015 to 2020, it's where a big part of their drafting problems lied. Was you're drafting in need and not value, which Schneider said many times over. He doesn't disagree with it. He understands that was where their issues were with it, and they have changed their ways, which is good to see. Why is it Spoon is Hannibal Lecter? Super smart, charming, and will eat you alive. Broncos are definitely heading into Fire Sale City here. If they're not there yet, they're on their way. Taylor's playing. Yeah, I thought Taylor was playing. I hadn't heard anything about not going. Fleece, Sauce injured, right? I think Sauce is okay. He got beaten up a little bit in the game, but I think he still stayed out there. ALG says, I feel like the Broncos are going to trade Surtain to the Niners for 2 first-round picks just to mess with us. Oh, my God, ALG, that would be brutal. That would be brutal. Oh, can you imagine? Niners could do anything they want right now, ALG, technically. They got the most cap space in the NFL, like $45 million. They could bring on anybody they want to do. I mean, ugh. I think you just made my stomach a little sick, ALG, with that one. Because you know that they're going to be trying to get the assets offloaded, and you know that they don't have a lot of assets to offload of any value. And they are just about due here with Surtain to have to pay him a big contract, which they may not have the money to pull that off at this point, with the Russell money kind of kicking in. Fleece says, I don't understand the GSN thing. Even Garrett Wilson is playing good right now. I know he's only a rookie, but I hope GSN develops like Garrett Wilson. Well, let's remember, Fleece, Garrett Wilson went to the New York Jets, and he instantly became their number one option. He's an outside receiver as well. You drafted GSN understanding that he was a slot receiver. That's his role. He's going to be a great slot receiver for you, but that's where he fit into. So first off, he's coming here, number one, to play a different position than Wilson. He's coming to a team that's got 2 receivers ahead of him, not 1, but 2 guys ahead of him on the depth chart. 2 guys that not only are on the depth chart, but are going to be the 1 and the 2 options ahead of him when it comes to the quarterback going through their reads. So when you make the comp to Wilson to that, it's a tough comp to make because of that. And you also have a team in the Jets that plays from behind in a lot of the games here with Wilson to start his career out there. That means they're going to end up throwing more than they're going to end up running a lot of the times, which means more targets for him, which means more production for him. But I don't think that JSN not lighting it up like Wilson lit it up right out the gate should be an indicator that he's not going to eventually maybe even be a better player than Wilson when we look at this. Let's not forget here, Fleece, his own coach, Brian Hartline, his receivers coach at Ohio State, said that he thought JSN was a better receiver than Garrett Wilson. I don't think that might have been empty talk, but I'm going to take him at his word on that. Why do I says UCLA rookie duo? Charbonnet. Charbonnet. Riverside, I like the Boom Boom Spoon for nickname, kind of reminiscent of Cam. Yeah, I know I've been promising this a few times, but I swear to God on the next stream, not this Thursday, but at least maybe on Sundays, we'll do some voting. We'll put the polls up. Here's the list of the names as it stands for Devin right now. We got Devin the Demon, Slotted Spoon, Monsoon Spoon, Legion of Spoon, Hitter Spoon, Spoon Fed, Boom Boom Spoon, 21 Savage, Boom Boom Witherspoon, Monsoon Spoon, Spoontang, Devon John Wick Witherspoon, Devon Quick Draw Witherspoon, Mr. Lockdown, Sir Lockdown, Tyrannosaurus Spoon, Spoonosaurus Rex, Spoonful of Boom, Harpoon Spoon, Spoonful Boom, Laughing Out Loud, wait, what was that? Wizard Spoon, Hit Stick, The Big Dipper, Spoon Kaboom, Century 21, Red Hot Spoon, Nuke Spoonwalker, The Heat Seeker, The Sockeye Shadow, The Tiger Shark, Spoony the Goonie, The Enforcer, The Warden, Sugar Spoon, and Witherboom. Those will be what we're going to be voting on this Sunday. Hitter Spoon's on there too, no doubt. Do I have Hitter Spoon? I had Hitter Spoon. Yep, he's on there. God, Pete Carroll's win-loss record versus the Niners, 16-9 and 14-5 since 2010. Still think the Hawks are the underdogs? A little bit. Still a little bit this year. Fleece says, when are the Niners going to get crushed with injuries? I know it's only week 6. They've been very healthy this year so far. It sucks. Or says, whatever, I still have us sweeping the Niners this year. This is our year. I love it, Herbside. Let's go. I like that confidence. Wide says, yeah, Seattle is totally 100% the underdog to San Francisco. I am no fool. That team looks devastating. Can the Seahawks beat them? Sure, but no way favored. It's just where I feel with it too. I love the confidence. Don't get me wrong in here, but that Niner team is running hot. They're running real hot right now. Dara, when are we going to wear the classic Doonies? We got the Cleveland game coming up, Dara. I forget the other one. I should know that one off the top of my head, but I'm spacing the second game that we're doing it. But definitely the Browns game coming up soon will be the one you're going to see the throwbacks in. Mason Dale says, can someone please explain to me how the hell the Niners keep managing to find cap space? I swear to God, it feels like they're paying 8 guys top of the market money. They don't have any real bad contracts they're in. The guys that they're spending money to are being productive. I think that's a bit of at the head of this. You're not spending money to the quarterback position, Mason. You have a 7th round quarterback slinging the rock. That means you can afford to spend in other places, especially once they offloaded the Jimmy Garoppolo deal and he got into his contract, and then getting Trey Lance out of there. That freed up a big amount of base money on their books as well. So you don't pay your quarterback the money, you can field a hell of a team. Dig Docs, I like Spoon Tang Clan instead of Legion of Boom 2.0 for our secondary. Connor says, I think we managed every single nickname imaginable with the word spoon involved. Yeah, we did. We did not leave any spoon nicknames out there. Spaceman says, no Spoon Man. Yeah, we gotta be more creative now. We gotta go harder than that. That's not enough. I gotta get a little more creative. Big Dogs, Brandon, how about a t-shirt that just has all those Spoon nicknames on it? That'd be a good idea, man. I love it. Have it like one of those, word salad deals where the letters are going, some are going sideways, some are going this way, right? And maybe they all create the face of a spoon's face, all the words. They do that with sometimes when they put like works of art and stuff. Fleece says that Fred Warner and Bosa are carrying the Niners defense. I mean, Hargraves found his fit in there. He's creating pressures from the inside for them too. Dre Greenlaw is right there next to Fred Warner in the way that he's playing the position too. Can't undersell him. He's been good too. ALG says, I think Sam Darnold can play decent. I think a CMC injury would be bigger. Yeah, I think that would be a huge injury for them. I certainly think Brock going down would be the biggest injury, but McCaffrey would be number 2. Dre Greenlaw, Allen, that's who you're thinking of. And he's a hell of a good player. Hell of a good player. Let me be right back, folks, and we'll start to put a little bit of a button on this stream. So get the last couple of questions in. I'll be right back. DEFCON Spoon. I'll add it on there, Heli Hand Grenade. You got so many options. BZ it's not really a new approach. It's an old one now being implemented again. Manny F. Brown did a great breakdown about 10 days ago on the D and why certain old things are working again. Awesome. Hell yeah. Johnny, their O-line was supposed to be the weakness, but it's been good. Why do I? Fred Warner is my defensive MVP so far. That hurts my stomach to write. He's got a good lay to claim on it with the way he's been playing. Why do I? That's for sure. And certainly after Micah Parsons went kind of quiet in that Niner game, you kind of go, well, maybe I got to start thinking about somebody else in that role of that. Dar says, what's your thoughts on the trade deadline? I think the Hawks have the means with the extra third-round pick, Dara, and they've got some room cap-wise to go out there and make a deal. But I do think that there's not going to be necessarily an available party out there to go make a trade with. So I definitely think that that's the problem here, is that there's just not a suitor for a position that you would want with the teams that are going to be in sell mode. This is certainly something that's a fluid situation a bit, because we do still have a good about 20 days here until the end of the deadline. So there's still almost 3 full weeks here to kind of figure things out. And stuff can change and go here to go there. But when you look at the teams, we were doing the show, our last live stream, the show that we did, Dara, really looking at those teams that were 1-3, 0-4, and then who would be in sell mode, who'd be looking to move and be in move mode. There just wasn't a lot out there at that point. It was pretty thin. So I'd put 20% chance of us making a trade at the deadline, Dara. I think we end up just kind of running with what we got. Riverside Tribe called Spoon. LG says, I think Darnold can play decent. Probably not the same with Purdy. I think he can be manageable. I think he'd be at his best in this Niner offense with all that he'd have to work with LG. But I think Purdy's definitely operating at kind of at a certain special level the way Shanahan wants it operated. And I don't know if ever any quarterback could do that in the same way. But he would be successful. He would be good. Yeah. He would be good. Yeah. Marcus says, if we did focus on helping the offensive line, we would possibly have a banged up Geno from, if we did not focus on helping the offensive line, we would possibly have a banged up Geno from all the extra hits, a worse record, and a little JSN production. Seattle made the right adjustment. Well said. Beautifully put, Marcus. Can't add a lot to that. Other than I agree with you. Yeah, I think you had to make this adjustment. This is what normal teams would make as an adjustment. And the reason you came out of this with 3 wins is because you committed to keeping those extra blockers in there to help out at times. And that was going to come at the cost of JSN, but it also came at the benefit of having more victories on the other side of it, which was fantastic. And BZ, I saw the comment about nothing new. I'd love to, if you, I don't know what on the new, I don't know what you meant on that one a little bit. The main new part for me was just the blitz rate that the Hawks are employing here, which is the unusual one for me. Fleece says Niners don't have any weapons on offense, but Deebo Samuel and some random Brandon Ayuk. How is their offense so good with trash O-line? Well, I mean, they've got George Kittle, they got Ayuk, they got Samuel, they got Christian McCaffrey. I mean, those are some skill position players to work with at that point that are pretty nice. Some of the top skill positions that you have across the league. I think Ayuk and Deebo work really well as 2 talents off of each other, and that they both kind of do 2 different things a little bit. And I think a lot of what Shanahan does is he schemes stuff up to make real nice, free and easy open plays by challenging defenses and getting them to think, and, you know, by employing complexity at times and making it hard to read which way they're going and how they're doing it, play in and play out. Alan says, do you think the league is targeting CMC? I read an article. I don't know. I mean, he's being used a lot by the Niners. They're working him a ton early on this year, which is more chances for him to get beat up a bit. Or besides the Spoon Tang shutting down Burrow is going to be fun to watch. I got Jamal for a sack also. Let's go. I love it, man. Ethan Compton. All right. Have a good night. I'm telling you now, we're winning on Sunday. Go Hawks. Ethan, I love that confidence. You're not the only one. A lot of people feeling good about this team and good about this upcoming week. You might just talk me into predicting a W here for our Seahawks at this point. Why do I, Brandon, to the 1/4 way, Brandon, to the 1/4 way mark of the season. Who do you think has played the best and who's the biggest surprise? Who's played the best? I don't know if I have a single player that's played really above anybody else. I think Gino's probably been the guy offensively, performing as he's performed with what he's having to deal with up front. I think has been very impressive to me because there's a degree of difficulty involved to accomplish what he's accomplishing that I don't think is an easy task. Probably Bobby or Witherspoon as far as on the other side of the ball. With an honorable mention to Mario Edwards Jr. That none of us saw him doing what he's done. Both him and Jaron Reed have been pretty surprising. But there isn't a clearer person on it that stands out to me than anyone else. The Trey Griff B, if Brock Purdy was on any other team, would he have the same success? No. I was kind of saying this to you earlier about this, Trey. Like if you took Brock Purdy and you put him on the Seahawks offense, and he's dealing with 5/5 of his offensive line changed out or off the field, I think he looks like a completely different quarterback than the one these look like with the Niners. He's in the absolutely perfect scheme to minimize his limitations and maximize what he does well. No. And this is Trey, this is a little bit of why I'm not on board with I'm not on the Brock Purdy train. I'm going to probably be one of the last people. I'll be jumping on the caboose. I'll be doing that move that Buster Keaton did in one of his videos where the train's going by and he grabs the back rail on the train as it's flying past him and then he's pulled onto the train. It's going to have to be that move with Purdy with me because I just can't get on board with it. Just can't get there with it. Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but I'm going to stay with it. Justin, what if Justin Fields traded place with Brock Purdy? Hard to say with Justin. I don't have quite yet a feel on Justin on who he really is as a quarterback. He certainly has not had the situation set up for him to be successful there in Chicago, either with the coaching staff or the personnel around him. But that also means I don't have a real good, clear understanding yet on exactly the player he's going to be. Riverside says, Kittle's a fun player to watch. Just hate he's on the Niners and hate we have to play him twice a year. He's great, man. Plays the game the way you're supposed to. Hard as hell. Having the time of his life. He's awesome. Justin says, would Brock be loved by the people if he was playing for Chicago? Probably not. Probably not. Alan says, Witherspoon's been playing lights out. Yeah, I think Witherspoon, Bobby playing as good as he's played too, makes it hard for me to just give the nod to Witherspoon because Bobby's been doing it in every single game. But Witherspoon has been super impressive. Super impressive. Adam says, I'm with you on Purdy stuff, Brandon. Still not buying it. I can't get there. Eventually, maybe. Maybe eventually I'll be kicking and screaming, drugged with both of my hands tied behind my back and my feet just sitting there doing like this as I'm being drugged. And finally I'll get to the point of going, okay, fine, he's good. But I just can't get there. Like you say, Addis, he was a 7th round pick for a reason. And eventually we're going to come to find out that arm is powder puff. Powder puff. Just as exactly Brock Purdy has the success built around him, the exact opposite of Fields. Yeah. Bears did what a lot of these teams have done with quarterbacks. It's like what the Colts have done with Richardson. Hey, there's a quarterback available. Let's go get him. Is it the right time? Doesn't matter. Do we have the personnel around him to help him succeed? Doesn't matter. Is the stage set for him to go out there and fly or to crash in the ground? Well, that doesn't matter. Go select him. That's what the Chicago did with Justin Fields. They didn't have a plan in place at any level on that kid in his development. And now we are a couple of years into his time there, and we don't know what exactly he really is. ALG, who else wanted the Jets to win last week? Greg Kemp says, DK has played the best and biggest surprise. Noah Fant having more receiving yards than Lockett right now. That's a great suggestion, man. I can't pick that one apart. DK has been really good. He's made the most of his targets thrown his direction. That's for sure. Spaces, I'll be right there with you. Good. I'm not the only one then. Addis Brady was a low round pick, but back then the draft process was different. Yeah, I think that the teams have gotten better through the years at drafting quarterbacks. Back then, I think that there was still a little bit of a rudimentary approach to it, but I think it's become refined over the years. Herbicide says, I wonder what's up with Lockett. He's starting slow this year. A bit. He had a good Lions game. He had a couple of drops, I think, that he wouldn't normally have in the Panthers game. Which, if he had caught those passes, his season would look a little bit different right now. But it has been a little bit of a slow start for him. A little slow start. Dick Talks, Brandon, if the Niners win 12 or more games, do we start to drag you? Just teasing. Well, I had him winning 13 this year, even with Purdy there at the helm. So I did think they were going to be good again, unfortunately, this year. Unfortunately. Trey says, B.A., you're expecting Trey Brown or Mike Jackson on the outside with Spoon in the slot this week? You got to go with Trey. He was taking steps forward before his injury. He had the pick 6 there against Detroit. Looking like he was maybe starting to get back to where he was. I mean, he had the pick against the Green Bay Packers in preseason too. So he was showing some other signs of this, maybe coming back to that early rookie season form, a little bit more further removed from the surgery at this point. You got to go Trey Brown, I believe. I think he's just got a little bit more upside to his game than Mike Jackson does right now. But I think you're going to get a mix of Spoon in the slot and on the outside, Trey. Somebody else was mentioning above on this. I don't want to take credit for it, but I think the Chris Harris Jr. when he was with the Broncos approach might be the fitting one, which is when you're in base, you have Witherspoon on the outside, and when you go to nickel, then you bump Witherspoon inside, and then you bring Trey Brown on the outside. Something like that, I think, would be good. Justice says the quarterback position for the Niners was the best entry level for any average quarterback. That's true. It's true. You're definitely being put in a good position for success. All right. Well, I've reached the end of the chat here. We are over 5 hours here on the stream today. So I think this is a good point to kind of button this one up a little bit and put a little bit of an end button to this. I will be bouncing back here on Thursday with Brendan. We're going to be doing the preview show here on the B&B show. And I want to thank you again to Seahawks Brendan Nelson for this awesome gift that he got me, the little Hawks Nest thing that you're seeing behind me there. I don't know if you guys can tell. It's kind of a metal handcrafted deal, but it was absolutely awesome on his part, hooking me up with that. Great birthday gift from him. We'll be back over there, though, on the B&B show here at 8 o'clock on Thursday. I'll be doing the members-only stream at 5 o'clock. I'll be sending that link out probably tonight or tomorrow. The link out to you guys for the members-only stream for my members and patrons as well. And then we'll be doing, of course, the play-by-play this Sunday. Just as to let you guys know, again, this Sunday, we'll be doing a little bit of the in and out thing. So Sunday will be 10 a.m. I'll be doing the play-by-play throughout the whole course of the action. Once the game ends, I'll be going over there to the Bleacher Report. So if you haven't downloaded the Bleacher Report app, please do get that downloaded. I'll be doing some appearances there for the foreseeable future. So having that app, I'll be doing some game wrap-ups there throughout the rest of this month of October. So please do head over there and get that app downloaded, because I'll be doing that right after the game ends, and then we'll be coming back here for post-game discussion into the afternoon and early evening here on the Hawks Nest side. So 3 streams on Sunday. Thursday, 2 streams is how I'll be going here into the future. We'll be kind of keeping up this regular kind of beat to this. I appreciate you guys. Another great show on their part. Some great questions, some great thoughts, some great discussion about where this is kind of turning to and how this is kind of going and stuff. I love to see it from you guys. Encouraged where this team's at right now. 3-1. Maybe getting at our most healthiest here coming into this game this year. Looking like we're going to start to get stronger and hopefully stronger as long as the injury bug doesn't continue to bite us so firmly. But this team getting up to full strength, starting to round into maybe the tougher part of the schedule after we get through a couple of these games. Still some time right now to maybe create some room for error. Stay at pace with this Niner team. Let them know we're on their heels. Yeah, that matchup is going to determine everything at the end of the year. Those 2 matchups, and the Eagles and the Cowboys, that run of 4 games and the 3 games in 15 days. But you sure would like to have a little bit of room for error to be able to work with on that back half of that tough part of the schedule. I appreciate all of you guys for making your way into the chat tonight. Please do hit that like button if you could on your way out the door. Thank you again to the Underdog Fantasy sponsor. Use my code down there in the description link. Get $100 on the Hawks Nest from me to you on your first deposit, up to 100% of that being matched by me if you use my code. Click it down there in the link. I want to thank you, Underdog Fantasy, for sponsoring the show throughout the course of this year. We'll see what happens this week. It's going to be a fun matchup. Me and Brendan are going to break this down on Thursday. I'm going to do some film watching of this Bengals team here in the early part of this year to see what they're doing and how they're getting it done. Certainly a little bit of the film you got to throw away on the offensive side of the ball because Burrow now looks like he is a little bit healthier. But we're going to break down this matchup. We're going to get into it. I'm going to explain to you very clearly this Thursday how our Seattle Seahawks can come out of this game with a win, get to 4-1, and just have the whole rest of the schedule set up ahead of us. Everything within our grasp, including becoming a contender this year, not having to wait another year, not having to wait because it's year 2 of the rebuild. Striking right here and now with this team now rounding into shape and Jamal Adams back en route if he can just stay healthy. I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. Thank you guys for all of your support, all the donations, becoming members like you guys do. It's absolutely unbelievable what we get here in that support. We are just motoring along at about 100 subs a week right now on the channel. We're going to cross 14,000 and then 15,000 in very short order. So thank you as well to all the folks who have jumped aboard the Hawks Nest to become subscribers of the channel. You can do so now as we're trying to get to that 15,000 mark before the end of the year, and we are cooking along and going steady and going strong, and I really thank you all for doing that. I really do appreciate it. I'll be back in 48 hours, and I shouldn't have to remind you with this good of a team, with this many exciting young talents across the board, I shouldn't have to remind you, but you damn well know I'm going to anyway. Do not ever forget. Don't let this 48 hours midweek period let you forget. Don't let it slide out of your mind. Keep your eye on the ball. Keep your eye on the prize. We're heading to big things this year. We're going to be a contender right now. We ain't waiting. That's not what we do in Seattle. Maybe it's the coffee that gets us a little bit jumpy, but we're not waiting. We're not being patient. We're in go time right here, right now. Ride with me, my fellow Seahawks fans. And please do not ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.